It's time for Telltale's The Walking Dead, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, I was right! No! I said that as a joke! No, but he didn't deserve to go out like that. No, I kind of feel bad. I feel like I should have saved him at least. Come on, go full Negan. Full Negan. Let's go, dude. That was a good ending. That was good. That might be the best episode yet. He's the Walking Dead's George Floyd. Whoa, he pulled that out of nowhere. I didn't know he was gonna lie like that. Oh, I feel bad. Oh no. I thought he was dead. I guess they never said he was dead. He's the boss. He's the boss. He's kind of schmoovin', dude. Let's all hit the black baby. We did it, chat. We beat it. We did it. You crackers told me I was gonna cry, by the way. Hey paisanos, it's me, MattCMG, and welcome back to another extremely long Walking Dead video. Now, usually around here we talk about the TV universe, but for over a decade now, I have been completely ignoring the gaming side of the Walking Dead franchise. There have been plenty of Walking Dead games over the years, some bad and some even worse, and a lot of them tend to come across as shovelware or are just shitty mobile gacha games, right? But there is one exception. Telltale's The Walking Dead is not only the first thing that most people think of when they think of Telltale the developer, but is also probably the only truly good Walking Dead game out there. I have heard people sing its high praises for years, even before I had ever watched the TV show, but for whatever reason, I've just never gotten around to it. You know, there's all these seasons with different episodes, everything was like sold separately at the time, there's all this bullshit that would just put me off, right? And as a kid, I didn't have money, so I couldn't buy them even if I wanted to. Since then, though, I am now an adult with adult money, and they've put out a whole collection of the entire series, which made this very simple, so now there's no reason not to. So, in late July of 2025, I finally took the plunge and began Telltale's The Walking Dead completely blind for the very first time, live on stream. Over on my second channel, Matt's Meme Hole, and Twitch and Kick, links are in the description. I played one episode per week and kind of treated it like a TV show. Now, the reason that this video is as long as it is, aside from the fact that my audience just loves extremely long Walking Dead videos, is because there's a lot to this series that I don't think can be properly conveyed in a standard 20 to 40 minute video. You know, there's a lot of interesting twists and turns that I have a lot of heated and nuanced opinions on that I would typically skip over for the sake of brevity. But we don't do brevity around here. The purpose of this video is going to be not only a review of the series through a story perspective, but also a retrospective of my personal playthrough. The whole point of the game is obviously the choices that you make, which obviously means that everybody is going to have a completely different story. So I will be laying out mine. I will be highlighting each of my major choices throughout the entire series and be giving you my unfiltered story. And don't worry, this video is not going to be plot slop where I just recap the plot and don't actually add anything. There's going to be some substantive analysis here, I'm promising you. But that being said, if you want more plot slop, then be sure to check out the extended cut of this video on my Patreon for as low as $1, which will give you, a bunch of extra minor choices that I felt weren't as important for the full depth of the story. I'll only be focusing on the major story moments and kind of treating it like I did with the TV show videos. Anyways, that's enough bullshit. I'm your host, MattCMG, and join me as I take us back to Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Welcome to Telltale's The Walking Dead. I am a Japanese man. I love being Japanese. I wake up every day, Japanese.
In 2004, former LucasArts employees Kevin Berner, Dan Connors, and Troy Molander founded Telltale Games, a game studio with the goal of focusing on narrative rather than action or puzzles, typically with an episodic format. Oh, you get it? They're Telltale because they tell tales?
Brother, this guy stinks!
They would put out many games over the years, but in 2011, the studio caught the eye of Robert Kirkman, creator of The Walking Dead. The Telltale team had been floating around the idea of a Left 4 Dead game for quite a while, but Valve was not biting, so they tweaked the idea to work within the Walking Dead universe. The first episode released in 2012, coming off of the success of the TV show, and would become Telltale's breakout game that put them on the map. It really cannot be understated how big this was for the studio, as The Walking Dead got so popular that it launched Telltale from a small small, unknown indie studio to the progenitor of story-based games with choice-based gameplay as we know them today, which is still having ripple effects on games to this very day. Nobody was out there doing it quite like Telltale was. Anyways, that's enough obligatory Wikipedia bullshit. Now it's story time. Yay, story time. Yay! Yippee! Story time! Fucking rob me with a... Telltale's The Walking Dead begins outside of Atlanta, with a conversation in a cop car. Lee Everett is on his way to prison for allegedly murdering a senator that was sleeping with his wife. The cop finds it very strange that he's not acting like other murder suspects, you know, ranting and raving about how they didn't do it and all that. Instead, Lee is calm and collected, and this serves as the perfect introduction to him. The fact that he doesn't ever admit to what he did in this moment is a bit telling because either A, he did do it and is just ready to take his punishment, or B, he did do it, but accepts the situation and doesn't try to get out of it. Regardless, this portrays Lee as a guy who, yeah, has made some big mistakes, but is seemingly not a bad person and is willing to face consequences. I also like how this intro scene is kind of the opposite to Rick Grimes.
Rick Grimes?
You know, obviously one of the most iconic moments in Rick's story, whether that's the comics or the TV show, is entering Atlanta, and we meet Lee as he's leaving Atlanta. Rick is a cop, while Lick Grimes. It's Lick Grimes.
I'm Lick Grimes, caller.
Rick is a cop, while Lee is a criminal. Rick is out looking for his family, while Lee has nobody. But though they have different backstories, they are both sympathetic characters who are good people at their hearts, just in very different ways. This was a genius way to set this story apart from the comics, because while the Telltale games do take place in the comic universe, Robert Kirkman made it a point that Telltale does not include Rick.
The way the show works is we're changing things up, so you're seeing a different Rick story. But this game is very much set in the universe of the comic book series, and if you were playing with Rick, you would basically be doing the same stuff, or you would be playing some kind of BS game that doesn't really have anything to do with the comic series. What's unique about this game is by focusing on a character that isn't key to the comic book series, you're able to see stories that actually do matter to the continuity.
Here, they're doing Rick, but with a twist. You know, they're reminding you of him, but he's going in a completely different direction, metaphorically and literally. However, the similarities between Rick and Lee depend entirely on how the player chooses to handle this interaction. While the scene is very reminiscent of the comics, thereby influencing the player to play things a bit stoic, you can also completely ignore that and be kind of a dickhead if you wanted to. I went with the cool stoic approach. You know, I gave Lee a bit of mystery and all that, right? I think my only problem with the intro, and I guess the rest of season 1 in general, is that it's in Georgia again. Like, come on, we've already seen Atlanta in the show and in the comics, so using that same setting again is just kind of annoying. It does allow for some cameos from comic characters and whatnot, which is fun and all, but I think it would have been like 10% more interesting if we weren't in the same exact location as every other Walking Dead thing. I guess you could say this is a nitpick, but why is it always Georgia?
I'm in Georgia!
Was that Ron White? Was that the blue collar comedy hour or whatever it was, where it was like Larry the Cable Guy, Jeff Foxworthy? Now listen, you might be a walker. Now, getting into my experience here, when I say this is a blind playthrough, I am kind of lying. Because technically, I did play the first episode when it was free on Xbox Live back in like 2014. But other than that, I have no experience with the game series. As a result, my run through episode 1 was a bit familiar, but there was also a ton of stuff that I completely forgot about, so just keep that all in mind as we go throughout the rest of this. Gay Lee Everett be like, yo, I'm Lee, and I'm gay. Anyways, Lee's cop car crashes into a walker.
There's been a shooting!
There's been a shooting that I did. Not because I'm black, though. He manages to make it out alive and comes across an abandoned house with a little girl running around. This little girl is none other than Clementine, whose parents were out of town when the shit hit the fan, and her caretaker clearly did not make it too far. Lee takes it upon himself to take care of Clem, promising to help her find her parents in Savannah, though he suspects that probably won't happen, because they're fucking dead. The Walking Dead. The environmental storytelling here is really good, where you can kind of figure out what happened here despite Clem's unreliable narration. I mean, it's not subtle environmental storytelling, like there's a voicemail that more or less confirms everything that happened, but my point is, it's got atmosphere, right? That's what's important here, is atmosphere.
Food! Water!
atmosphere. Clementine's introduction and her general presence throughout the game is meant to be something of a morality check for the player. While you could have been a complete asshole in the cop car and might be raring to fight some zombies guns a-blazing, Clem makes you rethink your actions. Everything that you do or say will leave an impression on her, everything from saying swear words to straight up killing people. So you need to consider how every choice will positively or negatively affect her. Even if you don't want to help her, you're still kind of stuck with her, so the game is going to make you like her whether you want to or not. And I would say that Telltale succeeded in that, since I do not know a single person who dislikes Clementine. I'd even say that that's quite a feat on Telltale's part, since Walking Dead fans seem to hate women, children, and minorities, and Clem is all three. Oh yeah, Clem is black, which doesn't matter at all, that's fine, but I think it's funny how she doesn't look black at all, especially after season 1. It's like they forgot what race she was. It's really funny. Listen here, Clem, I tell you what here, Clem, I need you to say the N-word for me right now. I say Clementine, man. I said free Clementine. The duo head into the street and come across Sean Green and his friend Chet. If Sean's name sounds familiar, that's because he's the son of Herschel Green, and he offers to take us to his family's farm. This is the first of a few comic characters who pop up in this series, and I like that they don't go too hard in the paint with it. It fits the narrative quite well, but it's not like, hey guys, remember the comics? Remember the TV show? I do think it's also worth noting how this came out right after season 2 of the TV show, where Herschel was a completely different character. Show Herschel was a misguided but kind-hearted man, but comic Herschel is a bit of an asshole. There's a lot more edge to him in the comics. When I first played this back in 2014, I was very confused as to why he was so different. Anyways, Herschel treats Lee's leg injury and lets him and Clem stay for the night, but not before asking us some questions. He asks us what caused this injury, and I went with the lying option here. Now listen, comic Herschel doesn't exactly strike me as racially accepting. I can't let this guy know that I'm a criminal, right? But regardless of if you lied or not, Herschel interprets your answer as a lie, and it later tells you that he doesn't care about who you are or how you got here, but if you're gonna lie, you gotta be a little more convincing. This is a great way of introducing to the player that, yeah, you can lie if you want, but those types of choices are going to have consequences.
You lie, and I take a shoe in the nipple.
The next morning, we meet one of the best characters in this entire series, Kenny, as well as his wife and son, Kaja and Duck, who were also staying in Herschel's barn for the night. Right off the bat, Kenny is the fucking homie, dude. A redneck family man, tells it like it is, wholesome ass dude. I love this guy. He's really hard to dislike, I'll tell you that. Lee and Kenny offer to help fix the farm's fence, which is that's a really hard sentence to say, by the way. Lee and Kenny offer to help fix the farm's fence, which is when we are presented with our first major decision of the game. Walkers attack the fence and get a hold of Sean and Duck, and we are forced to choose who to save. I do not remember who I saved the first time I played this a decade ago, but the fact that I had played this before ended up kind of fucking me here. I planned on saving Duck, since not only did I want Kenny in my corner, but I knew that Sean was scripted to die anyways, since Sean is a walker in the comics. In the barn. Carl, there's walkers in the barn. Carl. Rick Grimes, Carl. Anyways, my point is, even if I hadn't played this before, I have read the comics, so this was a pretty safe guess to make. It was a bit inauthentic because, again, I knew what to expect because I had outside material, which isn't really how you're supposed to play the game, but that's not the point, whatever. But I did not realize that this choice was being timed. So before I could rationalize to my chat the choice to save Duck, I ran out of time, meaning Lee just stood there and did nothing, thereby getting on everybody's bad side. So either I gotta save Duck or I gotta save Sean. I gotta help Duck. Because I think Sean's cannot... Who did I pick in the first time? I don't remember. Fuck, no! I didn't mean to do that! Fuck!
Help me! Get this tractor off of me!
I didn't realize that was being timed. I learned the hard way here that you do not always have time to think through every decision, and sometimes these decisions are literally life and death. Though the outcome is always the same regardless of what you did here, it is the intent that matters, as your actions will influence the opinions of the other characters. This is the game testing you on how you will need to make these kinds of choices, how you will not have time to think them through, and how your actions are always going to please one person but piss off another. And in my case, I pissed off everybody, but you get the idea. This is the first, nuanced choice in the game, right? I think I fucked up really bad here. This is possibly the worst possible outcome. Because now everybody hates me. Everybody hates me. No matter whose son you try to save here, the father of the other one will think less of you for it. Again, I had context and knew that we weren't going to be staying at the farm for long, so I had incentive to help Duck, but we aren't always going to have context and foresight. This is the first major lesson that the game tries to teach you, and I think they teach it quite well. Gee fucking willikers. The next section of the game takes place in Lee's hometown of Macon, where the group meets with another group hiding out in a pharmacy. The pharmacy group consists of several important characters that will be quite important for the rest of this. I just said they were important. That was very redundant. There's Lily and her dad Larry, the latter of whom is a major asshole with a heart condition. Where was Larry during January 6th? He was not at home, I'll tell you that much. There's Carly, a journalist, Doug, a tech guy.
Your name's Doug?
And oh shit, it's Glenn! Glenn's in this game, guys. Hell yeah, dude. Shout out to Glenn. Fuck yeah, dude.
You are gay.
These two groups are immediately at odds with each other, since Larry very aggressively accuses Duck of being bit. The audience and Kenny both know that he isn't, so we have to choose who to side with. This was a pretty easy choice here. We gotta side with Kenny, because Larry fucking sucks in his way out of line. The choices throughout this conversation range from calmly de-escalating the situation to straight up violent threats. And I opted to go with the violent route because Larry is a bigoted asshole, and he kinda fucking deserves it. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for us, the conversation is interrupted by Clem being attacked by a walker. We save her, but the stress causes Larry to have a heart attack, or some shit, and he collapses to the ground. The only way to save him is to get into the back of the pharmacy and find his heart medication. But we don't have the key, which brings us to a gameplay section. Though I didn't really mention it earlier, the primary gameplay in this game is kind of walking around a predetermined area and talking to characters and kind of getting to know them, which will obviously influence your choices later in the game. And we have quite a lengthy one here in the pharmacy, with a lot of characters to talk to and get to know, and a lot of side stories and tangents to go on. There are also some puzzle elements here, which I really liked. Though I would also say that this first puzzle is a little clunky. Additionally, I think this set piece really lacks urgency, because we are ultimately trying to save Larry by getting to the medicine, but the player most likely doesn't like him because he fucking sucks, so I wasn't exactly in a rush to get back there. That being said, even if you did care about Larry for whatever reason, the pharmacy segment is a major slog. Like, it goes on for way too long, to the point where they have to break it up with another set piece. Which brings me to, gee willikers, great transition. In the interim, there's a brief side story involving Glenn. Lee and Carly go to help Glenn out of a sticky situation at a nearby motor inn. There's a girl locked in one of the rooms who sounds like she needs help, and Glenn, being as down bad as he is, wants to help her. We agree, and after a puzzle section, we meet the girl. Unfortunately though, she's been bit and simply asks for the gun to kill herself. This becomes one of the first real moral debates of the game, where Lee, Carly, and Glenn debate whether or not we should let her do it. Now, personally, I was fully in favor of letting her do it, since, let's be real, she's been bit, there's nothing else anybody can do, she's fucking cooked. This is the kind of debate that they never really presented in The Walking Dead before, at least not in like the TV show. I'm blanking on the comic, but I'm fairly certain the TV show didn't do this kind of thing until way later. Like, for comparison, in the TV show when Jim gets bit, they try to do like the most humane thing by leaving him on the side of the road where he presumably turned and is probably still out there somewhere. It probably would have been more humane to just put him down, but they were still so early in the apocalypse that they still haven't really adapted to that kind of thing yet. This moment in the game is very similar, except we just go through with it, which ultimately shows that these characters are a little further along in recognizing that mercy killing is sometimes necessary. It's also another morality test for the player, as what you define as mercy can be very subjective. Now, my rationale was that if you don't let her go through with it, you're gonna let her die in agony, but if you do, you're letting her die with at least some level of dignity. I mean, like, either way, she still dies, but how she dies is up to you and is obviously a reflection of your values. You very well might not care and want to save the ammo, so you might just let her fucking, turn on her own. The fucked up thing that always gets me about this scene is when Glenn asks why Lee is staying behind, and he replies that somebody needs to get the gun back. I always love when The Walking Dead does stuff like this, where the characters want to be as humane as possible. There's also like a dark angle, like a reality check to it, right? For another comparison to the TV show, and spoilers by the way, but when Carl dies, there's a moment where Rick puts Carl's gun on his grave, but then takes it back at the last second because he remembers that he's gonna need it for the war. In the apocalypse, good people will try to be as humane and sentimental as they can be, but there's always the pressing issue of survival. Yeah, it'd be nice if this lady was given a proper burial or went out in a less depressing way, and it would have been way better for everybody's psyche if somebody didn't have to stay behind and watch, but that's just the nature of the zombie apocalypse. Shit is fucked, but they still need to think of what's practical for their survival. R.I.P. Christian lady. You know what's crazy is because she's a Christian, she killed herself. She's going to hell now. That's crazy. That's fucked up. But back at the pharmacy, there is something that I have not yet mentioned. The big key thing about this pharmacy is that it was owned by Lee's family. His parents ran the place and his brother worked there. So this whole situation is very important to him. Throughout the course of this chapter, Lee finds his brother's walker body in the street and is forced to kill him to get the key to the back. This was pretty rough, but I had zero emotional investment in this. Like, I like Lee and all, but I think it's really weird how he has such a nonchalant reaction to seeing his brother's corpse in the street. Like, I think if he had a more emotional reaction, this would have worked a little bit better, you know? We also never see Lee's parents, as far as I remember, only the aftermath of their deaths in the office, which I think was a major missed opportunity, since one of the main themes of this game is parenthood. You know, Lee has to be a father figure to Clementine, so I think there could have been some kind of parallel between them and Lee's parents. Like, it's there, as I will get into in a moment, but it could have been a little bit more overt. This leads into a defining scene for the series, where Lee and Clem do a great deal of bonding in the office, where she asks him about his past. You can choose what Lee tells her about his family and what he omits, shaping Clem's opinion of him. I decided to just keep things vague for her sake, since she's too young to understand the complexities of all that, and quite frankly, I don't think Lee really does either. We are eventually interrupted by Carly, who reveals that she knows who Lee is, as she reported on his murder case. Saying this out loud also reveals this to Clem, who then questions whether or not Lee is a bad man. My response was apparently to say that the guy he killed was a walker, which I don't remember clicking, but sure, I guess. I don't know, I think that kind of ruined the scene a little bit, but that's just me. I really don't know why I did that. I don't remember doing that.
What made you go with that verse?
Either way though, this is the scene that truly cements Lee and Clementine as a surrogate father-daughter duo. However, I don't think that either of them realize it yet. They've only known each other for like a day by this point. But with everything going on in the setting, with Lee feeling like he failed his parents, the parallels to Clementine are super clear. Lee's relationship with his family was ambiguously rocky, so taking care of Clem is his way of atoning for that. He failed his previous families through committing that murder, where his parents, his brother, and his wife all think very differently of him. But now he has the opportunity to not let that continue by not failing Clem. She's like the daughter that he never could have had because he ruined his relationship with his wife. You know what I'm saying? And also, slight tangent, but does anybody else think it's really weird how Lee never mentions his wife, like, at all? Like, dude, he killed a man over her, so he clearly loved her a lot, but she's just never brought up ever again. You know, they spend all this time focusing on Lee's parents and his brother, which works in the context of this story, but why not put that same energy into exploring his wife? I don't know. I think it's weird. Could have been something to explore.
Is my wife.
Anyways, after a long gameplay section of solving a puzzle to get the keys to the pharmacy, we eventually manage to do so, but in the process, walkers are able to get inside. Each episode has several major decisions, with the final one typically being the most important and longest lasting. For episode 1, this choice is between whether or not to help Doug or Carly from the walkers, which will result in the death of the person that you did not choose. I decided to save Carly for a few reasons. Firstly, we had gotten to know her pretty well throughout this whole story, so it would have felt wrong to let her die. We didn't really know Doug all that well, so we didn't really care if he made it or not. Additionally, Carly is considered a pretty good shot, and that's a skill that could come in handy in the apocalypse. Doug was good with technology, but that can only get you so far, you know, especially in like a setting where there's no fucking electricity. The choice was pretty easy for me, but regardless, it does affect the rest of the season. There are no takebacks in The Walking Dead, much like in real life, so letting Doug die means that you will never see him again. Now, despite this being the first big, massive end-of-episode choice of the series, it's a rather simple one. You choose who lives and who dies. It's very simple, but it sets the stage for later episodes where the choices aren't always so clear-cut. This was the best route they could have gone in this case, but I can't help but feel that it was just a little too simple. That being said, I do like how it parallels the first big choice between Sean and Duck. With them, your choice didn't actually affect the outcome. It just affected the other characters' opinions of you. With that in mind, the game kind of tricks you into thinking that maybe this is also a trick question, and that the outcome is scripted anyways. You know, maybe you think Carly is scripted to die after all the character building they've done for her thus far, which might lead you to choose Doug. I don't know, I'm definitely overthinking this in hindsight, but that's kind of the beauty of the game. You know, you're forced to make choices rather impulsively, but that gets you to thinking what could have happened differently. You know, what was scripted and what wasn't. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm fucking saying? I don't know, I'm really overdoing this. I think I'm overdoing this. After our big choice, we try to make our escape. Larry tries to kill me. Hate that motherfucker. But Kenny tries to help me. Love that motherfucker. We managed to make it out, with the episode ending with the group going back to the motor inn from earlier as they begin fortifying the place and plan to survive there long term. Oh, and Glenn leaves the group because they need him over in comic book land. Bye, Glenn. Make sure to stay away from dudes with baseball bats. Hope you get some pussy. He does, in fact, get some pussy. The episode ends on one final stinger, which is that Larry knows who Lee is and what he did, which is why he's so distrusting of him. He agrees to keep it a secret for now, but if we do anything that could harm Lily or Clem, he will tell everybody and probably want to kill us. This cements Larry as something of an antagonist, because while he is unlikable, I think most fathers would probably act the exact same way in that situation. Yeah, nobody would be okay with a convicted murderer running around his family or around kids in general, so he's certainly right to be concerned. He's just kind of a dick about it.
Jeez, you don't have to be a dick about it.
I like how this pretty clearly contrasts with Carly, the only other person who knows about Lee's past. She's cool with it, but Larry isn't, showing us the two possibilities of how people can react if we tell the truth. Even in its final moments, the episode is still feeding us nuance and complexity, which is obviously meant to be set up for episode 2. Well, if it isn't Larry. I can't wait to kill you, dude. I cannot wait to kill Larry. Overall, episode 1 is the perfect pilot for the Telltale series. It introduces our core characters, establishes the major themes of the series, gives you a taste of what your major choices throughout the series are going to entail, and the ending is satisfying, but still leaves you wanting more. A lot more, for that matter. It's not perfect. Like I said, the puzzle sections can get a little annoying, even though they're kind of fun, and I think the pharmacy set piece drags on for way too long, but overall, really solid episode. And I was very excited to see where things would go in the future, since, reminder, I had only ever played episode 1, nothing else after this. Now, as a bit of an intermission, something I didn't really notice during my playthrough, but bothered the hell out of me when reviewing the footage, is that they say zombie a lot in this game. This should not be the case, since zombies don't exist in pop culture in the Walking Dead universe, so nobody should even know what a zombie is to even call them that. Granted, this is a thing in the comics as well, but the word zombie is quickly phased out. This is remedied by episode 2, where they call them walkers from now on, but that also kinda bothers me. In the comic universe, the main group does not call them walkers, they call them roamers, and other groups have various other names for them. I imagine that using the term walker was meant to make things friendlier to fans of the TV show who have never read the comics, but it is a little strange how everybody, whether it's in Lee's group or otherwise, all call them walkers for some reason. Where did that term come from? And why do they use it? I know why Rick's group calls them what they call them, but walker just kind of appears out of nowhere. I don't know, it's not a major criticism or anything, but this is something that just kind of irked me throughout the rest of the series. And even though they don't call them zombies, the word zombie still shows up like on text and stuff. Like when you hover over something, it'll be like kill zombie. It's like, that shouldn't say that. That's immersion break. It's immersion breaking. My immersion has been broken, and
Baba Booey.
I'm Steve Fat. I'm fat. Hey, yo, it's Fat Steve. What's up, man? I'm Fat Steve. How you doing, man? I'm fucking Fat Steve. I'm fat as fuck, man. Episode 2 picks up a few months later, where the group has picked up a new member, Mark, and have been surviving at the motor inn. We open with Lee, Kenny, and Mark on a hunting trip, as we learn that the group is dangerously low on food. They quickly come across another group of survivors, 2 teenage kids and presumably their high school football coach, the latter of whom has his leg caught in a bear trap. We almost immediately need to decide who to save. Do we cut the guy's leg off and save him, or do we help the friend who is holding off the dead? Either way, somebody's not making it out of this. I decided to amputate the coach's leg and free him of the bear trap, leaving the kid to die. Granted, I didn't know the kid would die, but I couldn't let this guy die in pain with his leg in a bear trap, you know? Also, it was just the way cooler option. Amputation is always the cooler option. Keep this in mind. We save the coach and we bring him back to the inn. While Kat gives him medical attention, we meet up with Lily, who is furious that we brought home another mouth to feed in the midst of our food crisis. Whoever made Lily the leader needs to have their head crushed by a fucking salt lick, because she isn't exactly the most rational person out there. Like, genuinely, how did the rest of the group let this happen? She can't take the pressure anymore, so she delegates the food duty to Lee, and therefore the player, forcing him to choose who gets to eat today and who goes hungry, serving as another morality test for the player. First things first, I fed the kids. In an emergency situation, it's always women and children first. That's how I always roll, right? Titanic rules. Clem and Duck get to eat, which most of the group doesn't seem to have a problem with. Yet I also made the controversial decision to feed Ben, the teenager that we just picked up. I would say that he qualifies as a kid, and considering what he just went through, I felt that he could use a snack. Like, hey man, I know you just saw your friend get eaten to death and a man get his leg chopped off and all this blood and viscera, but can I interest you in a pack of peanut butter crackers? Not gonna lie, I'm taking that deal. The others did not particularly like that I gave up our valuable rations to a complete stranger, but it just seemed like the right thing to do. For the last piece of food, we are given the choice to either feed ourselves or save it for somebody else, and I chose the latter. When you're in this type of situation, the last thing that you want to do is look selfish, especially with Lily up there judging our every move with the utmost scrutiny. For the last piece of food, I knew that Lily and Larry weren't getting shit, because they suck.
What happened to my food?
Eat dick, you old fuck. And Mark is a guy that we barely know. So my next choice was Kat. She's the doctor, you know, she does a lot for us, she does a lot for the group. I figure she could use a snack, but she refuses the food. Okay, fair enough. So then I tried Carly, who also denies the food. What the fuck? I then try Kenny, and he accepts it. And look, Kenny's the homie, but he should not have said yes to this. Kenneth, my brother, you gotta know women and children first. Those are the rules. Last I checked, you are not a women or a children. After this, Kenny confides in us that he is considering taking his family and leaving the inn, believing that it's not going to last, and he recommends that Lem and Clee come to... Lem and Clee? Did I just say Lem and Clee? And he recommends that Lee and Clem come too. This is not too important right now, but this will come back later. It's a setup type beat. Oh, and Clementine lost her hat. We promised to get that back. This seems mundane, but believe me, this will be important. Kat calls us over to tell us that she lost the leg guy. He is fucking dead. So now we need to decide what to do next. Before we can do that though, the guy turns into a fucking walker and tries to kill us, even though he wasn't bit. This is where Ben reveals that everyone is infected, which to the characters is big news. Granted, if you were familiar with The Walking Dead, then you probably already knew this, so this reveal doesn't really work very well for like established fans of the franchise. It's more so included so that people who don't know the franchise can get up to speed, which I guess is fine, but feels a little bit grating to a Walking Dead veteran, right? That being said, this is a quite important factor for a situation we'll get ourselves into later, so it makes perfect sense to bring it up. You know, it's set up for a much later decision in the episode. Ben also uses this as an opportunity to tell us his tragic backstory, and I don't really care, but this is all cut short when Carly spots two dudes approaching the wall. It turns out that their names are Andrew and Danny St. John, two brothers who live on a nearby farm. They are looking for gas for their generator and are offering to trade with us. Our gas for their food. We decide to check out the farm to see if it's safe, which is where the bulk of the episode and the gameplay takes place. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking don't engage. That guy's fucking dead. Reminds me of that the tank your swing. You guys ever see that video? I said tank really fucked up video. Take your swing.
Let's get to the dairy.
I doubt it. Take your swing. That's how that video ends. Our first task is for Lee and Mark to walk the perimeter of the town's electric walker-proof fence to check for any breaches. In the process, we are attacked by a group of bandits, and Mark takes an arrow to the knee. I mean shoulder. Did you really just do an arrow in the knee joke in 2026? What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. We head back to the farm so that Mark can get medical treatment from the St. John's mother, Brenda, and then Lee heads out with Danny to hunt down the bandits. Apparently, the St. John's have a deal with these bandits, which is a little suspicious, but regardless, they just broke their truce, so now it's gloves off. Not gonna lie, the deal with the bandits was my first red flag for the St. John's, because why are you making deals with these people? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And if you're making deals with them, what did you do that would cause them to attack you in the first place, you know? I wasn't convinced of anything yet, it was just very suspicious. Which is made all the worse by the fact that these guys look inbred as hell. Look at these fucking guys. At the bandits' camp, we find that it's been abandoned, but we do find a video camera, which will be very important later, and most importantly, Clem's hat. Which raises the question, who are these people? And why do they have her hat? Well, we quickly get something of an answer, as one of the bandits, a woman named Jolene, appears and holds us at gunpoint. This lady is clearly fucking insane. Nothing that she is saying makes any sense, at least right now, and she is incoherently rambling. I try to de-escalate the situation and solve this amicably, but before I can do that, Danny shoots her in the head. This paints a much more ominous picture of the St. John's. You know, they already had a somewhat creepy vibe with their fucking inbred-ass heads. Like, there was definitely something off about them, and the deal with the bandits was certainly questionable at worst, but this moment and Danny's nonchalant reaction to it made me way more suspicious of them. He just seemed a little bit too comfortable killing that lady and handled it really creepily. Again, I had my eye on these people, I just did not know what to expect.
Hey, where'd you get that cheese, Danny?
Back at the farm, it turns out that Kenny is suspicious of the St. John's as well, and we devise a plan to figure out exactly what their deal is. We have been told that the locked door in the barn is off limits, and Kenny thinks that they're hiding some big secret in there that could pose a threat to our safety. Lee. While Kat distracts the brothers, Kenny and Lee break into the back of the barn to see exactly what they're hiding.
You know how to pick a lock, right?
Why, 'cause I'm black?
Why would you say that? Well, you're, you know, urban. You are not saying what I think you're saying.
Bars. We find a bunch of butchering equipment, and I immediately got the picture. These crackers are cannibals, and were probably luring us in to kill and eat us. These suspicions are outright confirmed when we are told that Mark is upstairs sleeping, but when we go to see him, he's completely missing. That is, until we find a secret room in the house with Mark inside, with no legs. They fucking bobbed this guy. He got bobbed. Or Daled. Shout out to Dale. The dinner bell rings, and we have to tell everybody the truth. Don't eat the meat. This was a sick-ass reveal. Honestly, on par with the Hunter's arc in the comics and the Terminus arc in the show. They all handled the same situation pretty similarly, though I would argue that Telltale does the best job at building up to it. Like, it's much more suspenseful leading up to it, which makes the reveal that much more engaging. Like, there is, like, 10 to 20 minutes of thinking like, oh, are these guys actually cannibals? Where's Mark? What the fuck is going on? And it just lets you stew with that for a bit, you know? Then when Mark comes crawling into the room with no legs and everybody immediately gets the picture, it's so morbid. It's also shown that some of our characters actually did eat some of the human meat before they knew the truth, specifically Duck and Larry, which was probably meant to be nothing, though may have been a level of foreshadowing. The atmosphere is great in the scene, but I do have two slight problems with it. One, I kind of figured it out already. As soon as you see the freshly used butcher's equipment, despite there being one pregnant cow and the general creepy vibe of the St. John's, I immediately got the gist. Like, yeah, I could totally believe that these guys are eating people because they're fucking weird. Oh shit.
Boy, didn't you hear the bell?
Oh, they are eating motherfuckers. And two, it seems way too early for cannibalism to be a thing. For instance, in Rick's story, regardless of the version, it takes the Hunters or the Terminians at least a year or two before they resort to eating people. The St. John's are doing this like 3 months in, which I guess on one hand does make them out to be crazy and evil, but on the other hand, it feels like there's a lack of desperation. You know, when The Walking Dead does cannibalism, it's only really something that the characters do because they are so desperate and have no other choice. The St. John's seemed like they had options for food, so it doesn't seem like they were particularly desperate for survival. They just didn't have access to meat. And hey, maybe that's the point, right? You know, maybe they never were desperate for food, they just liked killing the bandits and gangs around the neighborhood and figured they shouldn't let their bodies go to waste. We are never given a backstory for how they got to this point, which is fine. They don't need it because it adds to the mystery of it all. You know, whatever pushed these guys to this point doesn't matter because now we're victims of it.
Get your fucking hands off my daughter, bitch! I'll kill you! Kill you! No, this motherfucker got me fucked up!
After the big reveal, we wake up in a freezer with Kenny, Clem, Lily, and Larry, and immediately start hatching escape plans. We figure something out, but in a not-so-surprising twist, Larry has a heart attack and collapses to the ground. Fearing that he might be dead, we have a choice to make. We can either try to save his life, or we can kill him so that he doesn't turn, which we now know happens regardless of if you're bitten or not. I was absolutely thrilled to see Larry dying, so of course, I took the opportunity to crush his head into paste. Now, granted, the game did attempt to get you to sympathize with him a little bit earlier in the episode, where he is made out to be the reasonable one between him and Lily. That being said, still didn't like Larry, and I certainly didn't like Lily, so I wasn't exactly jumping at the chance to try and save him. Would it have been the more humane thing to try and save him? Yeah, probably. But if I wasn't gonna do it, Kenny certainly would have. And Lily already hates us anyways, so might as well make the situation worse. Your choice here is also kind of predicated on whether or not you think Larry is even still alive to begin with. Like, he very well could have just died on the spot, but he could also still be kicking, so you never really know. Which makes it a little bit darker if that's the case. Also, fuck Larry. That guy fucking sucks. I hate him.
Refused to give me my day's rations back at the motor lodge.
Yeah, because you're a
You
dick.
went out of your way to be an asshole to me tonight. You must really hate me.
Yeah, because you're a dick. Even if he didn't have a problem with Lee, he was still an entitled boomer prick, and that type of person is just no fun to be around. R.I.P. Larry, I'll let you decide what the P stands for. Penis! And now, the climax. We have to take over the farm and save our people. We manage to take down Danny and are given the option to kill him. I decided to just do it since these people are reprehensible. They are beyond saving. There is no way to come back from eating people like this regardless of their reasoning. Good fucking riddance, honestly. However, unbeknownst to us, Plus, Clementine was watching the whole time, so her opinion of us has changed. Keep in mind that in the previous episode, we never admitted to Clem about Lee's pre-apocalypse murder. Now she sees us kill a person for the very first time, which seems to make her just slightly apprehensive about sticking with us. Well, it's not really that big of a deal, since the game is scripted to have Clem follow Lee regardless of your choices, but I do think it would have been interesting if this choice would have made Clem, like, you know, be a little bit more distant towards Lee so that the player could have to, like, win her back or something like that. I feel like that choice should have had a little more weight to it, but it still works for what it is. We make it to the house, where Brenda is holding Katja at gunpoint. I try to talk her down, but really I'm just trying to push her back so that Walker Mark can get her. We do, and now Andrew is the only one left. We confront him outside in the rain, and we beat the absolute shit out of him. When we're done, we witness the hardest shot of all time, and are made to choose whether or not we want to kill him. At this point, I already killed his entire family, so mercy wasn't really on the fucking table at this point. Lee kills Andrew with his own electric fence, and the group walks away in the rain as a herd overtakes the farm. This is one of the coolest moments in the entire series for me. The whole episode has been slowly building to this big reveal, and then after all the suspense, it becomes balls-to-the-wall action filled with all of the moral complexity that the first episode had. The atmosphere is insane, it's just an overall great experience. One of the best episodes of the series. But that's not all, because on our way back to the inn, the group comes across a car filled with supplies. The car is still running, which means that the owner cannot be too far, but even so, we really need those supplies. Our final big decision of the episode is whether or not we want to go through with it. Do we take the supplies and fuck over this stranger, or do we leave it be? I went with the practical answer on this one. We take the supplies. We don't know this fucking guy, and it's either him or us, you know? I really like how this ties the whole episode together thematically as well. The whole episode revolves around food. The group is running out of food, they find a potential solution, only to discover how inhumanely this food is being sourced, and then stumble upon another solution that's also not morally great. While I don't think that the actions of the St. John's are equivalent to taking this random person's food, there is an argument to be made that it is also an unethical choice. The St. John's killed people to eat them for their own survival, but are we any better if we let this unseen person potentially starve to death to ensure our survival? I originally thought that this scene felt tacked on to the end here, but it actually fits perfectly. It essentially tests the player on how far they think is too far when it comes to survival. You know, most people would draw the line at cannibalism, but after seeing the worst of it, stealing from some random person doesn't seem as bad. It's pretty clever writing, and I may be looking way too deep into it, but it certainly worked for me. Among these supplies, we also find batteries, and Carly suggests that we use them on the video camera that we found earlier. The video shows Jolene, the woman that Danny killed at the campsite, as she is ranting and raving about how a group of bandits kidnapped, raped, and killed her daughter, causing her to go insane. We see that she's been spying on our group for some time, and took a special interest in Clementine, seemingly wanting to replace her own lost daughter with her. Boom, cuts to black. That's the episode. You know, after an episode that was already pretty stacked, they still managed to keep things interesting far after the climax with the car supply thing, but this part genuinely felt tacked on. Like, what was the point of the whole subplot with Clem's hat and the crazy bandit lady? Like, sure, yeah, it's tragic to know the truth, especially considering how this lady's story ended, but I felt that it didn't really add much to what the episode was doing thematically. Perhaps it could have been a way to foreshadow who Lee could become if he ever lost Clem, but it doesn't feel like that's what they were doing, you know? It was a cool reveal, don't get me wrong, but ultimately it was just kind of there for shock value. Even though this ending tag and a bit of the middle section of the episode were kind of meh, this is definitely one of my favorites in the entire series. Absolute fucking boner jam. After this is episode 3, which picks up 1 week later, where the group is exhausting the last of their supplies from the car. Lily is in charge of the supplies yet again, and is adamant that we can make it all work, but Kenny disagrees, believing that we should leave the inn to find somewhere with more food. I agreed with Kenny here, because that just makes more sense to me, which made Lily hate us even more than she already did. To add insult to injury, she's also still salty that we, you know, smashed her dad's head in with a salt lick, and is very unwilling to play ball with us. She's on edge for pretty much the entire episode, but it's not just about her dad. She suspects that someone has been stealing supplies, meaning that there is an imposter among us, and we agree to help suss out who it is. With the help of Duck, of course. Detective Duck is on the case, dude. Let's get dangerous. During this time, we get our standard walk around and talk to people gameplay section, which has some pretty funny interactions. For instance, I decided to get Lee to put the moves on Carly, because fuck it, why not?
Our group is small.
You're small.
Hey, yo, what? Pause.
As a reminder, Carly knows that Lee is a convicted murderer and is currently the only other living character who knows the truth. In the last episode, she mentions that we should come clean to everybody, but that moment kind of comes and goes, so here is where she really starts pushing for it. At this point, I decided to keep it a secret though, because with all that's going on right now with the supplies and the inner conflict, and the fact that Lily hates me, it's probably not best to throw a wrench into this whole thing.
No shit.
No shit.
It wasn't for touching kids, was it?
Oh, man, come on, man.
What? I gotta ask.
Plus, we're a few months into the apocalypse at this point. I don't think this would really change anybody's opinion of Lee, considering he killed 2 people back at the farm, one of which was in front of everybody. Like, yeah, they know I'm a murderer. Best not make them think I'm more of a murderer. Because you're a murderer. Okay,
go,
Mexican
Mexican
racist. It turns out that Duck was a master detective, and he is able to lead Lee in the right direction, where we find a bag of drugs hidden outside the wall. We bring them to Lily, but we still don't know who did it, which drives her crazy. But our investigation is cut short when the bandits from the previous episode arrive and start holding our people hostage. Despite their differences, Lee and Lily need to work together to free their friends, which leads into an action section. I know action's not like the point of these games, but I do kind of wish there was a bit more of it, because this section was really fun. Like, I don't care if it's like an on-rails time crisis type beat, but it would be a fun way to change up the pacing a little bit, you know? Decision-based gameplay can only be so engaging, and quick-time events are kind of annoying, so I think that adding some action would have added to the dire nature of the apocalypse. We managed to free our people, but more bandits and the dead are closing in, forcing us to leave the motor inn in a hurry. And for the record, this was Kenny's original plan, so my cracker stays winning, bro. Well, for now he does anyways. While on the road, Lily is just sitting there stewing in her anger, knowing that someone in this RV caused all of this. We stop and get out for a minute, with Lily just hurling accusations left and right, specifically focusing on Ben and Carly. This segment was really cool from a gameplay perspective because of how fast-paced it was. You know, it was just decision after decision after decision, one after the other, where you either de-escalate the situation or make it worse. You know, it forces you to think relatively quickly. Regardless though, Lily snaps, and in a massive shock, she shoots Carly in the head, killing her over her suspicions. The girls are fighting, as they say.
Now, what the fuck's the problem?
This is fucking bullshit. This is one of those moments where The Walking Dead actually got me with like one of those abrupt surprise deaths. You know, it reminded me of Axel, you know? Shouts out to Axel. Or Marco, to a lesser extent. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. Jokes aside though, this was my last straw with Lily, because while I totally understood the position that she was in, what with her dad dying horrifically right in front of her and carrying the burden of the whole group, this was way out of line. We are given the choice to either kick her out or let her stay, as what I assume would be a prisoner. But I chose to kick her out, because there is absolutely no way I'm letting this lady do the same thing to anyone else in this group. Now, if she flies off the handle like that, there's no telling what she'll do in an even higher stress situation. Now, is letting her go basically the same thing as leaving her to die? Yes, but she kinda deserves it after the line that she just crossed. But maybe I'm biased. Let me know in the comments if you thought Lily was worth saving. I thought this bitch was fucking wacko mode. Charles Entertainment Kirk got fucking shot in the neck. The even bigger downer to all of this is that this all happened right in front of little Clementine. She just watched somebody get murdered over something that she doesn't understand, so she's obviously pretty shaken up by the whole thing. Lee tries to comfort her, but to make matters worse, we learn that Duck has been bit. In such a short time, Clem has seen way too much violence and death and is still too young to fully grasp any of it, which puts Lee in a very strange position, where he has to not only explain to her the reality of the world, but also keep her from the darker parts of it so she can retain some kind of humanity. This is quite an important scene for Lee and Clem's relationship, and is even referenced in later games. It's his way of telling her that the world is beyond fucked, and there's nothing you can really do to be ready for it. So you just kind of gotta live with it. You gotta take things and you gotta take it as it comes, or some shit, I don't fucking know. And I also think that Clem and Lee's dynamic is meant to parallel Kenny and Duck's. You know, Kenny tried his hardest to shield Duck from all the horrors of the world, and while in this case that kind of stuff is inevitable, it resulted in him being too dependent on his parents, which led to him getting bit. Lee tries to do the same for Clementine. You know, he tries to shield her from the world as much as he can, because a lot of this stuff is far too intense for somebody so young. But Lee succeeds while Kenny fails, because Lee does eventually show Clem the harsh reality, whether intentionally or not, and she ends up
being way better off for it. I also think this is part of why the Detective Duck segment was included in the beginning, to show that Duck can be pretty crafty when left to his own devices, but Kenny and Katja always keep him at arm's reach and keep him somewhat sheltered. While it ultimately wasn't really anybody's direct fault that Duck got bit, it was the result of Kenny's parenting style, where he didn't seem to believe that his kid could handle it. Lee doesn't know if Clem can handle it or not, but he doesn't try to hide the truth from her anymore. Or maybe this is the biggest stretch of all time, I don't fucking know. The next day, the group comes up on a train blocking their path, which they determine could be a safer way to get to Savannah. Well, that was their destination, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. They're going to Savannah, which is where Clementine's parents are supposedly at. It's a whole thing. I didn't mention that. It's not important. It's kind of important, but it's not important. With the help of Chuck, some hobo that we picked up on the road, we managed to get this train working, which gives us the opportunity for some character moments. Matt's retarded with a capital P. The P means penis.
You touch any of my stuff?
The fuck is this guy? What's up, dude?
A few moments later.
Doesn't make any sense. Why would there be more?
You touch any of my stuff?
What the fuck?
I didn't take anything.
I asked if you touched it.
I didn't.
Why did this trigger again? Firstly, Kenny is dead set on getting to Savannah, since he hopes that somebody there can help Duck. After seeing his worsening condition, we need to talk to Kenny into stopping the train, and I decided to go down the non-violent route. Listen, bro, Kenny's the homie. I just can't fight him. I cannot bring myself to fight my guy right there, my feller, my broski, my crackers. In doing so, Kenny reveals that he feels guilty over the death of Sean back in episode 1, believing that it was his fault for saving his own son instead. He considers Duck's imminent demise as some kind of divine punishment against him for letting Sean die. You know, he let another man's son die, so he believes that God is punishing him by killing his son, even if he is still in denial that that's what's happening. This is the first real moment of Kenny being truly vulnerable, showing that he is the type of guy to blame himself for things outside of his control. I decided to comfort him here, which results in a rather heartfelt scene where Lee reassures Kenny of his actions. Yeah, he prioritized his son over somebody else, but that makes him a good father, and now he has to do what needs to be done for his family. Kenny finally stops the train, and he and Kat determine that it would simply be best to put Duck down, since there is simply no way he's going to make it. The way I played this, Kat ended up offering to do it herself, so she and Duck go off into the woods. We hear a gunshot, but upon investigation find that Kat shot herself instead, leaving Duck alive and suffering. This was a massive shock to me, and as somebody who wasn't entirely sure how deep the choice system was, I assumed that this was something that I did. Like maybe I made a choice way earlier that influenced her to kill herself way later or something like that. I just didn't know how much more effective that was. Yeah, what if she shot herself? That'd be fucked up. Oh my god, I was right. No. I said that as a joke. Either way, we still need to put Duck down, and after everything Kenny is going through right now, the last thing that he needs to do is put a bullet between his son's eyes. So I offered to do it instead. We put Duck down, but because of the urgency of the situation, we have no time to bury them, and we leave. This was one of the most heartbreaking moments in the game to me, and I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that. Kenny has proven time and time again that he puts his family first above anything else. Like we mentioned, he was the first to run to his son's defense at Herschel's farm. When we met the St. John's, he was willing to take the risk if it meant that his family could eat. His whole plan to leave the motor in was to keep his family from going hungry, and his last push to Savannah was a last-ditch effort to save them. Ultimately, he failed his mission as a father and a husband, through no fault of his own ultimately, making him a truly tragic character. He kind of feels like a mirror to Rick Grimes in a way.
Rick Grimes?
You know, they both have that same goal of protecting their wife and son, but one succeeded while the other failed. Rick becomes rather hopeful because of this, while Kenny gives into the darkness. He's kind of like what Rick would have turned into if he couldn't save his family. But because of who Kenny is, he blames himself for all of this and starts rapidly moving through the stages of grief until anger is all he knows. He becomes a lot more aggressive and is willing to take much bigger risks after this, because at this point, he doesn't have anything more to lose and just wants safety. His family was what kept him from acting rash, so now he's more prone to flying off the handle, leaving Lee and the others to try and talk him down, which which does not quite have the same effect. By this point, Kenny was probably the most compelling character in my opinion, but I do think it's because his arc is rather simple and is definitely something that we've seen before. It's nothing original, but it gets the job done with flying colors. After this is one of the most important scenes in the entire series, in which Lee, still reeling from all of the loss that they have just faced, starts to teach Clementine about the harsh reality of the world, and that she needs to be ready for anything, serving as a continuation of the RV scene. We teach her to shoot, talk with her about the morality behind killing people, and most importantly, we cut her hair. Now, the logical purpose of this is so that people or walkers can't grab her hair, but symbolically, this represents how both Lee and Clem have moved on from their old lives in a way. It's their way of accepting that this is their new reality. We are not this girl's father, but we still have a responsibility to keep her safe, and the most practical way to do that is for her to be able to keep herself safe. It's the first real bit of character development for Clementine, where she actually feels like a character and not a plot device. She has wants and desires by wanting to find her parents, which thereby gives her the incentive to want to survive, and the things that we teach her here are lessons that she carries throughout her entire life. Through all the chaos, Clem has the will to live that other characters don't, something that we are able to impart on her. We gave Clementine her humanity, which ends up being her defining character trait. It's a very simple scene, but it's arguably one of the most important. We leave Clem be, only to be confronted by Ben, who abruptly comes clean about he was the one who was giving the supplies to the bandits.
It was me.
Huh?
It was you?
The bandit supplies.
You rat bastard. This is obviously an insane thing to admit at all, let alone right now with all that's going on, but it is clear that he feels guilty for what happened to Carly, Katja, and Duck. Now, I don't necessarily blame him for doing this, even if it was a wildly stupid move, because he was just doing what he thought was right, and for a while it was actually working. But I decided to tell him to keep his mouth shut for now, so keep this in mind, it'll be way important later.
My pussy smells. My fucking penis smells like pussy.
The train stops when we hit a roadblock, during which we meet two new characters, Krista and Omid, two travelers who seem pretty chill, so we let them stick with us. Now, if I'm being honest, they aren't really important in this episode. Their inclusion here is more for setup, but Omid's pretty funny, he's low-key kind of the goat, but we don't exactly see eye to eye with Krista, but she's still low-key kind of the goat too. You know, they tag along, we do some puzzle-solving gameplay stuff, with the final big decision of the episode being whether to help Omid or Krista make it onto the train. Both of them make it on regardless, by the way. I chose Omid because he's the bro, but this only causes Krista to hate me even more. We've known each other for like an hour, and she's already my biggest op. It's crazy. Honestly, I thought this was a pretty lame final decision, and in all honesty, the last act of the episode just felt kinda tacked on. Like, don't get me wrong, all the stuff with Kenny post his family dying is great, as is the training scene with Clem, but that kind of feels like the emotional peak of the episode. Yet there's still like an hour left of just everybody being depressed. The episode is paced really weirdly, because the first half is balls to the wall, breakneck pacing, boom, thing happens, boom, another thing happens, boom, a third thing happens, and is totally unpredictable. But after the scene with Clem on the train, everything feels a lot more bland. It slows down a lot for what I assume is meant to be the last opportunity for the characters and the player to breathe, since everything after this is also kinda balls to the wall. I can certainly respect that, but it felt like it dragged on a little bit at times. Overall though, fantastic episode, certainly the most eventful so far, and possibly my favorite of the season. It's just pure peak Walking Dead where it's just like, here's a tragedy, and here's the harsh reality of that tragedy. Guess what? There's no happy ending here. That's low-key Walking Dead at its peak. Type shit. Bars. Peckers. Penis! The next episode has the gang heading into Savannah, with their goal being to find a boat and get to an island, or something like that. However, this is also where Clementine's parents were when everything went down, so she's hoping to be able to find them there, when, let's be real, we all know that's probably not gonna happen. Feeding into her suspicions is a mysterious voice on her radio, which she's been hanging on to for the entire season, and I forgot to mention, by the way, who is straight up telling her that he knows where her parents are and wants to help her find them. Right off the bat, this crack is a pedophile.
This cracker's a fucking pedophile!
Or at least that was my half-joking prediction. Not long into our trip into the city, we are approached by a herd of walkers that were seemingly guided to us by the church bells around the city. Someone is guiding the herds, and they just high-key kinda fucked us. Ben leaves Clementine behind to save himself like a coward, while Chuck fights off the dead to buy us time. This is the difference between a boy and a man. Shout out to Chuck, dude. Shout out to my favorite homeless guy. We find refuge in an old house, and and boom, gameplay section. We explore the house a bit, Krista still fucking hates us, and Chuck is MIA. However, this leads into one of the most important character moments for Kenny, when we head into the attic and find the walker of a little boy who used to live here. This obviously reminds Kenny of Duck, and how, based on our choices, he was unable to bring himself to put him down. We encourage him to put this kid down, since obviously these are two very different situations, but in the end, I just decided to do it myself. Looking back on this choice, I'm not sure why I encouraged him in the first place, but I think that either way, it fits Kenny's arc pretty well. You know, he wasn't able to do it the first time, and the second time, he still can't bring himself to do it, which I think makes his anger that festers throughout these next 2 episodes way more impactful. However, if you do let him do it, I think it could work in the sense that he finally did what he couldn't with Duck, but it doesn't make him feel any better, hence why he just gets angrier. This game just has a way of making all of these choices work narratively no matter what you choose. It is immaculate, sir. It's bars. I don't know why I said sir, that was fucking weird and gay. Next section takes us out of the house for a bit and into the city, where Kenny and Lee go to search for a boat. We don't find one, and Kenny spazzes. But before we can make any real progress, we spot a hooded stranger who we suspect was the one guiding the herds earlier and almost got us killed. They try to kill us again, but Clem comes to our rescue for some reason, which puts our attacker at ease. We find out that this hooded stranger is a woman named Molly, and she keeps making reference to a place called Crawford. From what she tells us, it is a supposed safe zone, but they apparently have zero tolerance for anyone who doesn't play by their rules, and more importantly, do not allow children there, the latter of which is why she didn't kill us. She saw that Clem was with us and knew that we weren't with them, hence why she trusts us. Exposition time is cut short though, and Molly helps us escape by climbing up the fire escape of a building and going to the roof. Wait, haven't I seen this before? Overall, this was pretty cool introduction for Molly and great foreshadowing for Crawford, but it does feel a bit trite. I don't think it's the fact that she has a similar intro to Glenn in the TV show, but something about it just felt like I've seen it before, you know? Which I guess is fair, you know, there's only so many ways to introduce a character in a zombie story, but given Molly's importance in this episode, it felt weird to introduce her, have her lay out all this exposition, and then separate from her for 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, maybe I'm bugging. I don't know. During the escape, Lee is unable to make it to the ladder in time, so instead he makes his way into the sewer. Dude, all I'm saying is the fucking dumpster was right there. Like, come on, guys, if we were gonna do Glenn in this episode, you might as well have just gone full Glenn. You know what I'm saying? This leads into a fun little puzzle section where we have to find our way out. I always go back and forth on the puzzles here. You know, sometimes they're fun and intuitive, like this one. Sometimes they're redundant and boring, like, you know, episode 1 back at the fucking pharmacy. They're kind of hit or miss with the puzzles, but regardless, I do wish there were kind of more of them, because they're kind of fun. We find Chuck's lifeless corpse, RIP Chuck, still don't know how he got down here, and we make it to our destination. Except, instead of a way out, we find, oh fucking shit, it's elderlies! Vernon and his group of olds were, as it turns out, previously citizens of Crawford, who were kicked out when it was discovered that they all had cancer, meaning that they were no use to the community. We managed to convince this cancer crew to help us get back to the group, and they agree when they hear about Clementine. Overall, a lot of this episode has just been set up so far with not a lot of substance. It's like, oh hey, here's a new character, here's an evil community, here's another new character who was affected by the evil community. Like, it works and all, but it's all like set up. And until this point, you don't really quite get emotionally invested in anything going on, aside from the stuff that was established in earlier episodes. Like the Kenny stuff in this, fire. Bars. And of course, anything with Lee and Clem always goes hard, but it kind of feels like it's racing to get to the Crawford stuff, you know? Anyways, with the cancer crew, in my choices, I was honest with them about who Clem is. She's not my daughter, but we are trying to find her real parents, and believe that they could possibly be at Crawford. However, all this talk about Clem and her parents, along with the fact that Crawford doesn't allow kids, or pretty much anybody who could be a liability, gave me a bit of a theory. What if the reason that they keep mentioning Clem's parents is that they are the leaders of Crawford? You know, maybe they went crazy after not knowing that their daughter is still out there somewhere, so they closed the place off from kids entirely so that nobody else will have to go through what they did. I know that sounds like some dumb bullshit they'd pull on like the Fear reboot or something, but I think it would have led to some potentially interesting moments. Like, for example, with Clem's parents as the leaders of Crawford, they would have done some pretty bad things, such as leaving kids and elderlies to die. So maybe Clem has to choose between her parents, who are kind of crazy, and Lee, who has done right by her, with her decision being shaped by your actions. These were my predictions at the time, and spoilers, but they were very, very wrong. We make it back to the house and try to gather the troops and make a plan. Except, there's one problem. Nobody knows where Clementine is. Immediately, the player assumes the worst, so we go around looking. This is an extremely ominous moment, you know, with the music and the whole vibe. This game has demonstrated that anything can happen at pretty much any time, and with this radio pedophile still on the loose, it all makes you fear the worst. Like looking back on it, it makes no narrative sense for Clementine to be dead or missing in this particular moment, but just like the way the game builds this suspense makes you think that's possible, you know? However, we do find Clementine, and she has found our ticket out of here.
I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Everybody look at me because I'm sailing on a boat.
However, this boat needs gas and a new battery, which we certainly are not going to find on the streets since Crawford has picked the city dry. Our only option is to go to Crawford, so the group, sans Omid, make a plan to sneak in, get what they need, and get out. And we bring Clementine for some fucking reason. Now, why you would bring the child on a dangerous stealth mission is beyond me, but I guess it's safer if she stays in a group with this radio pedophile running around. Like, what would you rather deal with, alright? Sneaking into a gated community who will either arrest you or kill you on sight, or get molested. Personally, I'd rather nobody gets molested.
Let me get on the Picto chat so I can molest.
Upon entering Crawford from the sewers, we find that the place is no longer a thriving community. At some point, the dead got in and the community fell, with all of its inhabitants dying in the process. This was honestly a pretty good twist, because Crawford has been built up this whole episode as a community that places practicality above all else for the sake of survival. If it didn't help them survive, then they wouldn't have done it, which leaves you to wonder how a community like this could even fall to begin with. We get an implication of an answer later on, but the mystery presented here was quite compelling and was a great subversion of expectations. Our new plan is to split up. Kenny goes off to get the fuel, Vernon and Krista get the medicine for Omid, Ben stays in the classroom to try and get the armory open and to watch over Clem, and Lee and Molly go to secure a battery. The vast majority of this section is surprisingly character development for Molly, who up until this point has been rather mysterious. During our trip to get the battery, she spazzes on a walker for seemingly no reason, and then ditches us to go do something else while still having the battery on her. How the fuck are you climbing so easily with a car battery on your back? Do you know how heavy a car battery is? That's fucking crazy. This bitch got fucking Ash Ketchum strength. During this time, we meet up with Krista and Vernon in the infirmary, and it's there that we find a video camera where we can play 3 tapes found across the area.
Got my fingers crossed for a little freaky dinky.
The first one shows a woman being told that she is pregnant, and because of Crawford's rules against children, they will either have to abort the baby or kick the woman out. In the second video, the woman announces that she would rather leave Crawford and keep her baby, kills the doctor, and takes his gun, likely leading to the collapse of the community. These do a pretty great job at displaying how truly evil Crawford's methodology really was. Like, yeah, you kinda get the picture when you hear like, oh, they don't allow liabilities, but you don't really see how evil it truly is until you see how it actually worked and how it actually affected people on like an emotional level. Their cold, robotic approach is straight up sociopathic. Like, the way this doctor doesn't even seem to care about ruining this woman's life is diabolical. And not to get into the whole like abortion debate, but it's pretty clear what kind of message they were going for here, you know? Or maybe it wasn't clear. I don't know. That's up to you. Well, artist, subjective, crazy, gee willikers, giggity. I'll giggity loads. Anyways, the third video that we can find shows Molly and the doctor, clearly in the aftermath of getting freaky. I just did the little tongue thing. It turns out that Molly's sister, who we never meet, was diabetic, and because Crawford would consider that a liability, they would need to kick her out. However, Molly made a deal with the doctor to exchange sexual favors for insulin for her sister and to keep that all a secret. Now, for whatever reason, my stupid ass assumed that the sister was the girl in the other video, and I don't really know why I thought that, but I don't know, I might be retarded. Anyways, this video shows the aftermath of one of these conjugal visits, where the doctor basically tells her that he can't keep this deal going anymore, and basically tells her to fuck off. Crawford's cold approach to these sensitive subjects clearly resulted in the death of Molly's sister, so her grudge against them makes a lot more sense, as does her spaz out with the walker earlier, who it turns out was the doctor. Bob, the doctor. It also shows us that Crawford wasn't as strict as they appeared, since there were people there willing to make off-the-books deals, however amoral they were, in order to get around those rules. Everyone there knew the rules were bullshit, ultimately causing the community's undoing. It's this kind of secondhand storytelling that I typically don't like, but I think it works really well here. They don't outright tell you what happened, but you get the gist, and even if you didn't, the specifics ultimately don't matter, because thematically, the point is that the more Crawford tried to restrict the way that people live their lives, the more cold they became until some people eventually snapped. As practical as they were, it was simply never going to work long term. When we confront Molly about this, she more than confirms our suspicions. She disappeared to go find a photo of her sister, and we give her our sympathy. I think this is a great way to humanize this otherwise kinda tropey character. Granted, they do it with another trope, but you know what? Sure, why not? Almost every Walking Dead backstory in the entire franchise ultimately boils down to, hey, my friend and or family died, please feel bad for me, and that's often kind of hit or miss. It takes talented writers to be able to make that kind of generic thing work, and with the way that they revealed it, I would say they stuck the landing here. They enhanced Molly's character while also further building the world, and those two things are intertwined. What I find most interesting about Molly, though, is that after the Crawford mission, she leaves the group, or at least she did in my playthrough. We never see her again after this episode, which leaves you to wonder what happened to her and what was ultimately the point of her character. And I don't say this in a bad way either, because when a character like this does enter a story and leaves it so quickly, it does make you wonder why they were included. I think that she was ultimately a plot device to introduce Crawford and the idea of guiding herds, but she had enough character to her that you didn't really notice that that's what she was, you know? She's an interesting character who I think is bogged down by the fact that the plot didn't really need her anymore. She was definitely underutilized, and I think it stands to the testament of the character writing in this game that people want to know what happened to her. I kind of like the theory that she was bit off screen and then tried to sneak away to avoid having to deal with telling people, which would have fit her character pretty well. Regardless, she's a pretty cool character. No major complaints. Shouts out to Molly. Pop the Molly, I'm sweating. Immediately after learning Molly's tragic backstory, the shit hits the fan and walkers are coming for us. And since we have all the supplies we came here for, it's time to get into the armory and get the hell out of here. We manage to get the door open, but Ben decides that this is a perfect opportunity to come clean to everybody with the deal he made back at the motor inn that got everybody killed. I advised him not to do this, but he did it anyways, and Kenny, who has undoubtedly been the most affected by his actions, completely spazzes out, and understandably so. Regardless, I decide that now is not the time to sort this out, but ultimately do agree that Ben needs to go. He meant well and all, and I don't think he's a bad guy, but there's no way that he and Kenny will ever get along. There's a little shooting section where we climb up the bell tower to escape, which culminates in the big decision of the episode. Ben falls off the edge, and we have to decide whether to save him or let him die. This was the first decision that honestly kinda broke me. In a panic, coming off of the revelation that Ben was responsible for the attack at the motor inn and all the other cowardly bullshit he did in this episode alone, and somewhat valuing Kenny's opinion of me, I decided to let Ben die. While I watched him fall to his death, I tried to rationalize it, but then almost immediately felt bad about it. This was the first decision that I've made so far where I felt that I genuinely majorly fucked up. The more I thought about it, the more I legitimately felt guilty about letting him die. That's not what I would have done. That's not what my version of Lee would have done. So why the fuck did I do that? Sure, he was responsible for the motor inn, which led to everything else after that, but he was only doing what he thought was right at the time to keep everyone else safe, and it just so happened to backfire. But it wasn't his fault that it backfired. If anything, it was our fault for interfering. I have always been the type of person to believe in redemption, especially for somebody like Ben, who was not even remotely a bad kid. Sure, he was asking to die because he feels bad for what he did, and even if he did deserve it, the punishment did not fit the crime. I let him die because I was caught up in the idea that he was irredeemable, which was clearly influenced by recency bias. Aside from just kind of being a lazy bastard the whole episode, the most recent thing that we learned about him is that he is indirectly responsible for Kenny's family dying. And Kenny is, of course, the homie, so I could not let him live with him watching me. Hell, it probably shouldn't have been my or Lee's call to make, since it was Kenny who has been most wronged by his actions. Again, Ben was not a bad person, so why did I let my most recent opinion of him overshadow what I knew to be right? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this is exactly in line with who I am as a person. I am naturally indecisive. I can't even decide what the fuck I want to eat for breakfast in the morning. I have a bad habit of avoiding making a decision until somebody else pressures me in one way or another, even if that decision isn't at all what I want. If I am given a choice between two things, I will typically go with the first choice that somebody else recommends, or I will avoid choosing something that makes other people upset. In the case of choosing whether this teenage kid lives or dies, I did exactly that. I wasn't thinking of how it would play out in the long term, nor what I would have actually done, but rather I let Kenny's presence influence my decision. But does that make me a bad person? I mean, it certainly makes me a pussy, but am I a bad person for letting this happen in the heat of the moment? You know, Negan himself once said that not making a decision is a big decision, and I have been living that way for my entire life. After reflecting on my choices in episode 4, I made a silent vow to myself that throughout this game, I would no longer make choices based on meta things, like if it would make the story better or anything like that. I am going purely based on what I would do in that situation. But was I already doing that from the start? Because clearly this action was something that I did, and the game was influencing me to do it, and I gave into that. Well, I guess that is the beauty of this game, right? That it'll have you questioning every decision, even if it's something that you think is right at the time. The game likes to fucking trick you and fuck with you. Anally fist you sexually, alright? In the aftermath of it all, we have a brief scene with Clementine, where we have to break the news to her that we are not going to be able to search for her parents. We know that it's because they're probably dead, but Clem doesn't seem to quite understand, and this just crushes her. I had to keep it real with her though. I cannot lie to Clem. It just feels wrong, so telling her the truth without straight up saying, oh hey, your parents are dead, was like ripping off the band-aid. It wasn't pleasant, but it needed to happen, right? This is probably one of the saddest moments in the entire series for me. You know, just watching Clem turn around and cry herself to sleep. It's fucking brutal, man. And all of this happens right after declaring to Vernon that we are Clem's caretaker, and anybody who gets in the way of that is going to lose. It's interesting how Lee kind of goes off the deep end with Vernon here, declaring that Clem is his, not because he's necessarily the best caretaker, but because he and Clem have been through too much together. They have an emotional bond, which isn't always a practical one. I really like the irony of Lee declaring this, followed by making Clem cry about her real parents. It reads very tragic, but could also read as rather sinister, depending on how you play it. But either way, it does feel like Lee doesn't care about her real parents, because he's her parent now. And if they do happen to be alive, he'll lose her just like he lost his previous family. As much as he does for Clem, he's kind of selfish when it comes to who gets to take care of her, showing that Lee is still very flawed despite his altruistic actions. This perhaps even alludes to how everything went down with his wife before the game started, where he probably loved his wife, but resorted to anger when she tried to replace him with someone else. Lee does not want to be replaced, which manifests as him lashing out, even if it ends up harming the very people who he's afraid will replace him. Does that make any sense? What I'm getting at here is that Lee and Clementine's relationship is considered one of the best in gaming for a reason, and for a while, I didn't really see why. Up until this point, it was pretty generic, albeit very well written. You know, we've seen the whole troubled man finds daughter figure trope before in fiction, but this was the first time that The Walking Dead did something new with it. In episode 1, we see their bond start to form in the office scene, but now Lee is in too deep in that his care for Clem is making him a bit darker. Well, as a person, not literally, because, you know, he's already black. Usually, this trope has the new daughter figure making the father figure a better person, but in this case, certain things push Lee to be the bad guy, and it's up to the player to decide if he goes down that route or not. Whether or not he kills people, how honest you are with Clem, and everything in between, every choice the player makes decides if Lee is made a better or worse person by his care for Clementine. I pronounce it Clementine. Free Clementine. After this, Lee awakes to find Clementine missing yet again, just like earlier, because she already disappeared. It's like, all right, well, we already did this. Let's look again. Guess we gotta do it again, right? Fuck. We search around, but we cannot find her. Only finding her hat in the yard and her walkie-talkie in the street. We go to pick it up, but we are attacked by a walker, and boom, big twist, Lee has been bit. The others approach us, and in the heat of the moment, we are made to choose whether or not we tell them that we got bit. I decided to hide the bite. Not that I'm a hide the zombie bite kind of guy, but in this particular instance, Clementine is missing and we need to get her back. The bite is not our problem right now. We got bigger fish to fry. Now, this moment is actually very important, because depending on your choices and who you saved throughout the game, only some people will join you on your mission. For me, I sided with Kenny a lot, and Krista kinda hated me. So Kenny was willing to come with me to search, while Krista and Omid stayed behind. I think it's really cool that the relationships you form end up making a difference in the finale. Something that I think later seasons kind of struggle with to a degree. You know, like they do it, but like not in the same way that season 1 does it, you know? You make the right friends here, they're in your corner. Thinking that Vernon was the radio pedophile, we head back to the sewers to try and catch him, but he is nowhere to be found. The radio pedophile then reveals himself as not Vernon, but somebody else, but claims that Clem is safe. Of course, we want to hunt him down, but boom, cut to black, next episode. That is quite the cliffhanger, if I do say so myself. Overall, episode 4 was one of the more nuanced in the game so far. There's so many interesting moral dilemmas in this one, with Molly's whole character, the entire sub-story with Crawford, and of course the Ben reveal and decision. However, it takes its sweet time building up to these moments in a kind of reverse of what episode 3 was. Episode 3 was balls to the wall for the first half of it, and then it really slows down in the second half, while episode 4 was slow as shit until Crawford, and then everything starts to fall into place. Of course, the stuff between Lee and Clem is great character work, and the ending stinger with the bite and Clem going missing and the radio guy all lead up to a great cliffhanger that really makes you want to jump right into the next episode. Overall, no complaints here. Solid episode, though certainly not my favorite. I've got a lot more criticisms of it than usual. And now it's the season finale. Clem has been taken by an unknown captor, Lee has been bit, walkers are flooding the streets, and it seems like there's no time left. Right off the bat, regardless of if you hid the bite or not, the others find out about it anyways and decide to do something about it. Luckily, I had Kenny in my corner and he was gonna figure something out. The decision here now becomes whether or not you allow him to cut off Lee's arm. Now, my rationale here was that at this point, it doesn't really matter. Lee has clearly been bit for long enough that it's like affecting him, like he's already passing out and shit. So even if I did cut it off, it's probably way too late. But in the off chance that it's not too late, then he gets to live. So naturally, I decided to cut it off. Now honestly, I kind of just did this one for shits and giggles, since the writing was clearly on the wall here that Lee is probably gonna die. Can we just admit that we all knew this was gonna happen? Like, I've never played this game before, but even I knew that Lee doesn't make it too far, because the story has been very clearly building up to it. We managed to make our way back to the house, only to find Omid and Krista locked in the boathouse. The cancer crew double-crossed us and took the boat for themselves, so now our plan is fucked, and we're on our own. Regardless though, that's not our problem right now. Our mission is to find Clementine, which leads us to the rooftops. And I think this would be a good time to point out how quickly this episode is paced, since there are often not these long extended gameplay sections that we're used to, where you can like take the time to talk to every character and interact with every object like there has been before. This was clearly done intentionally to emphasize the urgency of the situation. The episode is literally titled No Time Left, which reflects the breakneck pace that we're moving at here. It's also really fast in terms of duration as well. You know, every episode up until this point has been about 2.5 hours or so, but this one is shorter by about an hour. If I wanted to be really pretentious, I would say that this was also intentional to subvert the player's expectations, like, oh, there's an extra hour left, this can't end now, but I don't think that's actually the case. I think they just had a story they wanted to tell, and it just so happened to take an hour less to tell it, you know? Anyways, on our journey through the rooftop, Krista falls into a building, and walkers are surrounding her fast. In an attempt to save her, Kenny jumps down into the building with her, giving her a boost up, and seemingly sacrificing himself to the dead. Kenny is supposedly dead, but I did not believe that for a goddamn second. First rule of The Walking Dead: if you don't see them die on screen, then they ain't dead. Regardless though, this fits Kenny's character decently well, since he and Krista have never really gotten along. The fact that he would sacrifice his life to save her despite disagreeing on pretty much every major group decision is truly telling of his true character. Kenny's a good guy at the end of the day. He's just been going through some shit, and anger is the only way he knows how to handle it. Krista, who if we haven't mentioned yet, is pregnant, also ties into this. She has consistently disagreed with Kenny, and the player, and aka me, but she's only doing what she thinks is right for her and her family. That's also exactly what Kenny has been doing from the start, and I think it makes sense that he would save her here, because he doesn't want to see another family torn apart, literally and metaphorically, by the apocalypse like his family was. I think this worked pretty well as an exit for Kenny, but it could have been better. That being said, while I did try to avoid learning about what the alternative choices were while I was playing the game, I was also informed of the alternate exit for Kenny, which to me feels way more canon. If you saved Ben in the previous episode, he comes with us in our rooftop escape, but falls when crossing a gap, impaling himself on a piece of metal as walkers rush into the alley.
Oh look, you've been impaled.
Kenny goes to his aid and ultimately puts the kid down before running off, never to be seen again. I think this works way better thematically given everything that was set up. Kenny hates Ben for indirectly getting his family killed, but recognizes his own humanity when he sees Ben in his final moments. He considers Ben's words, that I didn't get to see because I killed him, where he explains his perspective on events, and Kenny seemingly agrees and acknowledges that. Each character gets a kind of redemption, where Ben gets to explain himself while Kenny saves the one guy that he really can't stand right now. This just reaffirms to me that I really fucked up by letting Ben die, but hey, it was a blind playthrough, how the fuck was I supposed to know, right? Regardless, I think this scene makes way more sense narratively and thematically as an exit for Kenny, though the Krista version also works pretty well too. The Krista version is like passable, the Ben version is just way better. We make our way to the hotel where Clem's parents were supposedly staying at, and we manage to confront her kidnapper. It turns out that this guy, who the game calls the Stranger, was actually the owner of the car that we stole supplies from back in episode 2. By doing that, we basically signed his family's death warrant, as his wife and children would die not long after, and he blames us for all of that. At first, this seems like reasonable grief, but then you realize that he's keeping his dead wife's walker head in a bag, and then you think, okay, this guy's fucking nuts. I mean, the idea of trying to take Clementine and start his new family is already a little bit wonky, but again, he's crazy. and that is something that crazy people do. While I am exaggerating a little bit, the game does a pretty decent job at getting you to at least sympathize with the stranger. Like, yeah, he's crazy as shit, very clearly, but as we've seen throughout the game, anybody can go crazy when they lose the ones they love. Herschel went off when Sean died, Lily went nuts after her dad died, Kenny is still going through it after his family died, and Lee would have probably lost it too if he didn't have Clementine. The game is giving us a situation that we know all too well by this point, and asking the player, at what point do you stop sympathizing with him? Do you want him dead right off the bat, or do you hear him out and try to handle it non-violently until he reveals his wife's head in the bag? At which point you're gonna get violent regardless, but that's not the point. On top of this, the stranger mirrors Lee in a way, where the stranger wants to protect Clem to make up for what he's lost, even though she can never truly replace his old family, while Lee protects Clem out of the kindness of his heart, hence why their bond is so genuine. Everyone wants a family to fight for, but that is not something that you can force. This was played with a bit in the previous episode, where Vernon suggested that Lee give Clem over to him, as he doesn't believe that she is safe with Lee. The stranger begs a similar question, where if Clem is so safe under Lee's care, then how was he able to kidnap her in the first place? He was never giving her safety, he was giving her the guise of safety. And the stranger being the owner of the car from episode 2 is actually a really great twist, as it further emphasizes the episode's whole theme about family, as well as further demonstrating how choices you don't think will matter in the long run end up mattering a metric fuck ton. The irony of us screwing this guy's family over to save our new family shows a level of hypocrisy on Lee's and the player's behalf. It's okay when we do it, but when anyone tries to do it to us, we fight back. It was our family or his family, and when you're in that situation, it is your family every time. It's also another morality test type beat, where knowing who owned the car and what your actions caused might change your perspective a bit. If you're like me, then you didn't even question taking the supplies, but knowing this, I felt a little bit bad about it in hindsight. I mean, like, I'd still do it again, but I feel like maybe 10% worse about it, you know? With the help of Clem, we managed to get the upper hand and fight the stranger, and while we are at a disadvantage because of our one arm, we managed to take him down, ultimately culminating in Clem shooting him in the head, marking her first human kill in the series. I think that this can be defined as the moment where Clementine fully grows up. Until this point, she has been very helpful in certain instances, but is ultimately still a child. She has seen heinous shit, but has never done heinous shit. This is the first thing she's done that could be considered morally wrong, and though it was ultimately for the right reasons, it's something that she isn't going to be able to take back. Whatever innocence that she had left is completely gone when she kills this guy. I also think it's very thematically fitting that Lee was the person who taught her how to shoot, and now she is able to put that to the test in order to save him. This episode is just full of all kinds of full circle moments. You can tell they really thought this narrative through. After the fight, we find ourselves covered in blood, and a walker approaches that doesn't attack us. Lee and Clem have discovered the guts trick, which pops up every now and again throughout the series. It really doesn't feel like Walking Dead without the guts thing, you know? This is our ticket out of Savannah, but first we need to actually make it through the herd. On our way through the herd, Clementine spots two walkers that she identifies as her parents, but before she can lose her shit, Lee collapses to the ground. We later wake up inside a bank, and Lee is in pretty bad shape. By this point, he and the player already know that he's not going to make it, so in a final act of good faith, he guides Clementine to find the exit. This is truly a culmination of the entire journey thus far. We've taught Clem all that we know, and now she needs to put all of that knowledge to the test. They really let this scene linger for a while too. It's like 10 minutes of this same camera angle of just Lee watching Clementine try to save him, which not only increases the tension of the situation, but it's also completely hopeless, which makes it all the more depressing. We've been protecting this little girl the entire time, and now it's her turn to protect us, and there's really nothing we can do about it. Again, this is a defining character moment for Clem. This is where she is fully able to come into her own, even if she doesn't know it yet. They also went crazy with the animation here. Like, the way the characters emote here is just way more impressive than the rest of the game. They're so much more expressive, to almost a cartoonish degree, which I really liked. Also, interesting parallel here, a little side note that I thought was interesting, is that the thing that brought us to Clementine was a cop who became a walker, and the two part ways with a cop who became a walker. Lee starts the game in handcuffs as a criminal, but he ends the game also in handcuffs, but as a good man. Something like that. I don't know, there's something there. Though Clementine is able to find a way out, Lee knows that his time is up. We are presented with a choice to tell Clem to either shoot us or leave us. I, of course, decided to let her shoot us, preventing Lee from turning into a walker. He offers some final pieces of advice, chief among them being to keep your hair short. Clementine pulls the trigger, cut to black. Lee dies in the end, and I gotta be honest with you, This was a little bit underwhelming to me. Granted, I knew it was coming. It's one of those pop culture things that everybody kind of knows inherently, especially if you are at all interested in anything Walking Dead. It's like the Darth Vader being Luke's father of The Walking Dead, you know? You see it coming from a mile away. Now, don't get me wrong, it is certainly sad. It's a very emotional scene. The performances are great. It certainly sticks the landing. But I don't know, maybe it's me. It wasn't doing too much for me, not gonna lie. That being said, I do think there's an argument to be made for Clem and Lee being the progenitor of all of these found family apocalypse stories. Sure, other Walking Dead stories have done things like this before, whether it's in the comics or the TV show, but never to the same degree, and certainly not in video game form. It was one of the first games to really do something like this, at least that I can think of, and its influence is undeniable. I can't think of many games that do the whole found family trope in the same way that Telltale does, but I can certainly tell you that we wouldn't have things like The Last of Us if not for Telltale's The Walking Dead. Even though I didn't personally vibe with it all that much, the final scene is the end to one of the greatest relationships in video game history, and I will absolutely miss Lee going forward. However, this also marks a new beginning for Clementine. The season ends on a post-credit scene showing Clementine on her own in a field as she spots two silhouettes in the distance. These are of course meant to be Krista and Omid, setting up the start of Season 2. Overall, Season 1 of Telltale's The Walking Dead is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Each episode is jam-packed, there are all sorts of interesting plot twists that you really can't expect, and above all, the characters are some of the best in the entirety of The Walking Dead. Obviously, Lee, Clem, and Kenny are like the untouchable goats, but Lily was interesting even though I hated her. Ben has a lot going on that could be pretty engaging. The villains, like the St. John's and the Stranger, toe the line between being ominous and outright evil. And even the one-off characters that last for one episode and then never appear again are pretty cool too, like Molly or Chuck. Shouts out to Chuck, he was a noble hobo. And Molly, the noble lesbian. The art style is the perfect way to bring the comic art style into 3D, and the cell shading still holds up today. Of course, the choices are the big draw to these games, and I think that Season 1 does a pretty good job at presenting nuanced scenarios that really make you think, even if there's no time to think. And if this is your first time playing, then you're gonna make some mistakes. There's gonna be some choices that you look back on and regret. And that's because many of these choices are intentionally made to feel like there is no right answer. And there isn't, because it's up to you what the right answer is. And the game will absolutely test you on what you think is right or wrong. That being said, Season 1 was fantastic. It was solid, but it was also very direct. And I think we're in for a treat with what's to come. But not yet, because we're gonna do the fucking DLC. Oh, gee willikers, motherfuckers. It's me, your boy, MattCMG here. Time for the first of 3 intermission segments. The first one, I'm gonna do some annoying fucking YouTuber bullshit. I have to plug my shit. We have to do it. I'm sorry, but not really, though. First things first, patreon.com/MattCMG. Over on the page for as low as $1 Rooney, you can get extended cuts of videos. You get these videos like a week or so early before they go out for everybody else. You get uncensored videos with uncensored feet. So if you want the grippers, you know where to go. And you get all that, and you support the channel in the process. Oh, who would have thunk? Gee willikers. And if you like the format of this video, if you like the stream clips that are kind of sprinkled throughout, then please check out my second channel, Matt's Meme Hall, which is where I stream. I also simulcast to Twitch and Kick. Links to all of those are in the description. So pick your poison, pick your platform of choice. Go follow me there. Watch the streams. Stop into the chat. Say hello ski. Say what up ski. Say I'm gay ski. And then we have gay sex. That's how it works. We don't have gay sex. For legal reasons, we don't actually do that. As for social medias, Twitter World, hit me up on Twitter World at MattCMGYT. I'm on the other fucking shit as well. Instagram, Blueski, TikTok. I'm on all them shits. I don't really use them, but I'm on them. Go follow me. I'm actually considering starting to re-upload old shorts to TikTok because I feel like the algorithm would probably be pretty good. I don't know. I'm dumb and retarded. What do I know? I'm black. Oh, and in case you missed the community post, in case you're not engaged in the CMG ecosystem, select MattCMG videos from past and future are now on Spotify. So if you're a Spotify guy, if you like listening to videos on Spotify for whatever reason, or just straight up watching them on Spotify, they are now there on Spotify. So if you want to rewatch the entire Walking Dead retrospective series, you can do that. It's now on Spotify. Links to all of this bullshit are in the description. Here's Season 2.
We've got some new drip for this one. I'm going full method on this one. I think we're going full method on this stream, dude. This is gonna be going full method for the rest of this playthrough, dude. This is the full method playthrough. Let's fucking go, dude. Bro, fist it up, dude.
Another excuse to hide my balding hairline. Hell yes, dude. Tempora dos, bitch. Ha. Hello, I am a vaguely European guy who has been in America long enough to sound vaguely American. Totally tubular. Tempora dos, baby. I don't really know how to start this one. There's like no interesting development history here. It's basically just like, hey, the first game did good. Let's do another one. You know, I don't feel the need to overcomplicate this. Let's just get into it. Giggity giggity goo. Quagmire. Season 2 picks up a few months after the first, where Clem, Omid, Krista, and her unborn child have been surviving this whole time, presumably in the woods. I mean, I can't imagine that would be too practical, but sure. Complete tangent. This is not in the script at all. That is one of my biggest fucking pet peeves with anything Walking Dead related, is when characters are like, oh, I survived for several months in the woods. It's like, why? How? Literally how? There's no way a person with no survival experience survives in the woods for 3 months, you know what I mean? No fucking way. No shot. Anyways though, this season we're playing as Clementine, which serves as a thematic passing of the torch from season 1. Lee, aka the player, taught her everything she knows, so now our choices, aka Lee's choices, become her choices, aka still our choices. You follow me? Shout out to Axel. The group takes a brief stop at a bathroom to clean up and whatnot, during which Clem is confronted by a teenage girl, who holds her at gunpoint and asks for supplies. I'm saying she's a teenager, by the way, because she's teenage coded to me. I don't know if she actually is. And dude, Clem is like 12 years old. Can we maybe calm down with the fucking gun? Alright? She's like 3'4", 12 years old, and unarmed. What the fuck is she gonna do? Did I just say 3'12"? Omid hears the commotion and tries to help, but in a surprise twist, he is shot by this unnamed assailant, who is then killed by Krista in revenge. Careful, Omid.
What a bozo.
No! You motherfuckers. You sons of bitches, dude. You goddamn motherfucker.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Krista, shoot that bitch.
I didn't mean
I wasn't serious. Let's calm down. Yo. What the fuck, dude? We fast forward about a year and a half later, with Clem and Krista at a campfire. There's no baby in sight, so the implication here is pretty fucked, and Krista goes off to find firewood, or some shit, I don't fucking remember. She is then confronted by a group of men who think that she's with some kind of larger group, and they want answers that she doesn't have. We try to save her, but in the process are separated, and the game kind of wants you to assume that Krista is dead. Now, keep in mind, we don't see a body, we didn't see her get shot or die or anything, so she might still be out there. Who knows? We won't know, by the way. Anyways, Clem gets thrown down a river, she's bit by a dog, and finds a group surviving in a cabin. Right off the bat, this season is pulling no punches. First, Omid gets got out of literally nowhere, emphasizing the stakes of the universe. It truly does feel like anyone can die at any moment. And having the first major death of the game be so early and to one of the most wholesome characters from season 1 is a real indication of what's in store. Nobody's off limits, shit can just happen with no warning or build up, it's gonna get pretty dark. After Omid dies, we are now left to wonder what happened to Krista's baby off screen. And I think the fact that they don't outright explain what happened is pretty effective. It lets your mind run wild and come up with the worst case scenario, but regardless, the baby fucking died. And this has clearly messed with Krista's head. Bars. I don't know why I wrote bars there. She is now very distant with Clem, so even if you liked her and were on her good side in season 1, you can feel the rift between them here. And even if Krista disliked Lee, like in my playthrough, she still very much liked Clem, so to see their relationship so strained is quite heartbreaking. Now, I do think it seems a little disrespectful to these characters by not even attempting to properly include them in the season and writing them out right at the start. I think it's a bit lame, especially considering that Omid and Krista were scripted to survive season 1 regardless, so the writers should have at least considered their roles in the story. Like, I think there's a lot to explore there with Krista after losing her husband and baby, but we just never get to see it. I see why they did this, since it makes a lot more sense gameplay-wise to start Clem off on her own, but it kind of felt like they were rushing to do so. We didn't have a lot of time with Omid and Krista before they're written out, so it feels very abrupt. But, like I said, the abruptness really adds to the seriousness of the situation, and it gives the season a very bleak and gritty vibe that really works well in the long run. And of course, thematically, the season is about how dark things can get and how you respond to them, even if you can't change them. And the quick death of Omid and the writing out of Krista both are in service to that. More on that later. Anyways, Clementine comes across a stray dog who at first seems pretty nice. It leads us to food and we try to feed it a little, but it goes overboard and tries to kill us. And in trying to get it off, it gets impaled on a spike. Dude, this game is pulling no punches. 2 people dead in the opening minutes, a dead baby, our only remaining friend missing forever, and now we gotta put a dog out of its misery. This is all in the first, 30 minutes, by the way. I guess you could say it's a rough situation.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
After this, Clem is found by Luke and Pete, 2 guys from a nearby cabin full of survivors. And the remainder of episode 1 has Clem trying to convince these new people that the bite on her arm is not a walker bite. The doctor, Carlos, thinks that it'd be best to lock her in the shed for the night and check up on her in the morning, with the rationale being that if she doesn't show signs of a walker bite, then she must be telling the truth about the dog. There's no way this guy's actually a fucking doctor, by the way, because it's pretty fucking obvious the difference between a human bite and a dog bite. Like, you dead ass. Like, how dumb are you? This is not enough for Clem, though, so she sneaks out of the shed and into the house to get supplies for her wound and do it herself. The main gameplay here is essentially a stealth mission / fetch quest, where we kind of get a better idea of who this new group is. Now, I do have to say, I kind of miss the more puzzly gameplay from Season 1, where you gotta do certain things in a certain order. Here, it's a lot more like a point-and-click adventure type beat, where it's more about being observant than puzzle solving, which is a bit of a downgrade if you ask me. Like, instead of oh, I have to find something to get this door unlocked or something, it's like, here, use the knife to open the door, and it's like, all right, well, it gives you a quick time. Like, a quick time event is way less interesting than actually having to think. During this segment, Clem gets help from Sarah, Carlos's daughter, who I'm 90% sure is autistic. She is clearly very sheltered, and as we later learn from Carlos, this is intentional to keep her away from the dangers of the outside world. I went with the nice route on this one, so Clem and Sarah are now besties. This isn't really that important right now, but it does set up a subplot for later, so keep this all in mind. After we get the supplies, we gotta stitch ourselves up, and in the process, we are attacked by a walker. And fuck, I missed my opportunity to drink the juice box. Shout out to Alvin for the juice box, by the way. Clem kills the walker, and is then confronted by the group, who finally see that she is telling the truth, and decide to take her in, at least for the time being. Which honestly, I don't think makes a whole lot of sense, because so they're confused about the dog bite and think it's a walker bite, but they see that she killed a walker and then are now convinced that it's a dog bite. What? How does that prove anything? This is where we really take the time to explore this new group. We already met Luke and Pete earlier, and both of them seem pretty chill. I like these guys. Luke is probably my favorite. Dude is absolutely the homie for sure. That's my fucking goat right there. Pete wasn't anything too special, but he looks like if Lee had vitiligo. I unironically wonder if that was intentional, and I'm only half joking when I say that. Pete's nephew, Nick, is a bit of a grump who can fly off the handle at any moment, and I really did not like him. He has a tragic backstory and all that explains why he's like this, but the unpredictability, probably not going to end too well for him. Like I mentioned briefly, Carlos is very protective of his daughter, commanding us to stay away from her, but is otherwise pretty mysterious. Don't know too much about him. Alvin and Rebecca are a married couple with a baby on the way. However, Rebecca has doubts that the baby is Alvin's, simultaneously revealing that Alvin is a bit of a pussy and that someone in the group is that baby's father, and we aren't gonna know until it's born, if at all. This adds a little internal drama, which has nothing to do with survival, which I think is very important. Not everything in The Walking Dead needs to be about survival or life and death situations. Sometimes shit like this just happens, and there doesn't need to be zombies involved. Where's Maury when you need him?
You are not the father.
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
So to sum it up, Luke and Pete are in our corner, Sarah is our bestie, we patch things up with Nick, Alvin is a cuck but he gave us a juice box so he's chill, and Carlos and Rebecca do not like us at all. Dude, the way they talk to Clem is fucking crazy here. They're hitting her with all these backhanded insults. I think Rebecca threatens to fight her at one point. It's like, dude, this is a child. It sometimes feels like the writers forgot that Clem is 12 years old because they all treat her like an adult. It's kind of weird. Anyways, I decided to just lean into Rebecca's hatred of Clem by further antagonizing her and leveraging the fact that we know that the baby might not be Alvin's. Whose baby is it?
Whose baby is it?
Excuse me?
If it's not Alvin's, whose is it?
You shut your fucking mouth.
You should probably think about being nice.
Yo, let's go. Let's leverage this, dude. Let's fucking leverage the secret. The episode ends on a mission with Clem, Nick, and Pete, who discover a bunch of bodies washed up on the river. They have clearly been shot, and Clem discovers that these were the same guys who attacked Krista the other night. Oh, and one of these guys was a 400 Days character, Roman from Shell's story. Not that it matters, because he's fucking dead, but cool, sure, whatever. I hope that's not foreshadowing for how little 400 Days is gonna matter, but alright. By this point, the cabin crew have also been name-dropping a guy named Carver, who we don't know anything about, but seems to be bad news given that they all think that he was responsible for this. Before we can finish investigating though, walkers attack, leading to the big final decision of the episode. Do we help Pete, who has been bit, on one side of the river, or Nick on the other side? Despite the fact that he got bit, I decided to help Pete because not only has he done right by me so far, but because Nick is kind of an asshole. I know I've described a lot of characters like this throughout this series so far, and I probably will continue to do so, but he's the kind of guy to fly off the handle. So if he died here, we'd honestly be like 10% safer, you know? But he escapes and we help Pete, leading us into episode 2. Personally, I thought that episode 1 was really good overall, but it kind of blows its load right at the beginning. The first 45 minutes of this one are just tragedy after tragedy. The pacing is so fast, which in this case is a good thing, because it sets the stage for how dark and desperate this season is going to be. But once we meet Luke and the rest, it slows down a noticeable amount, to where the final decision didn't really feel like it had much weight to it. You know, those final end of episode decisions have been really good so far. Things feel like they're leading up to them, and this one just really didn't. Like, the first and second halves of this episode feel like entirely different stories, since so much of the first half is about getting Clem on her own and transitioning from season 1, that the second half feels like a completely different thing. Which I get, but it's also pretty noticeable. That being said, they've put Clem and the player into a very interesting scenario, and managed to set up many of the various plot threads to come, so as a premiere, it gets the job done. Episode 2 picks up immediately after the first, where Clem is helping Pete escape from the walkers. They lock themselves in a truck, and Pete decides that it'll just be easier if Clem leaves him to die. I refuse to go without him, because Pete was low-key kinda the homie. He saved my life in the last episode, so it was only fair that I return the favor. It doesn't quite work out that way, and we unfortunately have to leave him behind to get help. Now, interestingly, I think Pete was meant to be something of a reference to Lee. You know, he gets bit, locks us in somewhere, and tells us to leave him behind. Now, maybe I'm looking way too deep into this, which is probably the case, but what if he is meant to be more than just White Lee? In fact, I think Pete's similarities to Lee are meant to subtly establish a core story/gameplay element of this season. It's the player deciding who will be Clementine's new Lee. Now, keep this in mind as we go throughout this, it'll be important later. Upon returning to the cabin, the rest of the adults go out to look for the other adults that went to look for us, leaving Clem to watch over Sarah. While the others are away, a man comes to the house, claiming to be looking for our group. I tried my best to shoo him away, but he was insistent on coming in and looking around. He claims that his name is George, though we'd later learn that this was not the case. It's a pretty ominous scene, and it really forces you to make a lot of quick choices. You have a split second to decide if you want to lie to this guy or tell the truth, being torn between loyalty to your new friends and uncertainty of this new guy. We don't know how he'll react, which I guess you could say about any character, but a guy with this ominous vibe seems like somebody we ought not fuck with. Now, this does lead me into a bit of a criticism with the entire game, which is that sometimes the choices are a little too cryptic. They can only fit so many words on screen at once, so you don't really get the full context of a choice until you pick it. For instance, I told George that we have a big group, which is technically true, but I didn't realize that Clem was going to exaggerate and tell him that we have way more people than we actually do. It's a little annoying when the choice doesn't give you enough context and wasn't what you were expecting, so you end up making a choice that you weren't really intending to make. Now, it's not a huge deal, but it kind of kills the realism a little bit when your two-word choice ends up being way more loaded than you thought it was, you know? Not a huge deal in Season 2, but this definitely becomes a bigger problem as the series progresses. Anyways, though, through my expert cunning and situational awareness, which I totally have, by the way, we get this guy to leave, even if he is very clearly suspicious of us, and suspicious in general, for that matter. When the others get back, we tell them what happened, and they conclude that he was probably with these bad people that they keep talking about. By this point, I had already kind of figured out the vibe. Our group was once part of a larger group led by this Carver guy that they keep mentioning, but left when they disagreed with something that he did. Little did I know that I was completely right, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Carlos decides the best course of action is to leave the cabin so that they can't find us. So now, we're back on the road. Our first stop is to check up on Pete, who, let's be real, is probably dead, so we're really just coming by to put down his walker. It's really a formality at this point, but you gotta do it for the homie Pete, dude. Shouts out to Pete. Shouts out to Pete Penis. Hey, man, I'm Pete Penis. How you doing, man? But come to find out that somebody else already did it for us, with Pete's body found with a bullet in his head, even though he didn't have a gun. This freaks everyone out even further, so we have no time to press X to pay our respects. Nick does not like this, which pisses him off severely. But I did promise Pete that I'd look out for the kid, so that is what I did. Reminder that he's like 19, I'm like 12.
I'm 11, so
Would you promise me you'll watch out for Nick?
Dude, I'm 11.
I love that stupid kid.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
I'm 11. I'm a child, sir. After a few days of traveling, 5 to be exact, the cabin crew come across a bridge and a ski lodge that we think would make a good place to stay, rest, and scavenge. Clem and Luke go to scout ahead, we fight some walkers, I died a couple times because I'm fucking stupid, and we are faced with another set of choices. A man approaches us with his gun drawn. I try to keep things civil in case this guy's chill, and it turns out that he's actually mad chill, and even offers us food. Shouts out to this guy, what a fucking legend. We agree to his help, but at the last minute, Nick shows up and shoots this guy in the face, sending his lifeless carcass into the drink below. My response was, of course, why the fuck did you do that? This cracker had ample time for us to explain like, hey, don't pull the trigger, this guy's chill, and he did it anyways. I told the rest of the group the truth of the situation, which of course meant snitching on Nick. This was kind of a dick move, but I felt that everyone else had the right to know the truth. You can't just do that in broad daylight and get away with it, unless you're an ICE agent, apparently. Topical. That was topical when I wrote this. Fuck ICE, that's my point. Anyways, everyone is now very suspicious of Nick, but at his core, I think he's a good kid. He's just really stupid and confused, hence why he made a really stupid and confused decision. He was just trying to help, but he got way too caught up in the moment and fucked up majorly. He should absolutely be held accountable for this, but how exactly are we supposed to do that? What's done is done, we can't bring the guy back. But remembering Pete's mission, I make amends with Nick by giving him Pete's watch, which helps him open up a little. Now, unlike some other characters, I think that Nick has a chance at redemption. Sure, he's a major dickhead, but the last time I let the actions of a dumb teenager get into my head, he died for nothing. I was not gonna let that happen again. The group makes their way up to the ski lodge, where we are confronted by another group. It's The Walking Dead, so of course, it's all at gunpoint. Everybody meets each other by holding each other at gunpoint. Might as well be their hello at this point, right? Clem shifts to the crowd, and her eyes widen as she sees a familiar face, witnessing the return of none other than Kenny, who she thought died back in season 1. Not me, though. No, I was excited to see this since I just knew that Kenny wasn't dead, and when the preview for this episode promised Clem finding somebody that she thought was dead, I immediately knew it was Kenny.
I thought you were dead.
Dude, it's gonna be fucking Kenny. It's gonna be fucking Kenny, dude. It's gonna be Kenny.
1 week later.
Oh, dude, it's absolutely Kenny. It's absolutely Kenny.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's got the green text and everything.
Do what he says.
I called it, dude. You guys trying to gaslight me. I knew it. Now, granted, the game does kind of try to misdirect you, or at least I interpreted this as a misdirection, where right before this moment, they make Clem recount what happened to Lily back in season 1, making the player think that maybe Lily is back. But no, it was Kenny, and I am very glad that I was right. High key, I really wish I hugged him though. I don't know what compelled me to not click hug Kenny when that was the obvious option, and after looking up that scene later, I feel like a fucking moron for not clicking it. Listen, I don't know why I clicked I thought you were dead, because I didn't think he was dead at any point. I only clicked that because that's what she says in the preview. So I'm like, all right, we'll stick with the canon choice, even though there's no canon. Oh well, dumb decision that makes no sense. Story of my fucking life, I guess, right? But yeah, Kenny is alive and kicking, and he's with another small group. There's his new girlfriend, Sarita, and 2 gay guys, Walter and Matthew, the latter of whom is not here right now. And see, you can tell he's gay because he doesn't shorten Matthew to anything. I wouldn't know because I'm a Matt and I'm straight. I'll even tolerate Hugh if you're a fucking crazy person. If your full name is Matthew and you're straight, you shorten your name. If you're gay, you leave it at, you do the full thing. That's just the rules. Anyways, we catch up with Kenny and get to know a little bit more about this new group. Overall though, they're not really that interesting. During this set piece, the game starts doing something that is really cool narratively, but just eats me up inside, making you choose between Kenny and Luke, who by extension represents the rest of the cabin crew. Kenny is, of course, the homie, but Luke is also low-key the homie. Luke saved my life, vouched for me to the others, was the person who first took me in, and we just survived a life-or-death situation together on that bridge. I felt so bad seeing Luke waving to Clem to sit with him, but then just silently choosing Kenny. They both looked so excited. Why can't we just put the tables together? Eventually, Luke and Nick join Clem and Kenny, and Nick being, well, you know, Nick starts being a dickhead, which starts to sour Kenny's opinion on the cabin crew.
Stop fighting! Walkers get slow.
Sounds like bullshit.
Listen, Vanilla Ice. I don't know what you...
I cannot in good conscience pick a side with these two, but I just know that eventually the game is going to make me choose between Kenny and Luke. I just had a feeling. Shortly after dinner, someone is making a commotion outside, and while investigating, we come across none other than Bonnie from the 400 Days DLC. First and only time this is going to be relevant, by the way. She asks if we can spare some food for her, and Walter, being a gay liberal, obliges and is arguably a little bit too generous. Listen, I think Walter's a nice guy and all, but he might be a little bit too nice for his own good. He did not vet this woman at all, and hell, even the player is just kinda on her side since we know Bonnie from the DLC. This was clearly set up for something. I just wasn't sure what yet. After this, Clem meets up with Luke, who has made a rather morbid discovery. It turns out that this Matthew guy that they've been waiting for was the same guy that Nick shot on the bridge, and it's safe to say, probably isn't coming back. This obviously creates a very awkward situation, since it's heavily implied that Walter and Matthew were in a gay relationship together. So now we are tasked with whether or not we tell Nick the truth, and from there, whether or not we tell Walter the truth. I thought it was best to just be upfront about it to everybody, since hiding it could just create more problems. I tell Nick, and then I go to confront Walter, but by the time I get to him, he has already figured it out. We confirm the truth to him, and we are then given a big decision that you don't even really realize is a big decision. Walter asks if Clem believes that Nick is a good person or not. I decided to vouch for him here, because like I've said, I do think he's a good kid, he's just stupid and reckless. Like yeah, he obviously shouldn't have shot Matthew, but he couldn't have possibly known that he was with a group, let alone a group that was going to take us in and help us out. Even though Matthew was telling Luke and Clem, oh hey, I can help you guys out, and he just didn't listen. So, you know, maybe slightly justified. All right, I'll give you the point there. My point is, he was just doing what he thought was right. He didn't shoot him out of like malice. He was like, oh, an Asian, and then he shot. You know what I mean? He had nothing. He didn't know anything. He just saw a guy with his gun drawn and was like, I'm gonna start blasting. Anyways, I vouched for him here, but little did I know that this would end up saving his life. Nick also apologizes soon after, and I think it's a pretty good scene, all things considered. You know, he doesn't strike you as the type of guy to apologize in general, since back at the cabin he was a turbo edgelord. But I think that realizing that he messed up this bad and actively wanting to atone is a great step for him. Ultimately, this leads to Walter saving Nick's life when he just as easily could have killed him in revenge, which I think is a great way to show that Nick finally deciding to be honest and open about something for once actually ended up helping him majorly. He asked for forgiveness and he got it, even if he didn't necessarily deserve it. But this moment is short-lived, as the windmill is going sicko mode and attracting all kinds of walkers, so the group needs to shut it down and fight them off. To make matters worse, safety is still not assured, as Bonnie reappears with 3 men, one of which is this George guy from earlier. But that is obviously not his real name, as it turns out that his name is William Carver, whose reputation precedes him. He takes the group hostage inside the lodge, Clem, Rebecca, and Alvin hide upstairs, and Kenny and Luke are nowhere to be found. Carver starts torturing Carlos to get Rebecca to come out, because it turns out that he is the father of her unborn child, or at the very least believes that to be the case. The cabin crew all ditched this community, and now he wants to bring them all back, even if it means doing so by force. It's more than just the baby though, because he wants us for something else, and if it's against our will, it definitely can't be good news. This leads into the big final decision of the episode, where Clem must choose between whether she gives herself and the couple up to Carver, or if she escapes to find Luke and Kenny. I decided on the latter, because these two guys are my guys, and if anybody can get us out of the situation, it's probably them. Plus, fuck Carver. The last thing I want to do is give this jagoff what he wants. Eat a fucking dick, you old bitch. We managed to find Kenny, who starts firing shots, taking out one of Carver's goons. This turned out to be a pretty bad move, because in response, Carver kills Walter. Now, I can't say that he deserved that, but I also can't say I really give a shit. He was too nice of a guy, didn't really belong in the apocalypse. But now he can be with his gay boyfriend in the gay afterlife. That's right. Hell. Shout out to the gays. No, I'm just kidding. The gays don't go to hell when they die because, you know, we're living in hell. Hell is real. It's here. This planet right now that we're living on. Carver threatens to kill Alvin next, promising to kill one person each time we don't comply. In the heat of the moment, I tell Kenny to just take the shot and take out Carver. He hits, but he also misses somehow. I guess he grazes, since Carver gets up and kills Alvin in retaliation. In hindsight, this was probably something I could have avoided. Like, this is what happens when you let a 12-year-old girl literally call the shots. But you know what? Alvin kinda sucked anyways. Like, sure, he helped me out in episode 1, shout out to the juice box, but since then has done absolutely nothing to contribute to the group. Like, I'm not happy that he got killed, but I can't say that I felt too bad because what was he really doing, you know? Like, I get it, Alvin was the supposed father of the child, so it's sad that that kid is gonna have to grow up without him and all that, but you know what? I'm honestly still not over Rebecca talking shit to me last time and then acting like it never happened a day later. Carver just killed 2 innocent people, and Rebecca is still my biggest op.
Alvin! dead!
Kenny is ready to take another shot, but decides to surrender when Sarita is next on the chopping block. The episode ends with the remaining living members of the group being taken away by Carver's group, with the whereabouts of Luke still unknown. This was another episode that I can't really knock a whole lot for. It has memorable set pieces with the lodge and the bridge. The intro to Carver is exactly the right kind of bone-chilling. Everything from the bridge onward, which is most of the episode, is compelling as fuck. And dude, I don't think I really sold enough how cool Kenny's return was. Like, you really just can't do this moment justice. You gotta experience it for yourself. And if I spoiled it for you, then I am genuinely so sorry. Anyways, episode 2 does a lot of things right, and I have no major complaints. Above all, though, it continues the desolate, melancholic vibe from the first episode to remind you that everything is fucked and the world is unforgiving. And considering that we just got our new villain, safe to say we aren't getting a reprieve anytime soon. This leads us into episode 3, where our group is brought into Carver's community. I believe it's technically called Howe's Hardware, but we're just gonna call it Carver's community, because I didn't actually know what it was called until like way after. Anyway, but that's not the point. Now, while this sounds like a sweet deal on paper, it really isn't, since not only is Carver an asshole, and that's an understatement, but we are essentially prisoners who are given the opportunity to work our way into the community. You know, it was kind of like The Sanctuary, at least in the TV show. I don't remember if they did this in the comics or not, where Negan had a bunch of workers that would do grunt work for points with the goal of working their way into a better lifestyle, with the caveat being that there wasn't really any escape from that. Kind of like capitalism, if you think about it. Carver's community is kind of like that, except you actually do get the impression that he wants to help. You know, he wants these people to become assets to his community, so he is completely open with your path to citizenship or whatever. But as we quickly find out, if it wasn't obvious enough already, he's got a bit of a short fuse and will lose his shit at the slightest inconvenience, hence why he's not a particularly good leader. He's actually a straight up bad leader. I don't want to say particularly. He's not good at all. This is first demonstrated when he kills one of our new prison buddies, Reggie. Unlike Clem and the rest of our group who want to get out of here, Reggie is genuinely trying to work his way inside. But he's a nice guy, so he helps us out anyways. Clem and Sarah are made to pick berries or some shit under Reggie's supervision. Well, because Clem was so busy helping Sarah with her work because she's incompetent, my choice I guess, none of Clem's work gets done, so Reggie is to blame for it. Carver reacts to this minor inconvenience by throwing Reggie off the roof, killing him instantly. If this is what he does when faced with something as trivial as "you didn't pick enough plants today," then imagine how he'll react when we actually do something to slight him. On top of that, Carver's aptitude for manipulation is also further put on display here, where he makes Carlos slap his own daughter as punishment for speaking while he's speaking. Again, it is a very harsh punishment that doesn't fit the crime. Carver has a very draconian way of doing things, clearly. And they never outright say it, but I think it is heavily implied that he raped Rebecca, since she hates him more than anybody, and they never outright say why they left the community to begin with. The implication is that he raped her, and everyone else rightfully disagreed with that, which would also explain why Carver was so insistent on getting them back, because he knew that she was carrying his baby. So Carver, not a good guy, and I was really eager to see him get his comeuppance. But okay, Carver might be an asshole, but the rest of his people are also assholes. Who would have thought? Chief among them is Troy, who is seemingly his right-hand man. He doesn't really have a personality outside of being a complete asshole, arguably more of an asshole than Carver is, but at least Carver is cunning. This guy's just a fucking douche. Other members of this group include the characters from the 400 Days DLC that we convinced to go with Tavia. In my case, this was Vince, Bonnie, Shell, and Becca. Like I mentioned in the 400 Days section, which I might only exclusively do in the Patreon, I don't think I will, but I might, it's really lame that this was the extent of their inclusion in season 2. Like, they do this whole thing like, oh, 400 days, it's gonna bridge the gap, and there's gonna be some characters in this DLC that are gonna show up in season 2, and then they do show up in season 2, but it's in like meaningless roles that do nothing. And alongside our group are our fellow prisoners, Mike and Jane, neither of which are particularly interesting, but they're important to mention. Well, Jane's important, Mike, not so much. Of the characters from the DLC that appear here, Bonnie is the one that we get the most from. She and Clem are working together, and during this time we get to know her thoughts on Carver and his community. She seemingly agrees with us that Carver is a dickhead, and was apparently originally planning to leave with Luke and the others, but chose not to in order to guarantee her safety. Bonnie, like presumably many others in this community, are willing to put up with Carver being an asshole if it means they'll be safe, which if you ask me, is fucking stupid and gay. Oh yeah, let me just kiss this guy's ass so he doesn't kill me. She had the complete opposite mindset to me, where I was not even remotely willing to put up with his shit. I genuinely wish the game had a go fuck yourself option for every interaction with Carver and his goons, because that is genuinely how I would respond to this in real life. Like, I would just never give them an answer and I would tell them to fuck off. At least, that's what I'd like to think that I'd do, when in reality, I'd probably just be a big old pussy. A big old gaping gash. Anyways, Bonnie is kind of on our side, and is even willing to help us escape. Shouts out to Bonnie. At least she was a 400 Days character that I actually liked. If this was like Wyatt, I would have fucking punched a wall IRL. Not even kidding. I actually do think it would be cool if Bonnie's role in the story could have been filled by other 400 Days characters, depending on your choices. Again, this would have made the DLC actually matter instead of having these shitty set scenarios. On top of all this, Luke is here too. He's been hiding in an untouched room somewhere and gives us the mission of securing some walkie-talkies. We take this up with the rest of the group, and they help Clem sneak in to get them. There is gameplay here, but it might as well not be, since a lot of it is just run over here, interact with thing, animation happens. You know, stuff like this would have been a puzzle in the first game, but this one is so linear that it almost feels pointless. It's also just so easy. Like, there's no challenge to this at all. Like, I would genuinely be surprised if you got caught during this section. And, you know, maybe this is a slight bias, but I was also playing Metal Gear Solid alongside this, and I was just really fiending for some more stealth type shit, you know? And I feel like The Walking Dead, kind of the perfect thing to include stealth in. I don't know. I just really miss the puzzle sections from Season 1, since they got you to think more creatively about how to get out of your situation, and they added a decent amount of length to each game, since it seems like each episode has been getting shorter. In Season 1, most episodes were 2 to 2.5 hours. These ones are like an hour and a half tops. Granted, they're pretty dense. The game doesn't really feature a whole lot of gameplay outside of the choices, and even then, those choices don't really matter a whole lot. Put a pin in that for now. We'll talk about that later. Anyways, we get the walkie to Luke, but he is nowhere to be found, and we're caught by Troy. It turns out Carver got to Luke first, and is going to probably kill him if somebody doesn't give up their radio. I decided to try and cover our asses, and try to gaslight him into thinking that he just lost the radio. But before I can do that, Kenny snatches that out of my hand and gives it up, trying to pass it off as just a misunderstanding. Carver either doesn't care or can see through the lie, and starts beating the absolute shit out of Kenny. I was worried for my guy, but he's the GOAT, so I knew that he was going to pull through. This results in Kenny permanently losing his eye, which I think is a really cool design change. Like, the beard already sold the whole grizzled and jaded former family man thing, and the eye just makes him all the more desperate. You might even argue that it symbolizes Kenny's tunnel vision throughout the game, where his mission is to keep Clem and eventually Rebecca's baby safe by any means necessary, which can of course be to his detriment at certain times. Eye Patch Kenny is Dark Kenny, and I'm absolutely here for it. While Kenny is recovering, the rest of the group devise an escape plan. With a herd nearby, they need to act fast, but they also determine that they can use that herd to their advantage. They can use Carver's PA system to draw the herd in, and then use the guts trick to get through the herd safely. Jane is actually the one who suggests this, and is so far the only thing that she has contributed. Zero build-up, by the way, which was a little jarring when rewatching the footage, considering how big of a character she becomes. Very strange introduction. Though the plan is settled, it's now a matter of time. We can either act now, or later, but depending on our choice, some people might need to be left behind. Namely, Kenny, who is out cold at the moment. I refuse to let Kenny get left behind. Hell, I didn't want anybody to get left behind. Luckily for me, though, Kenny gets up and promises that he's gonna make it out with us, and that we're doing this now. This was honestly one of the more badass Kenny moments in my opinion. You know, he gets his shit kicked in, not even an hour later, he's back and he's up and at him. That's my fucking GOAT right there, dude. Oh, that's the GOAT. That's my GOAT right there, dude. But I guess now is as good a time as any to bring this up, since this moment is very much part of this. But one of my biggest criticisms of Season 2 that became painfully obvious to me by this point in my playthrough is that the player's choices don't really matter all that much. At least not to the degree that they did in Season 1. You know, in the first season, it felt like every choice mattered, whether it was life or death or not. If I sided with Kenny during an argument, that would make Lily hate me more, which makes it feel like it's your fault when she kills Carly and or Doug, you know what I mean? While she is scripted to do that anyways, it feels like your choices matter even if they don't. In Season 2, your choices do not have that same weight. In fact, they have kind of the opposite. You know, you can choose to pick your own plans or to help Sarah pick hers, but either way, Carver gets mad and kills Reggie regardless. You can choose to save Pete instead of Nick, but their fates remain the same. And most of all, this scene that we just discussed. We can choose between whether we leave now and leave people behind, or leave later with everybody. This would have been an interesting choice with a ton of weight to it, where if you want to go now, you'd have to sacrifice certain characters and risk them not showing up again for the rest of the game. But this choice is completely undercut by Kenny, who makes the choice for us regardless of what we chose. Same deal with the walkie-talkie. Whether we chose to give it up or keep it a secret, Kenny takes the blame and takes his beating. The choices don't feel like they matter as much, and the ones that do feel like they matter are choices that you don't know are going to matter. Like in episode 2 with Walter and Nick. You don't realize that choice is going to be life and death, but it is, which makes the game feel a bit deceptive. It feels like they lessened the branching narratives and nerfed the important choices for the purpose of better fleshing out a predetermined story, which is weird because season 1 was also able to balance those two things perfectly, but this season struggles with it a little bit for some reason. It's kind of annoying how the choices don't really feel like they matter, but keep a pin in this for now, we'll circle back to this again later, for a very particular reason. Clem sneaks into Carver's office, and the plan goes off without a hitch, until the group comes face to face with Carver himself. I am out for blood with this fucking guy, and I have no sympathy for him, so I chose the most violent options I could find. And honestly, you really can't argue that he didn't deserve it. He killed an innocent guy that posed no threat to him, killed Alvin, thereby robbing Rebecca's child of a father, well, assuming he was the father.
Father, not the father.
And if Carver's the father, then he's also a rapist, so he definitely deserves it. The group shoots out his kneecaps, and Kenny grabs a crowbar. We can tell what's about to go down, with the game asking if we want to leave or if we want to stay. And I decided to stay and watch. This is one of those decisions where I personally don't think it would be very in character for Clem to do this, but this isn't really about what Clem would realistically do. It's about what I would do, right? And I wanted to see Carver get fucking glenned, even if the rest of the group thinks that makes me crazy.
Come on.
I'm gonna stay.
No, I'm not letting you see this.
Well, I'm my own person. I'm my own person. I'm an adult 11-year-old. Kenny goes full Negan on Carver, leaving him as nothing but a pile of viscera on the floor. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Carver was killed off so quickly. We just met him in the previous episode, and now he's dead. He's only in 2 episodes, and there are still 2 left, so it left me intrigued as to how the rest of the season would go down. That being said, though, I think that's modern TV writing brain kicking in, since most shows these days have a villain that lasts a whole season, and The Walking Dead is certainly no stranger to this. It's actually a bit subversive to kill off your big villain halfway through the story arc, because you kind of expect him to last till the end, you know? I think this also serves the Telltale game's biggest strength, which is that, yeah, anyone can die at any moment, even the bad guys. And on a first playthrough, this has shock value. But I also think it's a rare instance of shock value being done well, as this scene is so intense and low-key cathartic that you don't even care that there's still all this story left. Oh, you went full Glenn. That's full Glenn right there. Yo. Now the group needs to make it through the herd, so they kill a few walkers and do the guts thing. Bonnie joins up with us, Jane shoots Troy in the dick, and we start making our way through the herd. Unfortunately though, this doesn't go so smoothly, because Sarah starts losing her shit and attracting the dead. It then becomes a mad dash to get out. Carlos gets bit, and Sarita has her hand stuck in a walker's mouth. It is a fucked situation, and in an attempt to save Sarita, I chop off her hand, and bam! End of episode. The ending here was very reminiscent of the No Way Out arc from the comics/TV show. You know, you got the group walking through a herd with the guts thing, somebody freaks out and gets bit, we chop somebody's hand off, all that shit, right? It seemingly takes a lot from this arc, and to be honest, wasn't too huge on this, because, you know, we've seen it already.
Yeah, we did this already. That's what's so fucked up.
That being said, it was a great cliffhanger to end the episode on. You know, we just had this whole conclusive scene with Carver, but the stakes are still very high. We end things stuck in a herd, people are dying left and right, and no clue where to go. It's kind of a crazy cut to black, since it's right in the middle of all this action, which is not something The Walking Dead is really known to do. Well, the TV show for sure. Maybe not other Walking Dead stuff, but you get the point. It's a good episode. On to the next one. Everything leads straight into episode 4, which picks up exactly where we left off. Sarita spazzes because, you know, we just cut her hand off, and she is swarmed by the dead. Kenny comes to her aid, but is unfortunately too late, as there is no way that Sarita survived this, and even if she did, she is in no condition to get out of the herd, so we are forced to leave her. Kenny is fucking pissed at us, but hey, I think what I did was better than the alternative. Look, it's either I kill the walker and she gets out of the herd only to die later, or I cut her hand off so the infection doesn't spread and there's a chance she might live. I am only doing as Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes would have done. The group splits off, and Clem finds herself stuck with Rebecca and Jane. On the way to the rendezvous, the trio discuss their plans. Rebecca is concerned about the baby, since it's pretty obviously coming soon, but Jane does not want to stick around for that. She is of the opinion that being alone is the best course of action in this whole apocalypse thing, because groups will eventually fall apart, forming bonds with people will only make it harder to do what needs to be done, and something like a baby is absolutely a liability in this situation. I challenge a few of her positions due to my indomitable human spirit, but the fact remains that she's only helping us out temporarily. This is the first real look at Jane's character that we've gotten so far, and this episode takes the time to establish that she's the type of person to put practicality above all else. If it's going to be a detriment to her survival, then she's not going to do it, even if that is something inherently human like having relationships. And it turns out that this is something that she sticks to, as we learn that she used to have a sister, but left her behind to be killed by the dead so that she could get away. She's very shaken up by it, but maintains that she did the right thing. It's pretty obvious the direction they're going with Jane and Clem here. Jane is meant to be a mentor figure, another possible candidate for Clem's new Lee, and the game tries to push an older sister type beat onto her. I personally wasn't buying it though, because if this lady's willing to leave her actual blood-related sister to die, then imagine what she would do to us, somebody she just met yesterday. Either way, I think the idea behind Jane is really cool and all. Like, she's definitely an interesting character. It just kind of comes a bit out of the blue. Like, last episode, she was a background character, but now she is front and center, and I felt that a little build-up could have made a difference in how the player feels about her. It's like, okay, I'm a background character. Also, here now I'm gonna start talking, and I'm kind of a cold-hearted bitch. Hold on, bitch. It's sucking my dick. Yeah, that was all I need. 'Cause I'm gay. Fuck me. We meet up with Mike and Bonnie at the rendezvous, and Kenny is still fucking pissed. But more than that, is broken yet again. Just like after Cat and Duck died, Kenny just shuts down, and it was honestly really sad to see him go through this again. And this time, it's kind of our fault, which makes us feel even worse. Well, it technically isn't our fault because, you know, Sarita is scripted to die anyways, but you get the idea. Kenny blames us for Sarita's death, he becomes insanely depressed, and we feel bad about it. And while I am jumping ahead here, we talk to Kenny again a bit later and find that he actually blames himself, which was certainly effective in bringing him to a new low point in his life, but we also kind of did this already. We already did the whole Kenny loses his family and blames himself for it arc back in season 1, so this felt a bit repetitive. It also doesn't really have the same impact this time around because Sarita was kind of a background character. The game has done very little to make her likable or to show the depth of her and Kenny's relationship. You know, we're supposed to feel bad about her death because Kenny feels bad about it, which doesn't really have the same punch that Cat and Duck did. And hey, Kenny might be a one-trick pony, but that one trick is effective as hell, man. I was eager to see my guy get back in action, so we give him the pep talk of a lifetime. You guys remember that Clem's supposed to be like 11?
I'm 11, so shut the fuck up.
Anyways, in the meantime, Clem and Jane go off to look for Luke, Sarah, and Nick. During this section, Jane gives Clem some more survival advice, like how to know when to bother searching a walker, and some better practices for how to kill them. They're really trying to push the whole mentor-student thing between them, and like I said, it really wasn't doing anything for me. Like, sure, they have the whole discussion about sisters, so I think it's more so meant to be something like that. You know, like they see each other as sisters, right? Which works for Clem in-game, but Clem IRL, aka the player, aka me, was not vibing with it. I didn't really like Jane all that much if I'm being honest, because while she is practical and a very interesting character, she's also a total pessimist. Like, she's a pessimist who thinks she's a realist, you know what I mean? Yeah, wasn't really fucking with this whole thing, and every subsequent interaction with Jane made me kind of dislike her more. I know that sounds a little contradictory to what I was saying earlier, but like, yeah, she's an interesting character, but she's like, not a likable one, you know what I mean? So anyways, Nick is fucking dead. This is another thing I wasn't too huge on, because we just spent the first 2 episodes kind of warming up to him. Like, yeah, he was an impulsive dickhead, but Clem was trying to help him become better, and it looked like that was going to be his arc. But then he's barely in episode 3 and is killed off screen in this one, and it's like, why? I know there's not like one true canon for these games, but if there were, it seemed like the developers intended for Nick to have been killed by Walter back at the ski lodge, because after that point, he does not contribute to the story at all. Having Nick do something important later in the story would have incentivized the player to try and spare him at the lodge, and seeing him redeemed in some way would have been your reward for that, as well as payoff for our promise to Pete. But no, he gets killed off screen, and it kinda sucks. This season is so all over the place, man. Like, it has some really cool ideas. Thematically, it is so fucking good, but there's also so many missed opportunities and things that just did not land. Nick's death is kind of a perfect microcosm of the entire season. There really is no reward, but that's also kind of on purpose, and I kind of like it, so more on that later. So I'll be at the end of the season. Just bear with me. We managed to find Luke and Sarah, but of course, there's a problem. Not only is Luke injured, but Sarah is in a catatonic state and will spaz if anyone tries to touch her. And in her defense, her dad just got shot and eaten to death right in front of her on like day 7 of leaving the house for the first time, so I don't exactly blame her for not being able to handle it. Being her friend, Clem tries to talk her into moving, but we don't have time for words as the dead are quickly rolling in. I've had enough of this bullshit, so I slap that bitch, which snaps her out of it, and we manage to all climb out of the skylight. Alright, dude, I'm trying to be real considerate to Sarah here, because not only is she sheltered as fuck and low-key probably autistic, but she also just refuses to grow the fuck up. Like, sure, she just left the house not that long ago, and she's seen some crazy shit, and no doubt has some trauma because of that. But like, come on, dude, it's the apocalypse. Everybody has trauma. Either nut up or shut up. Those are the rules. Regardless, though, I saved her because it was the right thing to do. Last time something like this happened, I felt guilty as fuck afterwards, and this time, it was Clem's friend. Nobody gets left behind. Unless you deserve it. With the group now reunited, Rebecca's baby decides it's the perfect time to be born. I mean, come on, you don't introduce a pregnant character and then not have them give birth at the least opportune possible time. Well, I guess unless her name is Krista, in which case, the baby fucking died. This sends us on some side quests. The first is basically a filler segment with Mike and Bonnie. I mean, there's like a funny moment here with like this Confederacy joke that kind of killed me.
Clem found a jacket.
That's great, but isn't gray the,
Oh, it's the Confederates?
Rebecca in a Confederate coat.
But otherwise, this was pointless. I don't give a fuck. The other is another Clem and Jane mission, and holy fuck, I'm tired of this bitch. We find a gift shop that would make a safe-ish place for Rebecca to deliver the baby, but we run into a problem. There is a strange dude walking up to us, and that can never be a good sign. We find out he's a Russian guy named Arvo, and he's carrying a bunch of medical supplies for what he claims is his sick sister. We are then posed with the question of whether or not we take the supplies. I honestly didn't believe his spiel about his sister being sick, so I fucking took that shit. I definitely made an enemy out of this guy in the process, but hey, my group will be hopped up on opiates, and he won't, so I think we can take him if it ever comes to that. Boy, I hope that's not foreshadowing for anything. Whoa. Overall, though, this choice, while very simple, is meant to be a metric for how much you agree with Jane, which is also to say, how far does your empathy go? Jane would have taken the meds regardless because we need them more. And while I did ultimately agree, I did feel a little bit bad because what if Arvo was telling the truth? What if he really did have a sick sister who needed these meds, you know? I picked the option that to the game indicates that you agree with Jane, even though I didn't really fully agree with her. I still had hangups about the whole situation, but when you're right, you know what I mean? That's another thing that kind of bothers me about this game is that some of these choices are so binary when a lot of them are way more nuanced than that, you know? Alright, so we got water, we got shelter, now it's time for Rebecca's baby to pop out of her twat. Of course, there's a herd of walkers approaching because why wouldn't there be? And we gotta move fast. Clem is the first to make it to the gift shop, only to find Luke and Jane post-intercourse.
They start fucking, it was gross.
Wait, and wait a second, hold on. Jane isn't a lesbian?
You got the short hair. You're not a lesbian?
I have referenced Axel in this series way more than I thought I would. The group makes it to the gift shop, but of course, the deck collapses under all the weight, because why wouldn't it? Leaving Sarah pinned at the bottom and Jane hanging by a thread. We are then given the choice whether to try and save Sarah or not. Of course, me and my indomitable human spirit ass decided to help her, so we send Jane down to do so. She tries, but ultimately fails, and Sarah gets eaten to death anyways. This is another one of those decisions where the outcome wasn't going to change no matter what I did, so it really became a matter of intention. And listen, yeah, Sarah was a massive liability, didn't contribute shit, froze up when things got bad. But she also didn't deserve to die so brutally, which is why I tried to save her. Again, last time that I let somebody die for being a mild annoyance, I felt really bad afterwards, and I wasn't going to at least try to stop that from happening again. Ultimately though, I think Sarah's story could be interpreted as a parallel to Clementine's. Clem started off as scared and helpless, as most 9-year-old girls typically are, but through people like Lee and Kenny who taught her how to survive, she was able to grow and become capable. Sarah is like if Clem never left the treehouse. She was locked away this whole apocalypse for her own safety, but that turned out to be against Carlos's better judgment, since the minute she was actually let out into the world, she couldn't handle any of it. Whether it's the zombie apocalypse or real life, you can't be sheltered your whole life and then expect to function in society. This also kind of argues in favor of Jane's philosophy to some degree, where if Clem didn't have people like Lee to push her to improve, then she wouldn't have made it. Now, that sounds like the opposite of Jane at first glance, but Jane is also a tough love type of person. She might not be too keen on sticking with others, but she also recognizes that you need others to push you to be better. You know, if Lee hadn't taught Clem how to shoot and whatnot, then she wouldn't have made it. And the same goes with Jane teaching Clem to kill walkers. In fact, I think that Lee and Jane would agree quite a lot on certain things. Those bonds matter because they shape who you become. Sarah didn't have anybody like that. She just didn't have anybody who believed in her. Hence why her will to live was basically non-existent. And depending on how the player treated Sarah and the choice that you made here, you are in the same position that Jane was once in. If you made friends with Sarah but decided to leave her to die, then you're doing exactly what Jane did with her sister. Granted, I didn't choose that, but you get the idea. The parallels are pretty clear. There's some parallels here, right? Anyways, the baby pops out of Rebecca's twat, and the group is safe for the time being. I get to hold the baby, the big baby. Baby go goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga, goo goo gaga. By the way, I've decided to name him Black Baby. That's his name now. That's his name now, by the way, because he's a little black baby. Shout out to Black Baby. In the interim, Jane decides that she's going to leave the group and gives Clem some parting words. Again, they really wanted to push the mentor-student thing between them, and I just really wasn't vibing with it. You will never be him! Although, I will say, I can't appreciate how Jane kind of disproves her own philosophy here. You know, the whole intent is to not form connections with people because that can be a detriment in the apocalypse, but it's the connections that she's made with this group that make leaving so hard. I think she genuinely cared about Clem and wanted the best for her, but whether or not we take her advice is up to us. At the end of the day, I think she wants to atone for her past, but has the classic hedgehog's dilemma, where the reason she doesn't get close with anybody isn't because she actually thinks that's the best method of survival, but because she's afraid of losing someone again. In this respect, I was actually starting to like Jane a bit. With Jane gone, that leaves Luke with his dick out all high and dry, which causes conflict with Kenny. Luke and Kenny really don't like each other, which seems to be leaning back into what I thought was going to happen back during episode 2, that the game would make me choose between them. You'll never guess what doesn't happen. With the baby delivered, the rest of the group needs to make a plan on what to do next. There's a nearby town that's worth checking out, with Kenny believing that we should keep going north to find a place called Wellington, which I believe was teased earlier, but we never, it's whatever. He thinks that we should leave immediately, but pretty much everyone else, myself included, think that we should wait a few days for Rebecca to be in better shape to travel. We agree on the latter, but it doesn't end up mattering, since regardless, on our journey, we are confronted by Arvo, who recognizes Clem and wants revenge for what we did. Granted, I think this would have happened no matter what we chose to do with the medicine, because if we chose no, then I think Jane would have just taken it anyways, but it's the apocalypse. There are no winners. Arvo has brought reinforcements, a bunch of Russian dudes with machine guns who are now surrounding us. It's a standoff, but amid the chaos, Clem notices that Rebecca, who has not been feeling well since delivering the baby, has slumped over. It's looking like she might have turned, so we are faced with the option to either shoot her or leave her in order to save the baby. I was not taking any chances, especially with the baby right there, so I just popped her right in the fucking head. Damn. This triggers a firefight between the two groups, and bam, cut to black. Episode ends. Honestly, I was kind of surprised how the game made me change my opinion on Rebecca. When we first met her, she was our biggest op. She did not like Clem at all, and the feeling was seemingly mutual. But every episode has made me much more sympathetic to her. She had to watch Alvin die, so that baby was going to be in a fucked situation. Then it's revealed that the baby is probably Carver's, with the implication that he raped her. Your opinion of her goes from this hoe likes to sleep around to, oh shit, this lady is a victim. And there's no abortion anymore, so there's no solving that problem. By the time we get to this episode, you do feel bad for her and just want the best for the baby. So I think the ending here is extra tragic. We had just grown to like Rebecca, but she dies before she can see her baby grow up. This leaves the rest of us to take care of the baby, which adds a new level of tension to each situation. Anytime conflict arises from this point forward, the question is always going to be, is the baby okay? And considering what happened the last time that we had a black pregnant friend, that baby didn't last too long. So it's extra important that we see this baby survive by any means necessary. On top of that, I think that the shooting Rebecca choice was such an interesting note to end on. We cut to black before we can truly see if she had actually turned or not, which leaves you to wonder if she was still alive and we just killed her for no reason. In hindsight, it is pretty obvious that she died and turned here, but the question was in the back of my mind between episodes. Overall, episode 4 was definitely the messiest of the bunch so far. There are a lot of good ideas here, but you can tell that this was where the developers seemed to shift their focus. There are a lot of fan theories out there that this episode was originally going to feature more of the 400 Days characters, with Arvo supposedly being a stand-in for Eddie. But even beyond that, you can definitely tell that this was where the writing was going in a completely different direction. The game had been building up the Kenny and Luke thing ever since Kenny returned, and the subsequent episode played with that a lot. But now a ton of the focus is put on Jane instead, seemingly out of nowhere. And I get why, since if they shifted their thematic conflict to now require somebody who doesn't value others, then of course they would need to start developing a character like Jane. But they seemingly came up with that idea way too late and had to scramble to give character development to somebody who was probably originally intended to be just a background extra, which maybe forced them to axe some stuff that they had originally planned. Either way, I do think that Jane was fine, but you can tell that something was off with the writing in this one. There are too many things that just don't go anywhere, and a few things that have been built up to that are just completely killed right in the middle of it. It's a very bizarre episode, but I also think that's what makes it so interesting. But now, it's on to the finale, which picks up right from where we left off. I didn't really notice it until later, but this season all takes place one after the other. Season 1 had a few time jumps in the early episodes, but Season 2 feels like it's balls to the wall the whole time. It's kind of heat. Anyways, lead is flying all over the place, and our group, despite being surrounded when we last saw them, are somehow all taking cover. I mean, guys, the teleportation would have been helpful in the last episode. What the fuck are we doing here? My main goal throughout this whole thing was to keep the baby safe. I don't really care what happens to anybody else, but if the baby died because I fired a shot, I would not be able to live with myself. Luckily, Jane comes back and saves our asses and rejoins the group. No casualties, by the way, kinda wild. Arvo is the only one left of the Ruskies, and Kenny has had enough of his shit and tries to kill him. I tried to talk Kenny down. Not necessarily because I believe that Arvo deserved to live, but because I think that Kenny needs to calm down.
Can you please calm down?
fuck?
The rest of the group has been very critical of Kenny's tendency to go into rage mode, and yeah, I fully agree. He tries to solve every problem with violence, when that's not always the best idea, since that can just make the situation worse for everybody. But he's only in this position because he's been through the ringer lately. We've seen in Season 1 how Kenny can get when he feels like he has nothing left to lose, and that's what makes him so dangerous. He is dangerously close to losing his humanity, with Clem and Black Baby being the only people keeping him tethered. Arvo tells us that he has a place with food and supplies, and we decide to go with him for lack of better options. Hey guys, what about that nearby town? Did we just forget about that? Are we gonna do anything? Are we gonna go? The next major scene is a nice moment of the group all chatting around a campfire, and this honestly might be my favorite scene in the whole episode. Well, that might be exaggerating, but it's a good scene. Sometimes the best moments in The Walking Dead, or just in general, are the characters just shooting the shit, and Season 2 has been so balls to the wall non-stop that we really haven't had time for nice moments like these. It really does help you get to know the characters on a more human level than when you're out doing survival stuff, right? Season 1 had a lot of slower moments like this, where you can just chat with the characters and get to know them better, and this feels like the only time that they do this in Season 2 outside of the main story. Well, the whole game is the main story, but you get the idea. We learn a bit more about Luke and how today is actually his birthday, and Bonnie reveals that she developed a bit of a crush on him. Also, Mike is like there. The scene also takes the time to properly establish the dichotomy of Kenny and Jane. Before this, they didn't really interact too much, and in the brief instances that they do have, it's clear that they don't really like each other. In this scene, Kenny is sitting outside with the baby, while Jane looks off into the distance at the other end, and we are tasked with getting them to join us at the campfire. I obviously went with Kenny first, and he opens up about how Black Baby has given him the will to live again. He's lost so much since this all started, but now he has something to fight for, and makes it his mission to keep the baby safe. They officially name the kid Alvin Jr., by the way, but I think that name sucks, so I'm sticking with Black Baby.
Black Baby.
What's Black Baby?
Meanwhile, Jane has more big sister energy with Clem, and in a much more believable way this time. She offers us alcohol, which I denied because underage drinking is bad, and eventually joins the group with the others. This entire segment had me a bit concerned with my choices here. I didn't know if I could convince both of them to come to the fire. You know, maybe you only get to choose one and that choice matters later on, which is why I went with Kenny first. I was a bit paranoid on this, especially given how the choices have worked in this game so far, but regardless, it sets up the Kenny and Jane dynamic. Jane is a loner who has a soft spot for Clem and is willing to teach her everything she needs to survive, while Kenny is a lot more unorthodox, but has clear lines that he won't cross for the sake of others. Jane is purely about survival, while Kenny is purely about family. But there's also a bit of overlap between the two in that Jane is purely about survival but disregards family. Kenny is purely about family and will do anything to ensure his family's survival, even if that means doing things that would cause him to not survive. The next morning, we make it to Arvo's cabin, which is an unfinished shithole. But to get there, we have to cross over a frozen lake. As soon as I saw that, I knew this was going to end badly. You just don't introduce a frozen lake into a story and then not have it break. It just doesn't work like that.
Oh no. I have a feeling this is not going to end well. Somebody's fallen in.
Our only option is to cross, but instead of doing the safest thing and going one by one, we're kind of forced to all cross at once since there are walkers on our tail, because of course there are. Things go kind of okay at first, but then we turn around and the shit has officially hit the fan. The ice below Luke is starting to crack. At that moment, I knew it was probably fucking over for him, but I decided to try and help him anyways. Luke has been the absolute fucking homie so far. You know, he's saved my life, he's always been in my corner. I could not in good conscience let him die without at least trying to save him. Unfortunately though, my efforts were in vain, as Luke is dragged into the depths by a walker, and we are forced to leave him. This was a soul-crushing death, and while the writing was kinda on the wall given the previous scene where he talks about all his hopes and dreams, which is never a good sign in The Walking Dead, it also felt a little abrupt. Like I've been saying, the whole season felt like it was building up to Clem having to choose between Luke and Kenny. This is apparent from episode 2, where you have to pick which table to sit at, and throughout the episode, the two don't really seem to get along, and they're just kind of passively antagonistic toward each other in the other episodes, even having a full-on argument in episode 4. It seems to me that the game was going to build up to a choice between them, with the idea here being, do you choose Luke, the guy who has done right by you since you first met him, or Kenny, the guy who you know a lot better but is prone to act reckless. From the start, I thought this is the direction they were going, and while the direction it did go also became very intense, it almost felt like they only did that for lack of better options. You know, they needed somebody to die here, and Luke was the most impactful since he's the most likable, and we've known him for the longest aside from Kenny. Like, come on, do you really think I give a fuck if Mike falls into the drink? I don't give a fuck about Mike. I guess it's understandable how he would be killed off, you know. know, I don't like it, but I understand it. The next segment of the game takes place in the cabin, where it's a lot of character stuff. Clem tries to help Kenny fix a truck so they can get to Wellington, but everyone else disagrees and thinks that they should go somewhere else. There's also the question of what to do with Arvo that they never really address, but that's also kind of lingering over our heads. And like I've said, the game has already started setting up the choice between Kenny and Jane. They kind of faked you out a bit with Luke there, but honestly, I think Kenny versus Jane works a little bit better. Kenny and Clem obviously go way back, but Jane and Clem also have bonded quite a lot in this season. Jane sees Kenny's anger issues to be a safety hazard and urges Clem to cut ties with him. Meanwhile, Kenny just wants what's best for the baby and urges Clem to come with him regardless of who else comes with. Again, it's painting a pretty clear picture of what's about to go down. I didn't know how it was going to happen, but I got the gist of what the game wanted me to think about. In the middle of the night, Clem is awoken by the sound of Mike, Bonnie, and Arvo loading up the truck with supplies with the intent to ditch the others, specifically because of Kenny. Listen, I should have known that Mike was a commie sympathizer with how much he was talking to Arvo behind the scenes, but Bonnie? There truly ain't no rest for the wicked out here. Anyways, this goes south, resulting in Arvo shooting Clem in the shoulder. That is a true cold-hearted Ruski, shooting kids with no second thought. Stalin would be fucking proud. That motherfucker shot me. Kill this guy. Kill this Ruski bastard right now. Clem passes out, and during that time, we get a flashback to Season 1. It's Lee, baby! Let's fucking go! This flashback is to the RV right after we leave Lily on the road, specifically the conversation where Lee explains that sometimes people do bad things. This conversation is essentially just a different version of that, but is more obviously about the events in the present. Lee explains that people don't always make sense, that we do things based on emotion, and sometimes that can backfire and hurt you even more. This is pretty obviously about Kenny, who is so hurt about losing his family twice that he's on a war path to protect his new one. But it's also about Jane, whose loss caused her to forego relationships entirely for her own safety. Both are acting out of emotion, or I guess in Jane's case, the attempted lack of emotion. And while that can be dangerous to others, it could also be dangerous to themselves. The harder Kenny gives into his anger, the more likely he is to do something stupid and get the people he cares about killed. The harder that Jane pushes people away, the more likely she is to end up alone, ultimately surviving for nothing. Lee then goes on to explain that when bad things happen to us, the harder it is to go back to normal. And in this case, there is no normal to go back to. Whether it's Kenny or Jane, they cannot bring back the people they lost or take back the things that they've done, which has turned them into broken people. But in the end, Lee reassures us that it's going to be okay, because we're going to make it okay. Leave it to Lee to spit some absolute fucking bars like that, dude. Bars! This scene is absolute heat. You really just can't go wrong with Lee. Shouts out to Lee, dude. When Clem wakes up, she finds herself in a moving car with Kenny, Jane, and Black Baby. The adults start bickering, and their argument just keeps building to a pretty crazy degree to where not even Clem can stop them. Like, dude, they are spitting venom at each other. They're going after the dead families. You don't go after the dead family, dude. Come on. They are interrupted by a roadblock, and through a series of events, the group is separated. This gives us a small gameplay section where you have to walk around through a blizzard, and while I think the atmosphere is really good, there's no reason that this had to be gameplay. Like, there's no skill here. It's just walk until you trigger a cutscene. I think it would have been really cool if this were like a Zelda Lost Woods style puzzle where you have to like make specific turns in a specific order to get out of the blizzard. I don't know. Anything other than just walking in a direction, you know? Anyways, we find a rest stop and Kenny just so happens to be inside. We are quickly joined by Jane, but she doesn't have the baby, and the implication is pretty clear. Kenny is furious about this, and things start to get violent. Kenny and Jane start throwing hands, with the occasional QuickTime event for the player to try and stop them. What I like about this moment is that you never know what choice is going to be the one that matters here, because they just keep hitting you with back-to-back choices for how to break up the fight. For instance, I thought this choice here where you had to pick between pushing Jane or Kenny could have been the final one, where whoever you chose would live or something like that. In hindsight, that was kind of dumb, since these games are often very upfront about like, oh hey, this is the big ending choice, but in the moment, it works really well. After a while, Kenny has Jane on the ropes, and the player is given the choice to either shoot Kenny or let him kill Jane. I was pretty much expecting something like this throughout the season. I just didn't think it would be Jane in this position, at least not until later. While Kenny was prone to anger, it was often because he genuinely cared about the people he loves and wants to keep them safe. And anger was really the only way he knew how to do that. Jane, on the other hand, is calm and calculated, which makes her a good survivor, but like Clem says back in episode 4, she's cold. She's ultimately out for herself, and while she did seem to care about Clem and the baby, she was also very vocal in previous episodes about how they were more of a detriment than anything. Your choice here is between reckless love or careful solitude. In the end, I put my gun down and let Kenny kill Jane. I felt a little bad about it, but I really just could not bring myself to kill Kenny. There's not a single scenario where you could get me to do that, you know? I can't shoot Kenny. I can't bring myself to do that.
After what she did to the baby, man, no way.
What I like about this fight and this choice is that it serves as a microcosm of the entire game. If you recall, I mentioned how the choices in Season 2 don't matter the same way they do in Season 1. In Season 1, it was pretty direct. Yes or no. Whatever you pick happens and the rest of the story is affected. Save Doug or Carly, kill or spare the St. John's, cut off Lee's arm or don't. Pretty simple. In Season 2 though, these choices aren't so cut and dry because a lot of events are scripted to happen no matter what, and your choice only really determines how you get there. For instance, when prompted to help Krista in the woods, the choice ultimately doesn't matter, since you will get separated from her regardless. Carver always kills Reggie. Kenny always kills Carver. Someone always steals Arvo's medicine. It fits the perspective of being a small child in this situation, where adults are often not going to take you very seriously, hence why choices are brushed off or end up just being actions done by other characters. The choices that you make indicate your intent, but you ultimately have very little agency. The fight between Kenny and Jane is basically the same thing. We can try to stop them all we want, but they always end up in this position. And all of this leads up to the big final choice, where for once, you actually do have some agency. It's that Season 1 type of decision where we have to pick who lives and who dies. The game has been blue-balling us all season to get a choice that feels like it has weight, and because of that, when we finally do get a choice with a lot of weight, it feels important. And what an important choice it is, because this game has multiple endings. Gee willikers. In the aftermath, Clem and Kenny hear a baby crying, and it turns out that Jane had locked Black Baby in a car. This creates a kind of fucked up implication here, where Jane only wanted Kenny to think the baby was dead so she could have an excuse to kill him, when they probably could have talked it out somehow. Things did not need to end this way, and Jane ultimately died for nothing. Regardless though, the baby is safe, and the trio heads off to find Wellington. This leads us into the final scene of Season 2, or at least my playthrough, where we finally make it to the fabled Wellington. Turns out, the place is real, but unfortunately this comes with some caveats. Wellington is not accepting new members, but will still provide people with supplies for their travels. Kenny pleads with them to at least take the kids and give them a shot at a better life, and they surprisingly agree. Then we are given our real big final choice of the episode, and thereby the entire season, where we have to choose whether we agree to leave Kenny and go to Wellington, or if we refuse and stay with Kenny. Now, I kinda got the impression that this decision wouldn't matter, just like every other choice in the game. I figured Clem would probably get into Wellington regardless, because she's gotta be in Season 3 somehow, so I chose to stay. We say our goodbyes to Kenny, the door opens, and we watch our homie walk off into the sunset. Now, when I was streaming this, my chat was essentially telling me that I got the good ending here, and now knowing the alternatives, I fully agree. Kenny was really the closest thing to a family that Clem had left, and he likely felt the same about her. The fact that he would give her up for the opportunity of a better life feels like it brings everything full circle. He may not have been able to save Duck, but he can still be there for the new generation. He finished what Lee had started by giving Clementine a better life. Lee promised Clem that everything would be okay and that they would make it okay, and Kenny helped fulfill that. On top of that, Kenny has redeemed himself for all he's done this season. Not that he's done anything particularly heinous, except kill Carver, I guess, but he's been an angry asshole for a lot of the game, and rightfully so in his case, but throughout the game he is just constantly looking for that sense of finality, the knowledge that he made it somewhere safe, and because of all his grief, he makes that harder for everybody by acting so erratically. Everyone is scared of him in Season 2, but by giving Clem up to Wellington, he's finally letting go of all of his anger and acknowledging that he's giving her a better life by leaving her. He recognizes his flaws as a parent and as a leader, realizing that he's not really the best at either of those things, and that Clementine deserves better than that. He's being a good parent by realizing that he's not a good parent. It really does feel like the best possible ending for him, and I can only hope that Kenny is still alive out there somewhere. I think another thing that makes this the best ending is that it makes the most sense thematically. The entire season has essentially been asking the question, who will be Clementine's next Lee? Who will step up to fill that role in her life? Throughout the game, they give you plenty of potential answers. Krista, Pete, Luke, Bonnie, Kenny, and Jane, obviously. Even Carver, if you wanted to go full demon mode, even though the game doesn't let you. You know, Clem has all of these role models, but all of them eventually fail her in one way or another. Krista becomes cold and detached after Omid's death. Pete gets bit and dies in what is meant to be an obvious parallel to Lee. Luke is far too indecisive to make much of a difference. Bonnie betrays you, Carver is evil, and the Kenny-Jane choice has a ton of pros and cons to each one. However, even though Kenny is the most thematically appropriate choice in my opinion, the game low-key kind of punishes you for staying with either one of them, as you'll see in Season 3. You know, whether you leave Kenny to stay at Wellington or leave to go off on your own, Clementine learns that not only can nobody replace Lee, not even Kenny, but that in order to survive, she must become her own Lee. She cannot rely on people anymore. Anyone who claims to have been able to keep her safe wasn't even able to keep themselves safe, so how is Clem supposed to trust anyone? Well, I don't think the game is trying to say don't trust anyone, but rather that that the only person you can truly trust to keep yourself alive is yourself. Clem knew that in either the good or bad ending, and Kenny certainly knew that in the good ending. No, you can't keep looking to others to solve your problems. You gotta figure things out for yourself. Like Lee said, everything will be okay, but you gotta make things okay. I also think that Season 2 best exemplifies the general theme of The Walking Dead as a franchise, that we are the Walking Dead. In the comics, this is about acknowledging that the world is never coming back to the way it was, and the TV show expands on this by making it about putting aside your humanity in order to live. Both versions ultimately determine that becoming the Walking Dead is not what you want to do, because it keeps you alive, but at what cost? The game is a bit different because the choice is in your hands. It asks, will you become the Walking Dead? Will you put your humanity aside for survival, and where do you draw the line? And I think this works best in Season 2 because of its multiple endings, all reflecting different ways that Clem can become or deny becoming the Walking Dead. While Season 1 did this in a pretty direct way, it ultimately has the same ending every time. Regardless of if you chose to put Lee down or let him turn, Clem ends up in the same place. You can play Lee as a complete dickhead. You can go full we are the Walking Dead and have no heart for anybody, but the game ultimately does force the bond with Clementine upon you, whether you want it or not. In Season 2, this isn't the case. Well, it kind of is, since the way that you play Lee is supposed to be the same way that you play Clementine, so his choices, aka your choices, pass down to her, but you get the idea. Your choices impact your ending. You know, you can get a good ending or a bad ending, and it's all because of you. Like I mentioned, the season gives you choice after choice, but almost none of them really matter, at least not directly. Your sense of agency is taken away from you so that you, aka the player, aka Clementine, can face loss after loss after loss to not only sell the dreary atmosphere of the season, but to emphasize that sometimes we truly are powerless. When we have the intent to do one thing but the world gives us another, it is extremely easy to become jaded, and that is what the game wants. It wants you to become jaded and believe that your choices don't matter, only for the big choices at the end to really matter and determine who you, the player, truly are as a person. Are you somebody who kept hope alive and actively tried to make everything okay, or did you give in to the darkness to survive by any means necessary and become the Walking Dead? With men's butt. Alright, after playing the game, I found out that there were a lot of people who actually hate Season 2 for whatever reason, but honestly, it might be my favorite. Well, the gameplay isn't great, and the story can get a little wonky and unorganized at times, especially near the end, but rather, it's my favorite season thematically. Like I said, like 10 seconds ago, it is about how the player becomes or denies becoming the Walking Dead, by testing your morality in a much less direct way than Season 1 did. By giving you the illusion of choice throughout the entire game, it really tests your morality by making you question if any of this is even worth it, which combined with the hopeless world that they throw you into, makes it a pretty realistic experience all things considered. And the characters are honestly a cut above Season 1. While Kenny had a decent ending in Season 1, his character is elevated to a whole new level in Season 2, going from a character that I liked a lot to one of my favorites in the entire franchise. Carver was a super intimidating villain, Jane was a little rushed but totally believable, and Luke was the absolute homie. I really can't imagine a scenario where I disliked this season, because it has all of my favorite elements that I look for in The Walking Dead. It has good characters, fucked situations, and finding hope in a dark world. Season 2 is a certified banger, and I will not pretend that it isn't. Alright, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really did not plan out these intermission segments very well. So I have kind of nothing to talk about in these. So we're gonna ramble about some bullshit. Let's talk about The Walking Dead Season 2, Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 2. I think regardless of what you think of Season 2, there's a lot of very interesting stuff going on in it, in terms of, like, you know, plot lines that were clearly shifted around, and just the weird writing of that season, even though I think it ended up being really good. There's a lot of weird writing choices in it, and there's a lot of, like, cool cut content out there that I think is really interesting. For example, there was originally an ending where Clementine and Black Baby would freeze to death and die, which is pretty fucking insane. There's the All That Remains, the episode 4, like, title screen, where there's, like, a bunch of shit that just doesn't show up in the episode, which clearly indicates that there was, like, cut content. There's a lot of cool stuff there. I think it's very interesting. If you want to look more into that, I'm sure there's a million other videos to watch about that shit. I don't know. Anyways, this is an intermission. I don't really know what to talk about. So, here is Season 3. So, how do you follow up a game like The Walking Dead Season 2? You know, how do you continue Clementine's story and rationalize all of these various endings? Well, that's the neat part. You don't. Because Season 3, otherwise known as A New Frontier, introduces a brand new cast with very few mentions of the other two games. It feels almost like a spin-off, but I'll save the theories for later. We'll get into it as we delve into The Walking Dead a new frontier. I could have wrote something funnier there, where it's like, we're entering a new frontier in this fucking section of the video. I didn't think that far ahead. I'm gay and retarded. Ugh. The game starts with a flashback to right at the start of the outbreak, where we are introduced to... Oh, it's not Clementine? Oh, in that case, who gives a shit? Yeah, instead of continuing on as Clementine, Season 3 opts to introduce a brand new main character with a whole new cast. I'm not a particularly big fan of this kind of thing, especially in The Walking Dead where it gives me Vietnam flashbacks to the Fear reboot, but hey, I'm an open-minded guy. Also, I'm in too deep, so I can't quit now. Javier Garcia is a baseball player, or something like that, who is running very late to see his family while his father is on his deathbed. He is too late, through no fault of his own, since the world is literally ending around him, which puts him at odds with his brother David. We play as Javi, by the way. I don't know if I established that. Javi feels bad for not being there for his father, with a lot of his family resenting him for it. Before he can make up for it, though, Abuelo over here turns and goes Wacko mode. A few people get bit, chaos ensues, and the family splits up to take a trip to the hospital, leaving Javi to watch over the kids with his sister-in-law. And before I get too ahead of myself, I thought this was a pretty cool opening segment. It gets you to feel bad for Javi's situation, it's a cool way to introduce how walkers work, granted it's in a way that we have absolutely seen before, and for whatever reason, it's actually a very cinematic segment. Like, there's some cool camera angles they do here, it's something you definitely would not have seen in the other games. It reads as a little bit more shaky cam, like it actually feels like there's somebody in the room holding a camera and filming it, you know? Which is a pretty interesting take on the Telltale formula. Javi is also introduced as a very sympathetic character, where he wants to be there for his family and all that, but he keeps messing up, which hurts those relationships even further. He's kind of similar to Lee in the sense that both of them did some bad stuff and could be considered complete fuck-ups in life, but at their cores, they are good people who did bad things, which makes them perfect playable characters. For Lee, this was murdering a senator for sleeping with his wife, while for Javi, it's inadvertently hurting his family by not being around. Oh, and sports gambling. Sponsored by DraftKings. On the flip side, David is introduced as cold and a bit of an asshole, but is seemingly coming from a place of genuine care. He wants Javi to be better, but is too macho to be able to communicate that nicely, and is generally just not very emotionally intelligent. It's established that they are very hard on each other, but at the end of the day, they are still family, which is the one thing that they value the most. That being said, David is a dick. Keep this in mind. Fast forward to the present day, a few years into the apocalypse. In the present, Javi is surviving with his niece and nephew, Mariana and Gabriel, as well as his brother's wife, Kate. They make it very clear that Kate is not these kids' biological mother, because almost right off the bat, she low-key starts putting the moves on Javi, which because they're not blood-related, therefore makes it not weird. Now listen, I'm not opposed to getting a little bit of puss-puss in the apocalypse, but your dead brother's wife, dude? That's a little weird to me. That crosses a line to me, so I denied her advances. We partake of the marijuanas and decide to stop at a junkyard for gas and supplies. This group's primary survival method for the past few years has been to essentially drive around and survive out of a van, which for reasons that will be made very apparent, aren't exactly practical. We get a classic free roam segment where we can look around the area and siphon gas, as well as talk to the other family members. We already know Kate a little bit by this point, and she seems chill, but she's nothing too interesting though. Mariana is your typical little girl character, you get the gist, and Gabe is in his teenage angst phase, where he hates everything and everyone.
I'm in a bad mood, okay? I want it to go away, but it won't.
Yeah, it's called being 15.
Now, if I know Walking Dead fans, they would absolutely hate this group, since women, children, and angsty teenagers are the three things that they hate the most. Good thing they usually stop there, because Javier, super Hispanic. Hey, Holmes, I'm like Javier and shit, fool. I'm like Hispanic, man. I like La Familia and baseball, fool. We come across a little F-shack in the junkyard with food and water and shit, and decide to stay there for the night as a little change of pace. I'm sure that beats sleeping in a van. This turned out to be too good to be true, since not only does Kate disagree with this decision entirely, but not even 10 seconds after talking to her, Javi is met by the people who live here, who hold him at gunpoint.
What the fuck you think you're doing with our gas?
Shoving it up my asshole.
Go on, speak up!
No español inglés.
My main goal here was to de-escalate the situation by making them think that it's only me. Who knows what they'd do if they knew about the others, so I sacrificed myself so at least they could escape, right? This goes south, and Javi wakes up in a truck. Luckily for him, a tree falls and the truck crashes, allowing him to escape. Where we are given a choice that doesn't really matter right now, but it's gonna matter in like 5 episodes. We are given the option to either kill the driver or let him go. I decided to shoot that motherfucker, because dude, Fuck you. You're gonna kidnap me and then have the audacity to think I'd have any sympathy for you? This ain't Beauty and the Beast, motherfucker, alright? I haven't had time to develop Stockholm Syndrome yet. But we're not out of the woods yet, as we are greeted by another character holding us at gunpoint, which is more or less a hello in this day and age. We turn around and holy shit, it's Klemsky, baby! Woo! Clementine is back, and this time she's a secondary character. Or maybe she'd be a deuteragonist in this case? I don't know, whatever. The point is, Clem is back, we tell her about our family, and we convince her to help us out. It's good to know that even if this season is going in a completely different direction by introducing a new cast, they still had the foresight to include Clem in a way that connects to the previous two games. It would kind of suck if we did all this bonding with Clementine throughout the first two seasons just for that to be it, so I'm glad that she's here, even if her inclusion doesn't really impact the story that heavily, which I'll get to momentarily. To avoid the herd that's moving through the area that I forgot to mention because I don't fucking know, Clem takes us to a nearby community called Prescott, where we can ride it out and maybe get help for the others. This segment was just really cool to me. It feels very Fallout-esque. You know, it's like a little town where travelers like Clem can come in and out and do trade and shit. It's just an apocalypse staple. I love shit like that. But Clem gets us into some deep shit when she accidentally kills a guy during a trade deal gone wrong, and we are both thrown in jail for the night. The leader of this community, Tripp, promises to help Javi find his family, if only to get him out of his hair. I guess we're lucky that the bullet guy was an asshole who everybody hated. Otherwise, the situation probably would have gone a little differently. Like, listen, I want you out of here, but I don't really actually hate you that much because the bullet guy kind of sucked. I'm Tripp, by the way. How you doing? Howdy doody, I'm Tripp. While in prison, the doctor, Eleanor, comes by to patch up Javi's wounds, and I use this as an opportunity to finally use Javi's Hispanic Riz. We know he's the Rizzler, since he was this close to pulling Kate, but again, that one's weird, so we're avoiding that. My W Riz was enough to convince Eleanor to let us out tonight to go find the others instead of waiting until morning with Tripp. This choice changes absolutely nothing, by the way. This is completely meaningless. Clem's got my back, and our next mission is settled. But with Clem's return, this raises a few major questions. If you recall from the end of Season 2, or at least my ending, Clem and Black Baby were welcomed into Wellington. So why are we not at Wellington, and where is Black Baby? Well, this introduces a new element for Season 3, which is that each episode has a flashback where you play as Clementine, ultimately explaining how she ends up at this point in Season 3. Because I chose to stay at Wellington, our flashback shows that Wellington was being attacked by marauders, and we had to quickly escape. Edith, the lady who originally welcomed us in, is killed in the escape, but luckily, Black Baby is okay. But this flashback does not explain where Black Baby is, though, so we'll just have to wait and see. But with this season's emphasis on Javi as the new protagonist, it almost felt like this was supposed to be a whole new cast type beat, but they added Clem in at the last minute. Like I mentioned, the things that bridge the gap between seasons 2 and 3 feel very tacked on, as if Clementine wasn't originally supposed to be in the season at all. In a season that's all about family and all that shit, the Clem flashbacks really do not feel like they belong. Granted, I like seeing more of Clementine's story, but it's a bit of a problem when you're looking forward to the Clem flashbacks more than the actual story of the game, you know? Not to say that the main story is bad, but we care about Clem. That's why we're here. But anyways, back to the present. Javi, Clem, and Eleanor manage to find the rest of the Garcias, and we take out the dead and help them out. Kate still wants to fuck me, and I told that harlot to pound sand. Hey, fool, you're like my sister-in-law, fool. I'm like trying to hit the Asian pussy, Holmes. All's well that ends well. Until Mariana is shot in the fucking head. What the fuck? The surprise snipe gets me yet again. Fell Forward Again award. Shout out to Axel. The marauders from earlier are back and trying to kill us, which gives us a choice to make. With Kate injured, we can either choose to make our escape now and get back to Prescott, or we can stay with Clem and fight back to let the others escape. And listen, La Familia is La Familia, but Clem is gang, dude. Clem is the homie, and honestly, she is kinda right. If we don't take care of these assholes now, they're just gonna keep coming back until we're all dead. I chose to stay and fight to avenge Mariana, and boom, that's episode 1. Now, I'll save my larger thoughts for a bit later, since the first 2 episodes are technically a 2-parter, but overall, this was a solid first episode. It's paced really well, there's never a dull moment, the Clem return gets you excited, and I think they do a great job at introducing Javi and making him likable. The one thing that is made clear from the start, though, is that this season is all about family. What makes people family, and how far do you, the player, go for your family? I mean, come on, the title is literally Ties That Bind. It's pretty clear what it's about. The next episode starts off with another flashback at David's house, where Javi and Kate are getting a little flirtatious. It's kind of unclear when this takes place, but I'm guessing it must be way before their dad dies, since it wouldn't make sense to be, like, during. Again, they're trying to push the Javi-Kate thing, and it's like, dude, stop. No. There's lines you don't cross, and trying to fuck your brother's wife is one of those lines. This is one of those things where the writers are very upfront about the fact that, like, hey, they're not blood related, so it's not incest, but that doesn't make it better. Like, the fact that you're trying to rationalize it makes it worse, you know? It's like Barry and Iris on The Flash, where they, like, grew up as siblings, but they're not related, so it's okay for them to have kids, you know what I mean? Or like that episode of Community where they try to rationalize marrying your cousin. It's like, can we not? Absolutely porn-brained. Anyways, Javi and Kate chat about wanting to get away and their goals in life and shit like that, when Kate accidentally breaks one of David's favorite coffee mugs. David gets irrationally angry about this, further emphasizing that he has a short fuse and is prone to anger over tiny things. After the first flashback, I was looking for any opportunity to tell this guy off, and the game just told me it's open season. Now, this is yet another example of when the options in this game don't give you the full context of what's going to be said, and is apparently a very infamous example. When I decided to tell David off, I thought that meant that Javi was gonna call him like an asshole or whatever, but I didn't think he'd say, fuck you and your wife's gonna leave you, which was just a blatant lie. I mean, I don't regret that I said it, but like, goddamn, dude, you wanna calm down? This is also seemingly done so that the audience views David as an antagonist of sorts, since he is very hostile and kind of a dick, so story-wise that makes sense. Keep this in mind. The episode proper then picks up right where we left off, starting with a somber scene of Javi and Clem burying Mariana. They really let the scene linger, too. It's kind of like that scene in Season 1 with the dead kid, you know? It's quieter moments like these that we don't really get a whole lot of in this game, since the pacing is so fast, so I'm taking what I can get. Clem points out that the guys who attacked us are super bad news, and somehow knows that they are calling themselves the New Frontier. We don't really have time to question why she knows this, and we head back to Prescott. Kate is stable, but without better medical technology, she's probably not going to make it. Alongside that, Gabe is pulling a Chris Manawa and spazzing about not being man enough, or some shit. If you hated Chris on Fear, you definitely hated Gabe, I'll tell you that. My rationale here was to keep him from radicalizing himself. We gotta keep him calm so he doesn't go guns a-blazing and end up getting himself or others killed. You know, we gotta teach this kid how to be a man, but we gotta do it the right way. You know, none of this Andrew Tate manosphere shit, you know? This sets up a lot of Gabe's arc for the season, where he wants to grow up faster so that he can feel important, when what he really needs to do is be a kid. It's something that not a lot of kids get in the apocalypse, so we should try to keep him from seeing or doing anything heinous unless absolutely necessary. That was my philosophy with Clem back in Season 1, and I'd like to think I'm being pretty consistent here. Our time at Prescott is very short-lived though, as the New Frontier are now at the gates, demanding for Javi to surrender. They have Conrad's wife Francine as a hostage, and despite knowing that this was probably gonna go bad, I started blasting. These guys killed a helpless little girl. They deserve whatever is coming to them.
You know what?
2.
Fuck it.
Unfortunately, though, Conrad's wife gets killed in the process, the New Frontier start throwing smoke bombs and shit, and a group of us manage to escape. The Garcias, Clem, Tripp, Eleanor, and Conrad. Wait, did I ever actually introduce Conrad? He's the barkeep, he knows Javi from baseball, pretty chill guy. But he becomes very much not a chill guy, because we, you know, kinda just got his wife killed. So he's got a bit of a hate boner for Javi right now. However, we ultimately share the same goal of getting revenge on the New Frontier. So we put our grievances aside with the promise of making things right. This sets up something of a redemption arc between Javi and Conrad, where we need to redeem ourselves in his eyes, while also being something of a revenge arc for Conrad, wanting justice for what happened. Put a pin in this, we'll talk about it more later. I know I keep saying that, but like, a lot of this stuff comes full circle. Give me un momento. Un momento, por favor. Clem suggests that the group heads to Richmond, where she claims there is a community that can probably help Kate. This confirms that we're in Virginia, even though Wellington was in like Ohio or some shit, so don't know how that happens. So keep that in mind, that'll be important in like 10 seconds. There's a roadblock, and our attempts to clear it draw in a herd of walkers. Eleanor manages to drive away with Kate, but the rest of us are stuck here. That is until we see a guy on the other side of the road on top of a building. We manage to catch him, and holy shit, it's Jesus!
Jesus Christ, that's Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus from the comics is here, and he claims that he can help us get to Richmond, but also reveals that the city has been taken over by the New Frontier, and we just sent our doctor and our injured person right to them. But Jesus, being Jesus, can help us, as he knows a shortcut into the city. We decide to trust him, but this is kind of an issue for me. My issue with cameo characters in this game is that because you know them from the comics, or at the very least their versions from the TV show, you're kind of already biased for or against them. This wasn't really a problem with Herschel or Glenn, since they weren't important enough to the story of the game for any of their choices regarding them to really matter. Granted, we did get Herschel's son killed, and that's kinda canon, but my point is, he's not a huge part of the game, nor is Glenn. Their cameos kinda handled in the best way, where they appear, they kinda do something that's inconsequential, and then they leave, right? But with Jesus, the decision of whether or not to trust him is very much predicated on how much the player knows about the Walking Dead franchise. The only reason that a player wouldn't trust trust him is if they've never read the comics or seen the show before, but people who have will trust him immediately because they already know him. Because Jesus is kind of the fucking goat. This doesn't work narratively though, since it doesn't really make sense for the characters to instantly trust this guy. It's a rare case of the meta context of the franchise getting in the way of the choices. You know, it's one thing to do cameos, it's another to let those cameos affect your choices, you know? Anyways, Jesus leads the Jews to Egypt or something, and while in a tunnel, Clem tells us a secret. A secret that we kinda already knew since I skipped over a flashback here, but that's not the point. She tells us that she will not be joining us in Richmond, because as it turns out, she was once a member of the New Frontier, and has the scar to prove it. This has been pretty predictable since the very start of the episode, where Clem suspiciously knows a lot about the New Frontier, but refuses to elaborate on how she knows any of it. The flashback to how she initially joined the New Frontier also seems to explain why Black Baby isn't around in the present, and why Clem doesn't seem too worried about him. The implication is that the New Frontier has him, so Clem knows that he's safe. This was a pretty predictable twist, but regardless, I still think it works for the most part. It is kind of a play on what I was just complaining about with Jesus. You know, the player is more inclined to trust Clem because we already know her, even though the characters don't. But the punishment, I guess you could say, for trusting her so unconditionally is that she's kind of in with the enemy, which will thereby hurt your relationships with everybody else. The player knows that Clem is gang, but Javi doesn't quite feel that yet. This also establishes another thing that bothers me about this season, which is that Javi and Clementine are playable characters that are way too developed. What I mean by this is that, as the playable characters in a game like this, they are meant to be inserts for the player. They can have pre-established character traits and backstory, but here it gets to a point where it kind of affects your choices. I don't really know how to explain it, but their characters are too defined for me to believe or not believe that they would do one thing or the other. Lee wasn't like this, because even though he has a canon backstory with his wife and family and all that, it was all left relatively vague and didn't affect how you played the game. Knowing Clem beforehand and having Javi have a much deeper and upfront backstory gives them defining character traits that might not match what the player wants to do, leading to moments where your choices don't quite feel quote-unquote canon. This season has an overwhelming sense of canon, if that makes sense, whether it be through cameo characters influencing the story, or the playable characters having too much character. That being said, I do like that we get more on Clem and Javi as individual characters, divorced from the player's choices, because it helps them feel more real, which is certainly a good thing in this season and the next, where the storytelling feels a lot more predetermined. So, double-edged sword, but overall gives Season 3 a much different vibe from the first. The group makes it into a train car, but before we can go much further, we are stopped by Conrad, who overheard everything. I mean, in fairness, they weren't being particularly quiet, and I'm sure there's an echo in that tunnel, so I don't know, Clem. Great choice of secret-telling location. Nice going. Conrad knows that Clem is New Frontier, and wants to use her as a bargaining chip to get in. My goal in this situation was to de-escalate, so I defended Clem. Conrad gets mad at this, and then puts a gun to Gabe's head, so to avoid any bloodshed whatsoever, I agree to just do it his way. Listen, Clem, you the homie, you gang, but if shit went down here and Gabe got, I wouldn't hear the end of it. We make it to the gates of the New Frontier in Richmond. Much to Clementine's chagrin, we use her to bargain our way in and appeal to reason. I like how this episode is almost bookended by standoffs at the gates. When the New Frontier is at the gates of Prescott, shit goes down bloody and it doesn't end well. This time, we are at the gates of the New Frontier, and instead of violence, we try to reason with them, which is also kind of funny. It's like, alright, well, we technically started it because we shot first, but like, alright, now we're gonna make peace with you guys. It's like, alright. You're kind of entitled for that one, Javi, not gonna lie. We manage to strike a deal, but first, their leader wants to meet us. He comes out, and holy shit, it's David. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, I want another. David, that is my name. David, where is my ball? I'm running out in the road. There is a car, and it is going to hit me. My name is the fucking Mimic, oh yeah. I predicted a lot of twists in this episode, but I'll be honest, I was not expecting David to still be alive. In hindsight, it kinda makes sense, what with the flashback and the prologue of this episode involving him for seemingly no reason, but I just straight up wasn't even thinking about it. It was super predictable, now that I look back on it, but because of that, it was also really effective.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. What the fuck? I thought he was dead. I guess they never said he was dead. He's the boss. He's the boss. I didn't even expect that. This also raises some very interesting problems for the next episode to tackle, chief among them being that David's people shot his wife and killed his daughter, which I thought could lead into him turning against the New Frontier. My predictions were that there would be a hostile takeover of some kind, or he would leverage our relationships to David to take over, and or that he would have a redemption arc of some kind. It turns out that my idea of a redemption arc would be somewhat correct, as pretty early on in episode 3, Javi is able to catch up with David, and he honestly seems pretty chill. While my plan was ultimately to play along with the New Frontier, frontier and ultimately backstab them, I learned in the process that David is a much nicer guy than I thought, which shifted my plans a bit. The flashbacks painted him in a pretty bad light, and I was ready to hate him, but he turned out to be much more charitable than I thought. It's an example of how we only ever see him in his worst moments, so we can never see him, like, be normal, you know? The brothers discuss Mariana's death, and they're actually on the same page about it, especially after David finds out it was the New Frontier that did it. By this point, my goal has changed from faking being on David's side to actually being on David's side. Right off the bat, this episode changes your opinion of him that you had based on the flashbacks, which certainly worked on me. That all being said, I do think his reaction to Mariana's death was extremely underwhelming, especially after finding out that it was the New Frontier that did it. His reaction is literally just, fuck. And that's kinda it. And on one hand, I can understand how that information could be so overwhelming to where the only reaction you could have is just fuck. And I think it really plays into David's emotional unavailability. But on the other hand, David has been shown to be somebody with a very short fuse who can snap at the tiniest things. His daughter being killed by his own men is certainly not a tiny thing. That's a pretty fucking big thing, actually. Either way, I think it's no big deal. It kind of works regardless, but it wasn't the reaction that I was expecting, right? David's doing a lot of subverting expectations today. This becomes a bit of a complicated situation though, since Kate is adamant about not staying in Richmond and seemingly wants nothing to do with David, while Gabe is thrilled to have his dad back and doesn't want to leave. This insinuates that Kate knows something about David that we don't, and seems to play into the idea that he was maybe abusive toward her in some way before the apocalypse, but she's not very specific. I think that this could have been a very interesting idea to tackle, where perhaps David was abusive towards Kate, but it was just never when Javi or the kids were around, so they wouldn't know, nor would we, the player. This would explain why she was so scared of him when she broke the coffee mug, and why she was so ready to immediately become butt buddies with Javi. It could have been a very interesting idea and made your new relationship with David a little more nuanced, but they play it all very ambiguously, which I wasn't huge on. The brothers meet up with the Council of Richmond, consisting of David, the doctor, played by Yuri Lowenthal, some guy named Clint, and a woman named Joan. They interview Javi to see if he and his people should stay here, and this goes pretty well at first. That is, until Max, aka the guy in the beanie that we've been beefing with on and off throughout the season, comes in and gives his side of the story, painting Javi, and by extension David, in a pretty bad light. Ultimately, they decide that Eleanor, Kate, and Gabe are allowed to stay, but everyone else is kicked out. But David is still in my corner, and he gives us a map and a location, promising to meet up with us later. Honestly, I was kind of expecting the whole episode to take place in Richmond, where we ultimately play politics and mind games and try and stay and eventually take over. Kinda like last season with Carver's guys, right? But I was surprised to see that we got kicked out so early. I think playing politics like that would be a really in-depth use of the Telltale gameplay formula, where you can choose who to build alliances with and decide how to smear your opponents and take over the city. Instead, they keep things simple by just kicking us out of the city entirely, which makes sense from a story perspective, as you'll see, but kinda blows when it comes to gameplay possibilities. A lot of this episode is really just expectations versus reality, and while I don't think that's quite a fair criticism, I do think it is worthy of mentioning. You know? Anyways though, on the journey there, we get this episode's Clem flashback. Black Baby is sick and apparently dying, so to save his life, we steal some medicine from the doctor, who claims that treating him is a lost cause.
Babies are just kind of like almost have souls, but not yet. So if a baby dies, it's like, well.
What?
Yeah. Or if you have too many kids, you can just kill them because they're just like animals.
What the fuck are you talking?
I do it anyways, and of course, you can't inject a baby with a needle and expect it to be stealthy, so we get caught. In response, David kicks us out of the New Frontier for breaking the rules and takes Black Baby, with Clementine presuming him dead in the time since. This really paints David in a bad light, which, while nothing new, did seem to come a bit out of left field, since David has been more than reasonable since he's returned. However, I think that's part of the nuance. David will bend the rules for his family, but is extremely harsh to pretty much anybody else. He's a family-first kind of guy because he's, you know, Hispanic, so he'll still show hospitality to Javi, even though they've been on bad terms in the past. Someone like Clem does not have that same connection to him, and the fact that he separates her from Black Baby shows that he doesn't care about separating other people's families. He's a massive hypocrite when it comes to family, and this will come into play later. Or will it? I don't know. I don't know why I said that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. He says words? Black Baby can say words? Back in the present, we fight off some hawkers and take cover in a garage. Unfortunately though, Conrad doesn't make it and is eaten to death. Now, this was apparently one of those decisions that you do not realize is going to be a big deal, since when we are first kicked out of Richmond, we are given the choice of whether or not to give Conrad a gun. I opted not to in that rather innocuous moment, specifically because of his actions earlier on the train car and his general dislike of Javi, but little did I know that this would butterfly effect into his death. And just like that, the Conrad arc that I was kind of looking forward to 2 is over. I think there was a really cool concept that I set up here of getting Conrad's wife killed and then redeeming myself to him by avenging her. But now that he's dead, and rather unceremoniously at that arc is over. It's not finishing. Which on one hand is kind of realistic. Like, people do not always have these multifaceted character arcs in real life. But on the other hand, it was very underwhelming narratively. I think if Conrad had more of a Kenny in season 1 type exit, where maybe he sacrifices himself to save Javi, thereby forgiving him in the process, this death would have been a lot more palatable. But I guess I just got the bad ending with this guy. Like I said earlier, this particular season is not the best at telegraphing what your choices are going to mean, and this one is just straight up deceptive. Anyways, we make it to our destination, David shows up, and Clem wants to kill him to avenge Black Baby. However, there's no need for that, as Black Baby is still alive and living in Richmond. Or at least that's what he says, because apparently that ends up not being true, but whatever. David came here to give us some gear so that we don't die out here, but notices a bunch of stuff in the garage that wasn't here before. Our group recognizes it as stuff from Prescott, and Jesus sees stuff from the Kingdom, shout out King Ezekiel. It turns out that a faction of the New Frontier have been raiding communities and taking their shit this entire time, all under David's nose. Keep in mind, David was in charge of the military, and it was like military guys that were doing this, so keep that in mind. He had no idea that this was happening. The guys at the forefront of this are Max and Badger, the latter of whom is the guy who killed Mariana, and they just so happen to be in the building. We confront them, and naturally, I bash this guy's head into fucking paste. Glenn style. Man, I don't know what it is about bashing somebody's head into goo, but it's just so satisfying in these games. Ironically enough, though, character-wise, I think this is a pretty underwhelming moment for Javi's character. He has never really been shown to be the type of guy who struggles with morality like this, and because he is such an established character outside of the player's choices, this doesn't really feel like something he would do. Like, player's choice aside, Javi does not strike me as vengeful or murderous in any capacity, and oftentimes is looked to as a voice of reason. He doesn't seem like somebody who would violently bash somebody's head into liquid, but on the other hand, this guy did kill his innocent niece who he had gotten very close with, and in a story all about family, I think I can also buy that he would act out of character in this moment. It works more or less, but it's another example of how the characters are too defined, meaning the player's choices don't always matter as much as they should. And to add nuance to this moment, I think if they had actually fleshed out Badger as anything more than some goon with a gun, make him a character that we at least know on a semi-human level, then the decision of whether or not to kill him would have carried a lot more weight. Am I overdoing this? Am I overthinking this? I don't know if it's that deep. We get Max to spill the beans that, yes, all of these items are ill-gotten gains from other communities, and that Joan is the one behind it all. David now joins us and helps us get back into the city so we can get our people out and deal with Joan. Also, Jesus leaves and goes back home. Bye, Jesus. Bye, Jesus. Will you be back in 3 days? Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ Almighty. I think the reveal that the New Frontier is evil isn't really surprising. It feels like it was meant to be surprising, like the player is supposed to think that the attack on Prescott was about Javi when it was really about stealing their shit, but I don't really think it worked the way that they intended. Like, yeah, these guys are complete violent assholes, so I wouldn't put it past them to raid communities like this. You go from hating the New Frontier during Prescott, warming up to them a bit during this episode through David, and then right back to hating them again. And because these episodes are so short, there's really no time to even consider if Richmond and the New Frontier are actually cool or not. They make you doubt their villainy for a minute, but then go right back to, oh hey, these guys suck almost immediately. Anyways, we sneak into the city, Clem goes off to find Black Baby, David goes to gather his friends, and Javi and Trip go get the others. Again, Kate is very unwilling to join up with David whatsoever, even when he is clearly trying to help us. If there's a twist coming, I cannot possibly guess it, because Kate has given us no reason for why she doesn't trust David or the New Frontier. There are legitimate reasons to think those things, she just never elaborates. Truly a woman moment if there ever were one. Ultimately, the Garcia brothers confront Joan, calling her out for her violent acts, but she defends it by claiming that without those resources, Richmond would be in a much worse spot, and she does not want to see her people suffer. The suffering of other communities is less than the suffering that she's preventing by raiding them in the first place. A classic numbers don't lie type situation that we've seen in other Walking Dead stories. I think the idea of a character like Joan is really interesting. She's a leader who isn't very physically imposing, so her real strengths are in how she can organize people and convince them of a greater good. I don't think we've ever seen this before in The Walking Dead, because even somebody similar to her, like Pamela, was more so ignorant than straight up evil, at least in the TV show. I always get the comic and TV show versions of Pamela confused, I don't know. On one hand, her motives are kind of understandable, as she mentions a particularly harsh winter where the community almost fell, but was able to build it back up to where it is now through her raids. She views the collateral damage from the raids as necessary evils, where she does seem to feel a little bit bad about it, but that guilt is vastly outweighed by by her desire to save her people. Joan is a villain whose actions are somewhat irredeemable given the negative consequences and her insistence that she's doing the right thing, but you can understand how she got to this point because she clearly has some kind of trauma around it. She's a rather nuanced character, and I thought she was a pretty effective villain. In the end, Javi and David are unable to convince the other council members to turn on Joan, and they are arrested, or something like that. The other council members and the militia, or whatever the fuck you call them, remain loyal to Joan, which leaves us on a pretty intriguing cliffhanger. Overall, I thought episode 3 was pretty much exactly what you'd expect of like a mid-season episode. You know, there's some big revelations, some deaths, all that fun stuff, but also lacked choices that felt like they truly mattered. This is especially a problem in a Telltale game where the whole point is choices. Not a bad episode, just not the greatest thing ever. Next episode. Let's move on to the next one. Episode 4 opens with yet another flashback to pre-apocalypse, with Javi and David having a moment at a batting cage. Their conversation ultimately boils down to David considering re-enlisting in the military due to not being able to deal with the stress of his family. My goal here was to talk him out of that because, dude, think of the children. He'd be leaving his kids without a father just because he can't handle the responsibility that he signed up for and would rather shoot brown people overseas.
Brown people.
Listen, even if you hate your life, you gotta stick with it for the children. That was my philosophy anyways, but hey, maybe some heartless bastards out there convinced him to leave. I don't know. Keep this in mind, it'll be important in the last episode. This then flashes into the present, where Joan takes David in for questioning, leaving Javi alone to solve puzzles. And it's not much of a puzzle, by the way. By this point, I was already seeing the motif of the episode, which is that it's very much about trust. David has to trust Javi to convince him not to enlist, and we have to trust that David will do what he can to get us out of jail and fix this whole situation. And while I am getting very ahead of myself, the big choice of this episode is entirely based on trust. Much like a lot of Walking Dead stories out there, it's about putting your trust in people that you don't necessarily trust all that well. This raises the question though, did I trust David? Well, short answer is yes, but I was a little doubtful. The flashback at the beginning indicated that this dude is not above emotionally harming his family for his own needs, so in the back of my mind, I did consider that he might side with Joan just to end this whole thing without bloodshed, but overall, I assumed that he would value family above all else, but that does leave a bit of unpredictability. Gabe breaks us out of jail. What if his name was Gay? That's so stupid. Gabe breaks us out of jail and we meet up with the others in what I assume is Ava's apartment. Oh yeah, Ava is one of David's homies. I forgot to mention her because she's like such a minor character and does pretty much nothing. But now she's important, so keep that in mind, I guess. We walk in as Tripp is very aggressively confessing his feelings for Eleanor, and that shit was mad awkward, dude. And he gets rejected hard. However, I tried to reassure him to keep his hopes up, and that just might have been a mistake. No foreshadowing here whatsoever.
Give us a minute.
It was very aggressive, like, I fucking love you, you fucking bitch. Anyways, the group makes a plan to get David and get out, but first things first, we need guns. Javi and Gabe go to get some, and in the process, we get stabbed. But instead of going back to the apartment to let Eleanor patch us up, which is exactly where we were going anyways, we instead go to see Dr. Langard, whose name I have not mentioned yet, but he's the doctor, who's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. Did I mention that he's addicted to drugs? In the infirmary, we find the doctor slumped over after a drug binge, and we find Clementine, who is looking for something to stop her bleeding. It's her period. Yeah, it's very awkward. This leads into the Clem flashback for this episode, where shortly after she was kicked out of the New Frontier, Ava comes by to give her some supplies. Ultimately, I went with the cordial options here. You know, it wasn't Ava's fault that we got kicked out. It was David's fault. So it wouldn't make sense to be mad at her for this. That being said, this flashback is less about Clem and more about Ava. As you'll see later, the final decision of this episode hinges on whether or not you care about Ava, and they really tried playing catch up with that here. By showing hospitality to Clem, the audience sees that she's one of the good members of the New Frontier, implying that you should trust her. This didn't really do much for me because aside from this, I think Ava has had like 2 lines total in the entire game, so my capacity to give a shit was pretty low. Kind of a waste of a Clem flashback if you ask me. Back in the present, the doctor wakes up and is understandably confused. You know, it tends to happen when you shoot heroin, right? Clem believes that he knows where Black Baby is, and he agrees to tell us, but only if we agree to euthanize him. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what I was thinking with this one, but I decided to let him live, much to Clementine's chagrin. She feels betrayed that I gave up her chance to find out where Black Baby is, and honestly, I felt really bad about that, but I also didn't know that was going to happen. I was low-key thinking that this would be one of those situations where it didn't matter if I did it or if Clem did it, it was going to happen anyways. But no, we genuinely do not get answers to where Black Baby is, and Clem is very mad about that. However, we were about to go see David, and he mentioned earlier that he has custody of the kid. So if we find him, we find both of them, right? It feels like they forgot about that in the middle of the story. David was like, oh yeah, by the way, I have custody of the kid. I know where he is. Correction. And then he just never mentions it again, and the kid's not even with him. So it's like, why bring that up? I wasn't too concerned, but I did feel bad about unintentionally betraying Clem. That absolutely killed me inside, but overall, I think I made the morally right choice here with the information that I was given, which, for the record, was not a lot. We head back to the apartment, which was probably a very awkward walk. Gabe has a little spaz.
I saved this one for you.
No, I've already got one.
Yo, negative Riz, dude. And we devise another plan. Javi, Kate, Gabe, and Clem go to steal a truck for us to escape in, while the others gear up to save David. This plan goes well, and now we wait for sunrise, where David will be put on public trial. In the meantime, Kate and Javi watch Clem bond with Gabe, which leads to Kate confessing her feelings for Javi. I knew this was coming the whole game, but now it's time to actually face it. Now, to reiterate, I know that she is not blood related to anybody in the Garcia family, but she is still his brother's wife, and that's really weird for lack of a better term. It just feels wrong to me, so I avoided this at all cost. She confesses her feelings, and I have to turn her down. I felt very bad about this, but it needed to happen. The sooner you rip that band-aid off, the sooner we can move past this, right? I love Latina pussy as much as the next guy, and no shade to my man Trip, but I was low-curcularly trying to get some of that Asian pussy, if you feel me. Javi is a real fucking heartbreaker today, dude. Hell yes. But now, it's time for the shit to hit the fan. Joan comes out to speak to the masses, with David ready to hang from the gallows. She gives a speech about the greater good, or some bullshit, I don't know, and tries to pin the death of Badger on David, to not only justify his execution, but to send a message to anybody who tries to double-cross her, under the guise of doing what's right for the community. She notices us in the crowd and invites us to speak and give our side of the story, and we do our best to expose her.
Expose him!
Well, not really, we just kind of tell her to go fuck herself, but close enough. But as it turns out, Joan knew exactly what we were planning and was able to plan ahead, because Eleanor turned out to be a traitor. You fucking... After everything we did and you betray us like this? As it turns out, China is asshole. Javier no trust Eleanor is asshole. Joan then brings out her big show, revealing that she has captured Trip and Ava, and as punishment, gives us a choice. We can choose to either save Ava or save Trip. Of course, Trip is the homie. You gotta save the homie. But then, the game does something that I was afraid it was going to do for quite a while. The choice is actually the opposite. Even though I chose to save Trip, Joan kills him anyways, which in this context makes sense, but is the very first time that the game has ever done this. Fuck.
Joan.
No! No! Damn. They Charlie Kirked them. You know, it fakes you out by the outcome being the opposite of what you chose, and unfortunately, despite my intentions, Trip had to die. But, hey, does that make, Eleanor a free game? I mean, she's a traitor, but I'd still like to hit it at least once. Honestly, while I'm not crazy about Trip's death, I do think it kind of makes sense narratively the way that I played it. He was the bro the entire time, right? And throughout episode 3, we found out about his feelings for Eleanor. Then in this episode, he confesses and is rejected, but comes to Javi for reassurance. We gave him hope that things will work out, but as we all know, in The Walking Dead, anytime anybody shows any hope for the future whatsoever, they probably aren't going to make it very far. I think Trip's death makes sense here, because we gave him hope and we're trying to save him, only for him to be brutally killed. That being said, I don't know a single person who would try to save Ava unless you anticipated the fake out. Like I mentioned earlier, Ava is kind of a nothing character, and the player likely doesn't care too much about her. We've had much more time with Trip and have gotten to know him pretty well, so of course we were gonna save him, when given the opportunity. I have a little theory that this choice was originally going to be between Trip and Eleanor, because it doesn't really make much sense for Eleanor to betray us, and it makes way more sense for Ava to be a double agent for Joan. I think they switched Ava's and Eleanor's roles here, though why they would do that is unknown. I have no proof of this, by the way. I think that just makes more sense to me. Anyways, at this point, Clint, the other council guy, gives us an ultimatum. Our group can walk out of Richmond into the herd and take our chances, or we can deny his offer and kill Joan. Of course, I killed that Secret Saturdays looking bitch because let's be real, she absolutely deserved it. The game doesn't do a great job at reminding you, but remember, our beef with her was that she was undermining the other council members and using Richmond's forces to attack and loot peaceful communities. The fact that she continued to justify it only made it all worse and showed to me that there was no redeeming her. Her methods would have eventually led to something dictatorial, and I was not having that. Plus, we know that Hilltop and the other communities are nearby, and I highly doubt that Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes would put up with Joan's bullshit, let alone if the Saviors came around.
I will shut that shit down!
She was going to end up like this either way, so I was simply doing it first. Chaos quickly ensues, we save David, Kate explodes a truck, walkers flood into the city, and boom, roll credits. Overall, pretty solid episode, filled with great character moments, whether it be Javi and David in the flashback, or Kate admitting her feelings, and interesting moral choices, like whether or not we kill the doctor, and of course the whole situation with Joan. And I kind of barely mentioned it, but Gabe gets a lot of focus in this one too, and it's kind of interesting seeing his whole inferiority complex come into play, where the adults don't take his ideas seriously. I mean, it wasn't that interesting, hence why I skipped over most of it, but you get the gist. A lot of good stuff in this one. Let's see how it plays out, Cotton.
Your life is precious.
And I believe I'm Morgan Jones, and I believe that all life is precious. You were supposed to.
The final episode, titled From the Gallows, picks up with another flashback. This one is even further back, where Javi and David are playing dominoes with their dad. They discover his cancer diagnosis and urge him to tell their mother and get treatment, but he refuses. Like a real fucking man. Real men don't go to the doctor. Real men thug that shit out. The brothers eventually convince him to get help, but in a moment alone, their father tells Javi to look out for his brother, and essentially not be a dick to him because he believes that legacy is the only thing that a person leaves behind. I agreed, which means that Javi now has a promise to keep. Oh, and complete side tangent, but I feel like the last two episodes had their titles switched. From the Gallows makes way more sense as the title of episode 4, since that's where the whole public execution thing goes down, while the title of that episode, Thicker Than Water, makes way more sense for the finale. You know, it obviously derives from the term blood is thicker than water, which means that family is important, and with the finale tying together the season's whole theme regarding family, it makes a lot more sense. We then get back to the present, directly in the aftermath of the wall blowing up. There's a shitty fake-out death with Kate, but it turns out that she's alive, somehow, and the trio meet up with the others and find shelter. A bunch of people blame us for all of this, and honestly, rightfully so, since we were the ones that pulled the trigger, but people are also mad at Kate here, which makes no sense at all. Like, yeah, she was driving the truck that blew up the wall, but it wasn't her fault it crashed and exploded because some asshole threw a Molotov at her. How she even survived this in the first place is kind of insane. People should be more confused about that. Anyways, the gang meets up with Eleanor, that traitorous bitch, who is treating a patient. It turns out that this woman lost her daughter in the chaos that we caused, and more importantly, her husband was the guy that kidnapped us in episode 1, who we were asked to shoot or spare. We, of course, shot him, and David apparently thought it was a good idea to say that out loud in front of her. Yeah, nice going, dude. I mean, I know you're not one for sensitivity, but like, come the fuck on. This lady spazzes and points a gun at us, and even though we were close to talking her down, David goes sicko mode and snaps her arm and almost kills her. The other characters are horrified by his actions, since many of them have never seen him like this, but this time he is able to read the room and show himself out. This is a rather important moment, because up until this point, we have only ever seen David's cold-heartedness shine through in very subtle ways. You know, he says a lot of selfish things that paint him as an asshole, which he is, but nobody has ever really seen him act on it. His overreaction to the lady pointing a gun at us is exactly that, an overreaction. We had already de-escalated the situation, and even if we hadn't, snapping her arm in half was way too far for what she did, especially considering she was already injured and in emotional distress. It's been established that David is not very emotionally intelligent, and this is a prime example of how that can manifest itself. Javi later meets up with David standing on the roof, looking like he might be considering jumping. He explains that he sees the world differently from other people, in that he still thinks like a soldier. You know, where one person might see a hill, he sees a sniper outpost. He acknowledges that this is what makes him great in battle, but is a major shortcoming when it comes to his interpersonal relationships. You know, because he thinks like a fucking war general or some shit, he doesn't have the level of emotional intelligence that he needs to be a father, hence why he tries to avoid it. I decided to stand with him on the ledge, and we managed to talk him down by convincing him that even though it might be hard, everyone has the capacity to change. He might think like a soldier now, but that doesn't mean that he can't change and become the family man that he truly wants to be. This was a nice, wholesome moment, and I think it's an interesting twist on the premise of becoming the Walking Dead. David has been in war mode for far too long, as far back as before the apocalypse, so it is extremely difficult for him to exit that mode and go back to being a regular guy, when not only is battle the only way that he derives pleasure in life, but is also a type of behavior that is rewarded by the apocalypse. He is incentivized to be this person because it's effective in keeping him alive, but at the cost of normalcy. I think think it's an interesting take on this type of emotionally avoidant character, where it uses the apocalyptic setting in conjunction with a character who was already kind of prone to being that type of person. Does that make sense? I don't know, I think David's a lot deeper than he seems, and it's crazy that people don't talk about him more. Immediately after this, we are confronted by Ava, who in our case is the person that we basically chose to die in the previous episode. This is obviously a very awkward situation. That just happened, but I just go full truthful here. Like Javi says, that deal was a no-win scenario, and again, there was no way of knowing that Joan was going to do the opposite of what I told her. She seemingly buys this, and the scene just kinda ends there. Not long after this, Ava is attacked by a walker and falls to her death, which happens extremely abruptly. And honestly, I felt that this whole situation was way too underbaked. The situation that Javi and Ava are in is super uncomfortable, and I think it needed time to develop into something. Like sure, you can still do the whole she kind of forgives you and then sacrifices herself to save you thing that they do here, but I think it needed more time to simmer. This is also another instance where it would have been helpful to know Ava as a character, like, at all, since we have pretty much no emotional attachment to her. Like, she's not even our friend, she's David's friend. Why do we care what this lady thinks of us? And honestly, I don't even think the Tripp version of this would have worked any better either, since if Ava forgave us this quickly, then of course Tripp is gonna do the same, which doesn't hit even remotely as hard. They had a good idea with this, it's just not executed that well. Or at all, for that matter. The gang makes their way to a vehicle depot, and after distracting some walkers, conflict ensues. David wants to leave Richmond and bring everyone back to their original home in Baltimore, while Kate disagrees and wants to save Richmond, believing that she owes these people after she feels responsible for causing this in the first place. I sided with Kate here, because let's be real, what else is left out there? Richmond is objectively our best bet right now, and we do kinda owe it to these people, because it was kind of our fault. Gabe sides with his dad, and Kate goes off on David for his lack of humanity. She regrets ever having loved him, and because we rejected her in the previous episode, she regrets loving Javi as well. This obviously doesn't sit right with David, because he does not know the context and thinks that we've been fucking his wife, resulting in a fight between the brothers. This gives us our biggest choice of the season, where we can choose to either fight back or take our beatings. I wasn't gonna just sit there and take this bullshit from this asshole, so I chose to fight back. However, upon seeing the prompt that we broke our promise to our father, I immediately regretted it. Now, logically speaking, this was not the time to be the bigger person, but thematically, it would have been really cool to not fight him and keep our promise. It would have tied the season's whole theme of family together by showing that Javi will stay true to his word, even in the worst moments. At the time, I felt that I made the wrong choice here, but in hindsight, I think it made the story way better. More on that in a moment. David and Gabe make their escape, which prompts us with another choice. Either we can go with Kate and help her save Richmond, or we can go after David and Gabe. Also, Clementine is here also, and I keep forgetting to mention her because she does nothing in this fucking episode. Now, if I'm being honest here, I only chose to go after the fellas because we get to ride a motorcycle, and that's cool as fuck. I do think that if I were actually in this situation in real life, I probably would have gone with Kate, since emotions would be running high and I would probably have said fuck David, but I am ultimately glad that I chose to go after him for reasons you will see shortly. Javi and Clem manage to catch up to them after their car gets stuck, and we take out the dead and help them out. It turns out Gabe tried to stop his dad, which resulted in their crash, and he feels extremely guilty over this. I decided to reassure him though, that this doesn't make him a bad person, and overall, I think this is a culmination of Gabe's arc. You know, he spends the whole game being kind of a dickhead, always wanting to help out but being way too eager, which ultimately causes more problems than solutions. I think this is the moment where he realizes that his actions have consequences, and that in order to be a real man like he wants to be, he shouldn't give in to anger and shit like that. He kind of forgoes his little Andrew Tate arc and learns what being a real man is. I think it's done in the shallowest way possible, and his arc isn't really all that deep, but I can appreciate it for what it is. I see what they were going for with Gabe. David then laments his failures. He believes that he has failed as a father and a brother. He believes that he can't change, and that he would be better off alone. I decided to talk him down from all of this. There's still hope for him to change. There's still hope for Richmond, and you can't just give up because you messed up a few times. Ultimately, I convinced him to come back with us, and I think this cancels out my decision to fight back from earlier. Or rather, the fight enhances this moment by showing the two extremes. The choice to fight back broke our promise to our father, but I think that it's way more cinematic and narratively interesting that way, because here we were able to make good on that promise by putting forgiveness over grudges. Yeah, David fucked up and is probably a bad father, but we know that he is capable of change, and what kind of brother would we be if we didn't believe that he truly could? In the end, we did keep our promise to our father by believing that David can come back from his darkest moment. Now, was it right to forgive David? Well, I guess it depends on who you ask. While I think forgiving him here makes for a way better story, that doesn't necessarily mean that I agreed with or condoned any of his actions. Granted, the worst things we've seen him do are disarming that lady earlier and kicking Clem out of the New Frontier, and it is somewhat implied that he was an abusive husband to some degree, but I ultimately don't think any of that was out of malice. At his core, I think David is a good guy, and the fact that he questions these choices shows that he has a conscience that other people like him don't always have. If he had given in to his militaristic ways, he would have ended up just like Joan. So the fact that he doubted that lifestyle means that there's hope for him. But I can also see why some people would disagree. You might think that David is the pinnacle of toxic masculinity or some other gay buzzword like that, and you could probably make a pretty convincing argument for that. But personally, I saw him as somebody who knows that he's bad but doesn't quite know how to be better. Overall, I'm not gonna lie, David turned out to be a much deeper character than I thought. We make it back to the front gates of Richmond and find none other than Jesus and some friends from the kingdom here to help. Shouts out to Jesus, he's a real ass motherfucker for that. Our main goal is to find Kate, and though it looks like she was able to fix the wall, she is not responding to us. We quickly discover the truth, which is that Kate got bit or died from her injuries or something like that because she is now a walker. We put her down, and Javi collapses to the ground in grief. I think this hits pretty hard, if only because Javi, and thereby me, have spent the entire season vehemently disagreeing with her. Almost everything she suggested, we disagreed with. And of course, we also rejected her romantic advancements, which combined with nobody listening to her about David, resulted in a rather tragic death. All we ever did was push her away, leaving her to feel like nobody is in her corner, so in a way, her death kind of feels like it's on us, which certainly justifies Javi's reaction. I wouldn't say I was particularly saddened by her death, in fact I thought it was kind of predictable, but I do think it works for what it is. Oh well, R.I.P. Kate, low-key kinda wish I hit that now. The Latinx pussy was limited edition.
Bro, you are fucking Latinx.
In the next scene, Gabe and Javi pay their respects to Kate and talk about honoring the fallen. I thought this was a really nice exchange and served to display one of the core themes of The Walking Dead as a franchise, which is how people deal with death. People are gonna die, but how do you move on in that situation? You honor the dead by keeping them with you and all that shit. The only thing that bothers me about this scene is that David is nowhere to be found. The last time that we see him in the entire game is where he looks at us from afar after Kate's death. I think it would have been a real full circle moment for David if he joined Javi and Gabe here and admitted how big of an asshole that he was to her. It would have been the first step in his self-improvement while also honoring somebody that he had wronged. I really just can't stand that the epilogue barely addresses him. Most of it is Javi and Gabe or Javi and Clem, but they never explore the aftermath of Javi and David, which was the central relationship of basically the entire game. Or David and Gabe, a relationship that is barely explored whatsoever. We spend all this time trying to redeem him, but when we actually do, we never get to see the fruits of it. Regardless though, I think the scene works. Shouts out to Gabe, I guess. We then flash forward to a few days later, seeing that Richmond has been saved and is in the process of being restored. And we promise Jesus to do the right thing and help lead the community. This goes absolutely nowhere, by the way, since, spoilers, we never see this place ever again in either the games or the comics. You'd think Jesus would try to get us to join the coalition or something, but no, he's just like, oh, I'm Jesus, by the way, I'm gay, and then leaves. Like, okay, dude, sure, alright, thanks. We then meet up with Clem, who, reminder, has barely been in this episode in any meaningful capacity, and the two of us come across Dr. Langard. Or is it Dr. Lingard? I wrote it differently both times. I don't remember what his fucking name was. The Yuri Lowenthal drug addict doctor. We ask him to tell us where Black Baby is, and he gives us an answer, thankful that we spared his life. I thought this was an interesting way to show how humanity can help you in the long run, which is ultimately one of the biggest themes of The Walking Dead as a franchise. We could have killed the doctor in his darkest moments and gotten an answer much earlier, but instead we let him live, which has seemingly given him the opportunity to turn his life around, and we get an answer to Black Baby's whereabouts anyways as a reward. The game really does reward you for picking the morally right choices, arguably more so than previous seasons. You might even argue that the ending is a little too happy in that respect. The final scene is a conversation between Clem and Javi. He cuts her hair while they banter about Gabe and baseball and all that, with Clem expressing her desire to find AJ, believing that she wasn't a good mom. We reassure her that she did her best and all that, and the two promise to talk more baseball when she comes back with Black Baby. This scene goes pretty hard, since it's obviously meant to be a callback to season 1 where Lee cut Clementine's hair the first time. Javi is obviously never going to replace Lee, but I do like that Clem has other positive role models in her life aside from Lee or Kenny or even Jane. I don't think Javi is as interesting as any of those characters, but I think his relationship with Clementine was deep enough that I could buy their friendship. They went through a lot together, that much is undeniable. In the end though, Clementine leaves Richmond and goes off on her own to find AJ, decked out in her new drip, with the game promising that Clementine's story will continue. After a whole game where she did basically nothing, it is cool to know that the writers knew what we were here for and promised more Clem. That raises the question though, if they knew that people wanted more Clem, then why try to tell a completely different story? More on this in a moment.
Overall, I liked New Frontier, but it's definitely the most flawed of these seasons so far. These episodes felt way shorter than Season 2's, even though they're about the same length. And as a result, there was a lot of stuff that it feels like they just kind of rushed through. The whole Ava and Javi thing from earlier is a pretty good example, but there were other things that felt like they were gonna go somewhere, but just never ended up going anywhere. While certain things like Conrad's story are defined by your choices, there are other things in this game that aren't defined by your choices that just kind of fizzle out. Like, for instance, I was very underwhelmed by anything involving Eleanor. You know, we find out that she was a traitor, but we never really unpack this. Or how Jesus is in this story, but his inclusion doesn't really feel like it connects to the larger world. Above all, though, Clementine is here, which is great, but it feels like her inclusion was kind of tacked on. You know, I've seen theories out there that A New Frontier was meant to be its own separate thing that had nothing to do with Clem at all. Like it was meant to be a spin-off or kind of a new start for the series or whatever. But because they knew that people wanted Clem, they added her in at the last minute. This would explain why her story has very little to do with the rest of the season and feels relatively self-contained. Like, it connects, just not in a way that matters, you know? My point is, there was a lot of stuff in this game that felt like it was gonna go somewhere, but it was so focused on the main story that everything else just kind of fell to the wayside. You know, there wasn't really room for any of these side stories like the previous seasons had, right? That being said, I do think that the Javi and David relationship is one of the strongest parts of the story. You know, this season is all about family and how far that can take you, but it also questions where you draw the line. You know, David might be family, but is that going to let you overlook his actions? Are you going to keep your father's promise, or do you not really value family all that much? It is a theme that is all over this game, and like I've mentioned several times so far, it is the most competent and interesting thing about it. You know, I may not be crazy about how the season went in a different direction and stepped away from Clementine, but I do think that the story that they do tell with the Garcias is genuinely interesting and is absolutely worth telling. While it does have a lot of glaring issues, A New Frontier is actually pretty good, and I think it gets way too much hate.
Why am I still getting hate?
Intermission number 3, baby. Let's go. Editor, cut that out. Don't cut that out. Editor, have gay sex with a man. Well, I don't really know what else to put here, so, here's some images, some Telltale Walking Dead related images, that I did not get to use for the video, because I just didn't think of a place to put them, and I forgot about that. I forgot that I had downloaded them earlier, specifically for this video. So here's a bunch of those images, they're flashing on screen right now. Damn, that's crazy. Here's the finale, here's the end of the video. So here we are, the final season, and this one actually has some pretty interesting development history. Around the time of episode 2's release in 2018, it was announced that Telltale Games was going through major financial struggles, forcing them to lay off a majority of their employees. This left The Walking Dead's final season in a bit of an unknown position, since with Telltale closing its doors, it seemed like we'd never get to see Clementine's story finish, and with only 2 episodes left.
We were right there, man!
But then a hero rose from the ashes. Robert Kirkman, creator of The Walking Dead comics, and somebody who was massively influential to the rise of Telltale back with Season 1, came in for the save. During this same time frame, Skybound Entertainment was trying to get a gaming division off the ground, and in October of 2018, Skybound Games obtained the rights to Telltale's The Walking Dead, which allowed the original development team to finish the game, and thereby, Clementine's story. Much like a lot of this season, the story came full circle. Telltale was saved by Robert Kirkman's company the same way that he helped put Telltale on the map back in 2012. Knowing that this season almost didn't get to finish really makes it hit a lot harder. Shout out to Robert Kirkman, that dude is truly the GOAT. But without further ado, let's get into The Walking Dead, the final season. It's me, I'm Robert Kirkman, I've got my big old Robert Kirkman out. Oi mate, my Robert Kirkman is out. Would you like to give a big suck to my Robert Kirkman? My Robert Kirkman is dangling. Oi bruv, I'm dangling my cock. My big fat cock is dangling. Right off the bat, the season lets you know that it's the finale. There's this super cool recap sequence of the whole series leading up into the present, and a lot of the first episode consists of callbacks to earlier in the series. They are not very subtle about this either, with the cover art and the recap sequence now putting Clem in Lee's position. It's pretty clear they're going for like a cinematic parallel type beat, which kinda made me fear for Clem's fate a little bit, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Additionally, this was also the first game that Telltale used their new engine, the Telltale tool, and it really shows because this game looks pretty damn good graphically. They took a more realistic approach here while still being a little cartoony with some of the exaggerated character designs and keeping some of the cell shading, with the more realistic faces allowing for characters to be a little more expressive. While I would say that I preferred the Season 1 and 2 style where it looked more like the comic book, this is pretty good too. Looks way better than season 3, I can tell you that. That shit looked like wet dog ass. The first episode picks up in a car, much like season 1 did, with Clem driving Black Baby? Or is he Black Child now? Well, whatever you want to call him, AJ is here now, with a few years having passed since season 3. This was honestly a little bit surprising to me, since given how season 3 ended, I expected the final season to be Clem searching for Black Baby. Clem promised Javi that after she found him, they'd come back to Richmond, so I figured the final season would end with her returning there and finding safety. But now we're a few years into the future with no explanation for why we didn't do any of the Richmond stuff. It really does add to the idea of A New Frontier being the black sheep of the franchise, since this season barely acknowledges it. Anyways, we're in the car with Black Baby, and we come across a train station that we loot for supplies. It's here that we are given decisions that, while they don't seem like a big deal, are actually major choices that determine the rest of the game. Kinda. There are a couple of walkers tied to a chair that were clearly the result of a joint suicide, with a note asking to leave them alone, which we have to choose whether we listen to or not. There's also a security door that we can open, so to get in, we can either kill the walkers and get the key, or we can respect the walkers' wishes and send AJ through the death gate, not unlike how Clem did for Lee back in season 1. I decided to respect the dead couple's wishes with the intent to show AJ that you should respect the dead's wishes. Within reason.
We take off our hats and respect.
Respect for the dead! Now, the reason I said kinda earlier is that I would argue that these decisions don't necessarily matter in the sense that these are just to give the player an idea of how your actions can affect AJ. It tells you that your actions, aka Clem's actions, always have an influence on him. So even the smallest thing can have a big impact. You know, for example, if you discourage AJ from swearing here, he will not swear for the rest of the game. However, I feel that this isn't as big of a deal as it appears, since they make it out like every tiny choice is going to affect him in a major way, when really it's only the big ones that matter, like in most games. Like, the swearing scene changes his dialogue for later in the game, but it's not really going to change his actions. Like, I don't really know how they would pull off that level of depth, but regardless, the point is, much like how Lee had to be careful with how his actions affected Clem, now Clem must do the same with AJ. Classic, full circle type situation. Things go south when we activate a trap, resulting in our duo crashing their car. Don't ask how that happened. Luckily though, they are saved by an unknown group, and Clem wakes up in an old school. We quickly meet the leader of this new group, a kid our age named Marlon, who leads a small community of other teenagers who have been living at this abandoned boarding school ever since the start. He gives us a tour of the place, we meet some of the others like Willie, Ruby, Ten, and most importantly Lewis and Violet, before we meet up with Black Baby. I'm gonna keep calling him Black Baby, by the way, because I think it's funny.
I've seen some rough scenes.
Hi there? What's his problem?
You're just new.
He's a little retarded.
We haven't seen anything like you in ever.
Leave him alone, he's a little retarded. That one's a little retarded.
You can probably tell
He likes to bite sticks and eat rocks.
Now, if I'm being honest, I am not too crazy about the whole community of kids thing, because let's face it, the Walking Dead franchise is not exactly known for having well-written children. Many do exist, obviously, like Comic Carl and, of course, Clementine, but they often miss more than they hit. Like, it's not an inherently bad idea, but it's hardly ever done well in its own series, you know? I'm still getting Nom flashbacks to the kids from Fear Season 5. That being said, I think the kid community is an interesting enough idea on its own, it's just not what I pictured for the final season. You know, when I think of final season, I'm thinking much bigger scale, like dealing with entire communities and massive herds of walkers and shit like that, but the game opts for a much more limited scale, which ends up working in terms of character writing, but probably would not have been my first choice if I wanted like a spectacle, you know? But anyways, this is where we get the chance to meet some of the other characters. There's a shit ton of them, so we'll go over the major ones and, you know, skip some of the lesser important ones. That's how that works usually. We already met the leader, Marlon, and I think he's kind of whatever. You know, he gives me bully character from an 80s movies vibe, you know? Like, he looks like fucking, what's his name from Back to the Future, the bully? Why don't you make like a tree and get out of here? You know what I mean? He looks like that. He doesn't necessarily have that like kind of personality, but he looks like it, and it bothers me. I mean, I can't say I liked or cared about him, but you see the vision. And honestly, I'm surprised he can even hear us with all that party in the back. We also meet Lewis, a musician and Marlon's best friend, who, because this was made in the late 2010s, has the fucking Killmonger fade. Game developers, stop giving black characters the Killmonger fade challenge. Difficulty, black. Anyways, I did not like this guy. He just reeks of millennial writing, where he always has some sort of unfunny quip. It's like an that just happened type beat, you know? Not a fan of that. Not a huge fan of that. He is a walking, talking trope, and while I do think he's an interesting enough character who adds a much needed dynamic to the group, he's just fucking annoying. And that's the worst sin of all. Worse than the Killmonger fade, honestly. We also meet Violet, and of course, she's the emo girl. Wow, how original. An emo character named Violet? Wow, that's never been done before, ever. Jokes aside, though, she's kind of secretive and mysterious, so I was kind of interested to see if she'd become a more important character. You know, you don't introduce a character like that and then not have their arc be about, like, opening up to people, you know? Brody is a girl who's kind of a spaz, always afraid of everything, typical woman moment. There is also Tennessee, or Ten, who isn't that big of a character, but he is somewhat important for plot reasons. Ten's two sisters, Sophie and Minnie, died a while back, and this tragedy is a large reason for why the kids are deciding to stay closer and closer to the school instead of expanding their range for supplies. There's also the implication that Violet and Minnie were in a relationship before this happened, which explains some of what her whole deal is and shows that the deaths of these characters have a much wider impact on the whole group. And as you'll see, this will also be very important later, so keep this in mind. There are a few other minor characters here and there, like Asim and Ruby, but none of them are that important right now, or even really at all, so we'll just leave it at that. Oh hey, they got a dog. What the dog doing? There's also our first major gameplay section, showing off the combat of this game, and I really didn't like it. Every fight with a walker is the exact same thing. Walk up to it, spam A, then click another button. It's just not fun. It's the same exact quick time event bullshit that they've been doing since the first game. While I get it, Telltale is not about the action. If you're going to include action like this at all, then you have to at least make it fun. This sucks balls, and it's the only way that you kill walkers for the entire game. It wants to be Last of Us so bad, but they realized like, oh, we don't really know how to do combat all that well, so fuck it. The next day, Clementine is tasked with helping the others with their daily chores, where we can either go with Violet and Brody to go fishing, or go with Lewis and Asim to go hunting. I decided to give in to my IRL manly instincts and go hunting, because I'll be honest, as much as I thought Violet was intriguing in hindsight, but at the time, I didn't really like her, and thought that a bunch of girl talk would be really boring. I mean, I don't really like Lewis or Asim either, but I'd rather be hunting like a real fucking man, you know? Like a real fucking man who eats steak and fucks women. I almost said men, that would have been really funny. Men. We go hunting, and then are given a choice between if we want to help Lewis with the snare, or go bow hunting with Asim. I went with Asim because bow hunting sounds more fun than listening to Lewis's gay quips, and boom, our job is done for the day. We head to the fishing spot to meet up with the others, but come to discover that the place has been ransacked. Brody has a realistic depiction of a panic attack and heads home, but the rest of us realize the situation at hand, which is that we're low on food and a couple of rabbits are not gonna cut it. To solve this problem, Clem leads them back to the train station from earlier to scavenge from the food supply that got exploded. This goes against the rules, as the train station is outside of the school's established radius, and we quickly find out why that is the case. While inside, we are confronted by a guy with a gun, who we later learn is named Abel, claiming to want some of the food that we're taking, which is really a euphemism for, give me the food or I'll fucking kill you.
Make what kill you, Billy? Make what kill you, Billy?
AJ pulls his gun, and in the standoff, we are given the choice to either put the gun down, tell AJ to shoot him, or kill him yourself. I knew that this cracker had to go, so peace was not an option, but I couldn't let AJ do it lest he become a fucking sociopath, so I decided to push this guy into the herd and kill him. This turned out to have had disastrous consequences on AJ that you will see shortly. I would argue that this is the first big choice that really influences AJ's actions, because we're showing him that killing people is okay, even when there is an option for peace, and he seems to take this moment to heart. It's a lot more nuanced than that, but he's far too young to really understand, hence why these choices are so important. We make it back to school with the food, and upon telling Marlon how we got it, he gets really mad. That place was outside of their range, and the fact that we killed a guy in the process raises security issues. Brody in particular is very upset about this and spazzes at us, but I downplay her concerns because, let's be real, that guy was not making it out of that situation. You'll never guess who made it out of that situation. That night, Clem is awoken by the sound of muffled screaming. She goes to investigate and comes across Marlon and Brody in the basement. The two are arguing about the situation at the train station, with Brody alluding to the idea that Marlon did something bad that he needs to come clean about. We intervene and quickly learn that apparently Marlon knew the guy that we killed at the train station, and that he traded Sophie and Minnie, the dead characters mentioned earlier, to that guy's group in exchange for safety. This reveal turns violent, with Marlon smashing Brody's head with a flashlight, ultimately killing her, and locking us inside the basement. This results in a really eerie scene where we have to maneuver around in the dark to find a way out and avoid Walker Brody, and it's pretty sick. It radiates vibes. It oozes vibes. Like, dude, when the flashlight turns red because of all the blood on it, that's fucking sick, dude. That's bars. We managed to make it out alive, and now have to convince the others that Marlon has been lying to them about everything. And this scene slaps, dude. The rain, the whole group surrounding you while you convince them like a Danganronpa trial. This scene just oozes atmosphere, dude. It goes so hard. Despite knowing that we cannot let this madman run free, my choices led to Marlon standing down and achieving a peaceful solution. This guy cannot be the leader anymore, that much is clear. But he didn't mean to kill Brody, and only did what he thought was best for the safety of his friends by making the deal with the twins, both of which I thought were worthy of redemption. I wasn't willing to forgive him yet, but there is the path for him to be better, right? All's well that ends well. But at the last minute, bam!
Dead.
Black Baby shoots Marlon in the head. What the fuck? Why'd you do that, Black Baby?
What? I aimed for the head.
It's true. I did say that. I'm Morgan Freeman, and I am fucking gay. And boom, that's the episode. Cut to black. This one was a banger for sure. It does slow down a bit in the middle with the hunting and or fishing sections. Granted, the point of those is to build character relationships, but most of the time, there is never a dull moment. Everything feels like it belongs, right? This is also a great return to form for Clem's character, who was mostly on the back burner for season 3. She was a lot more established back then, and a lot of that does carry over here, but they treat her a lot more like Lee in this season. Lee had pre-established things about his character, but most of that didn't contrast with specific choices, and they do the same with Clem here. Season 3 felt like it had canon choices, which is not how season 4 operates at all, despite having a similar storytelling philosophy with much more concrete plot points. Additionally, the episodes this season are about 2.5 hours apiece, just like season 1, and as a result, they have a lot more time to breathe than the previous seasons did, which I absolutely love. Seasons 2 and 3 were balls to the wall the entire time. There was really no downtime to understand the side characters on any deeper level. It was boom, here's some plot, boom, here's some character development, boom, here's a big choice, and all of them were about an hour and a half apiece, which was a bit of a letdown. While season 1's length was partially due to the emphasis on puzzle solving sections and stuff like that, this season kind of takes the gameplay formula of 2 and 3, where it's more so based on the decisions during cutscenes, with less of an emphasis on gameplay. As a result, the stories are pretty dense, but they do bloat a little bit of it out with some gameplay here and there, more specifically combat, and it kind of sucks. So the real substance here is in the story. It's a great basis for the final season, and I was absolutely hooked. From the window to the walls, there's sweat drip down my balls. All these bitches crawl. Anyways, now on to episode 2, which picks up the next morning as Clem and AJ deal with the emotional aftermath of what he did, and then we flash back to see how the other kids reacted in the immediate aftermath. Again, knowing that everything I say and do has an effect on Black Baby, my goal here was to essentially tell him, yeah, you fucked up really bad, but it's also not entirely your fault. I did teach him to aim for the head, and you can't say that he didn't take that to heart. This begins the next leg of AJ's arc, where he needs to learn that there are limits to when you need to kill people, and he sets out to make things right. Coffee, 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 coffee. We meet up with the other kids at Marlon and Brody's funeral, and none of them are particularly thrilled that we're here. In fact, many of them want to kick us out of the school, chief among them being Mitch. More like bitch, because when the fuck did you get a personality, Mr. Background Character? Regardless, we press F to pay our respects. Black Baby promises to atone for what he did, but it doesn't matter because they kick us out anyways. This was not very shocking at all, and let's be real, we all know that we'd be back. Like, come on, you set up this whole bedroom with the collectibles and then tell me that I can't be here after an episode? Be fucking for real, Ski, dude, come on.
You can't kick us out, our collectibles are in a room. Exactly, we have all of our collectibles.
Lewis and Violet escort us out, and we part ways. Not even 2 minutes later, we come across none other than Abel, the guy that we thought we killed in the last episode by throwing him into a herd. He's apparently alive, somehow, and though he's down an arm, he's not alone. He and his friend put guns to our heads and demand we tell them where Marlon is, only to look up and boom! Big reveal, it's Lily from season 1. When we left her out on the road back in season 1, I just knew in my bones that she would come back at some point, and with other games mentioning that situation every so often, it only reinforced it. I have been anticipating this since it happened, and now that she's back, I feel so vindicated, it's insane.
Well, sucks to be her. She'll probably come back later, I bet. I bet she'll come back later as like a villain.
One wiener later.
Is it Lily? Oh my god, it's Lily.
Did I call it? That being said, I think this reveal was also extremely underwhelming. Now, I know this is like a nuclear bomb versus coughing baby type situation, but comparing Lily's return to Kenny's is night and day. Kenny's return back in season 2 worked so well because he was a character that you got to know very intimately during the first season, and whether you loved him or hated him, there was more than enough emotional buildup for that return. Lily's return feels more like shock value to me. Like, okay, it's cool that she's back and seemingly as a villain this time, but it lacks the nuance that Kenny's return had. We watched Kenny lose everything, go off the deep end, and redeem himself. himself, so his return opens up a lot of possibilities. Last we saw, Lily was on the side of the road after she just killed somebody, and she was never given the chance to atone for that, so the only real way that they could actually bring her back was as a villain. In simpler terms, Kenny has layers, Lily not so much, so their returns feel very different. That's not to say that Lily isn't a deep or interesting character, it's just, she's not as layered, She's pretty one note for the most part. But back to the story, Lily wants us to tell her where the kids are so she can abduct them for her army. We say no, Black BB gets shot, and we run away. That kid's a fast little bastard. He's running that fucking fast with those tiny little legs and a bullet in his chest. What a fucking trooper, dude. And of course, while we make our escape, there's also walkers to deal with, because why wouldn't there be? But then this game throws some shit at me that I was not expecting at all whatsoever.
But wait, there's more. This is Mondo gay.
What the fuck? What the fuck? This guy's a whisperer?
We get saved by a fucking whisperer. Holy fuck, that's cool as hell. And I think the fact that it kind of comes out of nowhere makes it way better. Like, I highly doubt that anybody was expecting this, especially considering that this came out before the Whisperers were introduced in the TV show, meaning less people knew about them at the time. Plus, I think the Whisperers are such a unique group that it wouldn't really feel right for this to be anything else. Like, if this were a savior or something like that, it wouldn't hit as hard. And if it were another character from the comics, it would just make the world feel way smaller. They keep the Whisperer thing ambiguous in the sense that it's a nod to the comics without being an outright cameo, and I think that's pretty cool. We talk to this Whisperer for a bit, and we find out that he's a kid our age named James. He mentions how he walked away from the Whisperers because he didn't want to be involved in whatever war they're waging off screen, which at first I thought was alluding to the Whisperer War, but it's probably just Lily's group and whatever conflict they're in, but that's neither here nor there. The thing that sets him apart from other Whisperers is that he has a huge aversion to violence, including both humans and walkers. He left the Whisperers due to not agreeing with their war, but he also finds comfort in the dead, as many Whisperers do, because they shield him and keep him safe. This is a pretty cool idea. And then they ruin it. Because James is also a victim of one of the most annoying tropes in the entire Walking Dead franchise, which is that he views walkers as people and believes that there's some trace of humanity left inside them, so that when you kill them, you're basically killing a person. This is fucking cringe and gay. We did this already with Herschel in both the comics and the TV show. We did this with Lizzie on the TV show. We did this with Celia on Fear the Walking Dead, which was already a knockoff of Herschel's whole thing, and I'm sure there's probably another example or two that I'm completely forgetting. Granted, these are all handled by different writers for the most part, and they each have a different spin on it, but the point is, this has been done to death already, even by the time this game came out. So to see it done again bothers me immensely. I mean, I get it, right? There's only so much you can do in like a zombie apocalypse setting, but the fact that The Walking Dead has done the walkers are still people thing this many times is simply just unoriginal. As a result, I was really not vibing with James's character, or at least not this part of him, You suck! We make it back to the school to get Ruby to save Black Baby from his bullet wound, and she does because these kids aren't completely heartless. Clem and Violet then discuss future plans, since if Lily's group is coming for us, then we need to be ready. The next phase of the story is basically that. We gather supplies and shit, talk to some of the characters, it's kind of whatever. There's a few like padding sections here, like there's a lot of gameplay and some not so intuitive puzzles. They give us more backstory on the school and a few of the lesser characters, but the important thing here is our conversation with Lewis. He apologizes for how he acted toward AJ for the whole Marlon thing, and honestly, this moment made me like him more. I still think he's cringe and annoying, but the fact that he was able to calm himself down and apologize shows that he's not a completely immature cringe-lord. He's literally a fucking band kid. I'm just realizing this now in the middle of recording this. He's literally a band kid. He would do like Fortnite emotes and yell and sing Nugget and a Biscuit. Unfortunately though, this heavily impacted my next decision, which was whether I wanted to hang out with Lewis or Violet for the night. Now, under normal circumstances, I would have probably picked Violet because she's the more interesting of the two, but given this scene, I thought that Lewis would have a bit more to say, so I went with him on this one. Clem helps him fix up his piano, and he tries to rizz her up. Now listen, dude, I know that I'm technically Clem, but Clem is also kinda like my daughter, and I cannot let her date this fucking cringe theater kid. I feel very paternal towards Clementine. We friend-zone this guy, which kinda defeats the purpose of the scene, since both versions are very clearly there to lay out Clem's romance options. Which leads me to a big criticism that I have of this episode in particular, though it also applies to a lot of Season 4, which is that sometimes the romance stuff feels like it's misplacing time that could be spent doing more interesting stuff. While sure, I see the appeal of including these lighter, more human moments with character bonding, the romance stuff just felt a little tacked on. It made more sense with Javi, but when they start doing it with kids, it just doesn't work as well. I like that romance options are there, but this would have worked way better in a story where all the characters aren't literal children. Like, dude, stop trying to get me to ship minors with each other. It's fucking weird, especially when they literally chat about fucking each other. The only other season to offer romance options was a new frontier, and our choices there were either a gay guy or our sister-in-law, so there's really no winning with Telltale romance. Shout out gay rights.
You're gay.
But hey, forget who Clem chooses to spend the rest of her life with. The real hardest decision in the entire game is Science Dog or Broccoli Man. I think I spent more time on this choice than anything else in the entire game.
2.
Paper.
Paper. Scissors win.
Bastard.
Yep.
I gotta play my 5-year-old.
Is that your victory dance? Yes.
He's kind of schmoovin', dude.
You get the first shot at Abel.
Let's all hit the black baby. Yes. But now, the time has come. Lily's group are attacking, and we engage with the plan. Mitch goes Mitcho mode and gets dead in the face, and shit goes south real fucking quick. We have multiple opportunities to take the shot and kill Lily. And while the first time I did miss by accident, the second time I did so on purpose because it would have felt a little anticlimactic if she died there. Even though it was scripted, I let her live for hype moments and aura. We kill a few people with some Looney Tunes ass Kevin McAllister traps and knock Abel out the window. We somehow manage to cause the Delta, which is what this group's name is apparently. They're never actually very upfront about that, to retreat, but in the process they try to take the prisoners that they came here for. The final big decision of this battle is whether we save Violet or Lewis from being captured. Feeling bad for leaving Violet on red earlier to hang out with Lewis, I saved Violet, resulting in Lewis, Asim, and Omar being taken away while the rest of us lick our wounds. Of course, we need to get our friends back, and Violet and Clem plan to do just that. This episode slapped pretty hard, but I'd say it's definitely the weakest of the season. Lily's return and the Whisperer reveal were fantastic, and the climax was really good, but everything in between was just kinda to me. Like, AJ's atonement arc is pretty cool, but it gets put on hold almost immediately. The greenhouse section was clearly just padding to get you to care about Mitch, who was barely a character up until now, so that you react when he dies, and while the Lois. Hey, Lois. And while the Lewis or Violet hang sesh was pretty good, I made a choice that I hated, so I didn't like it. That being said, this episode does excel at those calmer character moments of the group just talking and hanging out, which helps you to get to know them better, and is one of the last opportunities to really do so before the shit hits the fan. Well, until they have another chance again later, but that's for later. I'm black. This brings us to episode 3, which opens with Clem and AJ interrogating Abel to find out where Lily and the Delta took our friends. We beat the fuck out of them and whatnot, standard interrogation stuff that you'd expect, right? However, AJ's presence adds a different layer to this. Of course, we want to interrogate Abel through torture, as interrogations typically go, but with AJ there watching, we need to rethink our approach, since we don't want him to get the wrong idea. Now, I get why it's like this, that's kind of the point of the whole game, but I don't think it makes much sense for AJ to be here in the first place. Taking the player's choice out of the equation for a second, Clem's ultimate goal is to keep him away from this stuff. She wants him to be strong and capable, but doesn't want him to get too used to killing people or any of the darker parts of the apocalypse. Bringing a child to an interrogation that's probably going to turn violent is probably not the smartest move, Clem. This feels like the kind of thing where it should have been a choice to begin with, like, alright, do you bring him to the interrogation or not? You know what I mean? Anyways, we interrogate him, we fuck him up a little, but he has internal bleeding, so ultimately we cannot promise his safety, and he kind of assumes that he's gonna die anyways. He finally agrees to tell us where our friends are, but only if we agree to put him down so that he doesn't turn. I agreed to this, since it just felt right. Like, yeah, Abel was a massive piece of shit who deserves everything that happened to him, but I am a man of my word, and we need to show AJ that you need to keep your word, even to your enemies. Ultimately, was any of this the right move? Well, probably not, since we just tortured a man for information, thereby teaching AJ that cruelty is okay, but we also showed him to keep his word and to show mercy, so I guess we aren't turning him into a total psychopath. We're turning him into a psychopath, just not a total one. AJ staying and watching feels like a parallel to when Clem wanted to stay and watch Kenny beat Carver. Ooh, I like that. Clem even saying you don't have to watch this mirrors what Kenny says. I'm gonna steal that for the video. Now that we know the location, a small team of Clem, Black Baby, Willie, and Violet head out to case the joint and make a plan. Our friends are on a boat that's preparing to leave in a few days, and the place is heavily armed. We make a plan to use a herd to distract everybody, sneak in using the guts trick, plant a bomb on the boat, and get everybody out before it goes off. With our plan now settled, we come across one of the raiders in the woods, a girl around our age who takes orders from Lily. As it turns out, this girl is, boom, big reveal, Minnie, or Minerva, one of the twins that Marlon gave up to the Delta. We use her to get intel, but the situation is obviously very fucked, since Violet and the others want her to come back to the school with them, but she has seemingly gone all in on the Delta, believing them to be her true people. It's also revealed here that the other twin, Sophie, died off screen, though the cause is left ambiguous. I think it's pretty clear what they're setting up here, so
I'll just leave it at that for now. I thought this was a cool moment, and I think Violet being there instead of Lewis makes it way better due to her implied relationship with Minnie, but I also could have seen this coming from a mile away. You know, Marlon gives up 2 people to the Delta. Of course, that was set up for at least one of them coming back later in the story. Predictable as all hell, but I thought it took the story in an interesting direction, so I can't complain. To enact our plan, though, we're gonna need a herd, and we know just the guy. So Clem and Black Baby go off to find James. We find him, and this leads into a very annoying segment where we don't want to kill walkers in front of him to stay in his good graces, which again, I find very annoying. But from a gameplay perspective, I do like how it changes things up a bit, which would have been a lot better if the combat in this game still wasn't wet dog ass. James tries to convince us once more that he thinks that the dead might still be people, or at least he treats them as such, and he has a ritual to get us to understand. This leads into a pretty cool first-person segment where Clem walks through a barn full of walkers and rings a wind chime to distract them. James's intent here was that they look at the wind chime with awe, therefore they have some kind of consciousness. This was not doing anything to persuade me though, so ultimately I tell James that I still think he's fucking insane for thinking that walkers are anything but literal corpses, but we will respect his wishes while he's around and not kill them in front of him, and he agrees to help us out. To reiterate, I'm not a huge fan of the James shit. It's literally just rehashing ideas that have already been done in the TV show universe and even in the comics before. It really radiates like, we're the real monsters energy, and is played completely seriously, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up, please. This all leads to a conversation with AJ back at the school, where he expresses how he feels bad for what we did to Abel, but more importantly, starts to buy into James's bullshit a little bit. He offers Clem a hypothetical of what would happen if either of them are bit, and I tell him exactly what Lee told Clem. You have to shoot me. However, AJ refuses this, and instead suggests that they will allow themselves to turn so that they can be together forever in walker form. I tell him that this is fucking insane, and he seems to understand, but regardless, the scene is filled with what I assume was foreshadowing. Like I've been saying, the game is not very subtle about Clementine growing into Lee's parental role and mirroring him, so all this talk about her potentially dying felt like setup for that inevitability. After this, the remaining kids all come together for a party, celebrating one last time before their big mission. Things go pretty well at first, it's fun and all, Black Baby busts out the schmoovs, and then Ruby decides to play a game. She pulls out the files of all the kids who went to school here, and based on the description of what they did that got them sent here, we have to guess who it was. This goes pretty well at first, it's pretty fun, until everybody starts thinking about how many kids there used to be and how many of them have died, which completely kills the vibe. Violet then offers to tell the story of how she ended up here, and even if it was in bad taste, I just could not pass up the opportunity to hear this. And hell, dude, I'd have sat there and listened to everybody's backstory if I could. That's how good the character writing is in this game. Anyways, Violet describes how when she was a kid, she used to watch cartoons with her grandmother, who was severely depressed after her grandfather died. One day, she decided that she'd had enough, and Kurt Cobained herself right in front of little Violet. She was too young to know how to process the situation, so she just ignored it and did nothing. So when her mother came home and saw what happened, she assumed that Violet was a sociopath of some kind and sent her away to a boarding school for troubled youth. I think this is one of those instances where I'm glad this story was told verbally without any flashbacks or anything like that. Dark stuff like this works so much better when it comes directly from the person's mouth and makes it all the more bone-chilling. Some good examples of this are Eastman's backstory in the TV show or Madison's backstory in Fear Season 3. It also explains a lot about Violet as a character. She's the type of person who shuts down when faced with loss or adversity, but throughout the game, we've watched her rise to the occasion and become the de facto leader of the group, and is willing to actually do something about her friends this time. Not the deepest character arc out there, it was pretty low-key for the most part, but I like it. Shouts out to Violet. The party ends with Violet singing everyone a song titled Don't Be Scared, which was apparently something that Minnie used to sing to them, for them to, not be scared. Right on the nose, right? This was awkward as hell. I'll always be weirded out by people singing in silence in front of a small group of people. It's just something cringe about that premise, but I think it works thematically. She's trying to comfort everybody to prepare them for the coming battle, and there's a level of irony to it by being Minnie's song. Sure. Yeah. Big thumbs up. Word. Like, have you guys ever seen those videos of that gay guy who goes up to celebrities and sings their own songs in front of them really badly? That's the vibe I always get when I think of people singing in silence. You know what I mean? That's the vibe. That's the type of thing I be seeing and shit. You know what I'm saying? This was a good ass scene, which is then followed up by another absolute banger. Right after this, we transition into a dream sequence where Clementine is a kid again. This time on the train from season 1, and we are met by boom, big cameo, Lee, baby. I'm a sucker for a Lee flashback, dream, or whatever you want to call this. Shout out to Lee. Dream Lee reassures Clem that she's a survivor, a natural leader, and that she'll be able to handle whatever comes next. Ultimately, the scene isn't really saying a whole lot, but I had a big dumb smile on my face the entire time. Dream Lee obviously isn't real, but it reads like Clem finding somewhere comfortable, her happy place, so to speak, to reassure herself that she can do what she's about to do. The train was where Lee first trained Clem to survive, so it makes sense that this is the place that she goes when she prepares for a big battle. The scene also makes very clear something that was already extremely obvious that I've been talking about the entire season, which is that they directly address the parallels between Clem and Lee. Both of them were put into these parental positions where they needed to take care of these kids, ultimately pushing them to become better people. However, this again possibly foreshadows a darker fate for Clem, since Lee's story ended with him dying, and they are seemingly setting up for the same to happen to her. I really hope that this isn't the case, but I suppose we shall see. Anyways, the time is upon us. It's time for the plan. There's a pretty cool pseudo-stealth section here where we have to use the dead as shields to avoid getting sniped, which I thought was pretty fun. I've noticed that this game really likes to introduce cool gameplay mechanics for one time only and then never use them again, but sure, whatever. That's that Last of Us influence, I guess, right? Then we have an actual stealth section where we need to avoid being detected and find the boiler room to plant the bomb, and then it's on to finding the others. We come across Minnie, and after telling her that Ten forgives her for what she did, which I guess in this case was be abducted, she puts her crossbow down and agrees to help us out. We find Lewis, but boom, we've been double-crossed and Minnie knocks us out. Quickest double-cross I've ever seen, Cotton. We wake up and try to talk to Lewis, only to find that he has been traumatized. But he's also weirdly quiet, with blood coming out of his mouth, both of which are very uncharacteristic of him. The others confirm the worst. They cut out his tongue for talking too much, which is so fucked up, and I actually kind of love the irony. Lewis's favorite thing was yapping. Hell, one of the reasons I didn't like him was because he was always talking and never shuts the fuck up. Losing his ability to speak altogether is a truly twisted fate for him, and it honestly made me give a shit. I did not care much for Lewis, but he certainly did not deserve this just for being annoying, and now Lily and her cronies are gonna have to pay. Speaking of which, we are then met by Lily, who tells us that we don't have a choice and we are going to join her whether we want to or not. She tells us the story of Minnie and Sophie, and is not very subtle about it because she uses aliases, but it's very clear what she's talking about, where they were taken from their homes and made to join them. One of them found a purpose there and accepted the Delta, while the other wanted to leave. They made an escape attempt, which culminated in, well, I'll just play the clip for you.
What happened then, Minerva?
She killed her, probably. She killed her own sister.
I killed her.
I knew it.
What the Jesus
Christ.
Minnie killed her own sister. Undoubtedly a fucked situation, and honestly, makes it kind of hard to sympathize with her. Like, dude, I don't know how you're gonna be redeemed after this one. Like, 10 sure as hell is gonna have a problem with that. Granted, I was willing to let Marlon be redeemed, so if given the opportunity, I might have done the same for Minnie. However, I can't tell if it's at all meant to be sympathetic, because while the scene is played as a rather generic, I turned to the dark side and I liked it, but not really type beat, it could also be read as Minnie genuinely believing in the Delta, as in, she is so far gone that there might not be any coming back from this. I thought this all became relatively predictable at a certain point before this, probably from the scene where Minnie is reintroduced, and while I do think it works, it was just kinda to me. It's shit we have absolutely seen before in The Walking Dead. Granted, this one is at least well written, which isn't always the case, so points for that. Violet hears this story and spazzes out, and rightfully so. So to teach her a lesson, Lily orders one of her goons to cut off her hand. Or her finger? I don't know, they aren't really clear on what limb was getting cleaved off, but the point is, they were gonna do something bad. In an effort to save her, I give Black Baby the go-ahead to go sicko mode, and he went full Iron Mike Tyson with the ear bite. Now that is the Black Baby that I raised, dude. Hell yes. Editor, play the Black Baby theme song. Black Baby! This causes Lily to see potential in AJ, so she takes him away, presumably with the intent to groom him into a soldier. This cannot stand, so we bust out of prison and go after them. We find that they have captured Ten and James as well, and Ten manages to pull a gun on Lily and her other goon, creating a bit of a standoff. Lily is able to call his bluff though, and can tell that he doesn't have the balls to kill her, and she's right, Ten does not have the balls. But we sure as hell do. Clem and Lily have a fight, and we get her into a position for AJ to kill her, with the decision being whether we allow him to do so or not. This is actually quite a nuanced situation, because back when he killed Marlon, we had to teach him that he wasn't a threat and that we don't kill people who are unarmed. But in this scenario, Lily is no longer a threat, since she's unarmed and can't even walk, with James even outright saying this. However, we also have a history with Lily, and know that she is known to kill the unarmed, meaning that she might deserve what's coming to her. But even if you disregard
disregard the past, she has done things in this very season that are pretty unforgivable. Chief among them being killing kids and forcing others to be child soldiers. A real Coney 2012 type beat. Considering all of that in a split-second decision, and knowing that this is entirely contradictory to what I have taught AJ thus far, I give him the go-ahead to pull the trigger, and he kills Lily. The bomb goes off, cut to black, roll credits. That was quite the stacked episode for sure. While the first two felt like they had a little bit of padding here and there, this one felt like it justified the length. All the character stuff is very interesting, they change up the gameplay formula a decent amount, and the moral decisions are a cut above what other episodes were doing. Overall, a fantastic episode. However, it also left me with a sense of dread, because next week was the finale, and I just had a terrible feeling about it. You guys all know why, right? Like, I've been pretty upfront about that, right? I don't know, whatever, fuck you. Oh. Next week's gonna be a fucking roller coaster, dude. Next week is gonna be crazy. Cause like, dude, the hat just sitting there on the title screen, dude. If anything happens to Clem, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this episode. I have a week to mentally prepare myself, and I will not be ready. By the time I click select next week, I will not be ready.
1 week later.
The final episode of Telltale's The Walking Dead, Take Us Back, picks up right where we left off. Clem and Black Baby escape the exploding boat and meet up with the others, and they find an escape route. The remaining soldiers notice us and start shooting, so we shoot back, leaving Minnie as the only member left from the Delta. She spazzes out, and in the process gets bit in the face. No cutting that one off. The others manage to escape, but are forced to leave Clem and Black Baby behind. We then meet up with Ten and James and make it to a cave to escape the herd. Simple enough intro segment, it's got action, sets up stakes, what else can you really ask for? But this leads into a section that I thought was rather drawn out, where James criticizes us for our treatment of walkers and for allowing AJ to kill Lily. To make matters worse, AJ says that he liked it, which is obviously not good, and James thinks that Clem is unfit to take care of him and is turning him into a psychopath. Now, the reason I call this drawn out is because not only was I already annoyed by James by this point, but his whole philosophy was already kind of overdone. Like I've said, we've already done the no killing thing in other Walking Dead media, and even in this game at some point, and the whole morality behind it was really just not hitting for me. Granted, James is mad that we killed a person here, which is a little more understandable, but still not very persuasive. And slight tangent, but this was all made worse by the fact that James is voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, who is typically an anime voice actor, and a pretty good one at that. But you can really tell that he's an anime guy, if you know what I mean. Like, this dude is overacting the shit out of this character, while every other character has a level of realism to their performances. It just felt out of place to me.
I speak English. So you understand what asshole means? Now go get me my phenylacetic acid. Asshole!
Anyways though, on top of that, James tries to take AJ away like 3 times in the span of 10 minutes, and we were just kind of like talking in circles for a while. It was just not a very eloquent scene, and I felt like it could have been handled way better. However, this scene leads up to a conversation with AJ, where we have to decide whether or not we trust him to make judgment calls for who we should and should not kill. I could tell right off the bat this was going to be one of those decisions where it's definitely gonna matter later, and I am unknowingly picking between 2 characters to live or die, but I just went with the most logical option here. No. I do not trust him. Now listen, Black Baby has saved my life more times than I can count, but everything that he has done so far has proven that he doesn't fully understand the nuances at play here. Killing an unarmed Marlon was bad, and we let him know that, but then telling him to kill an unarmed Lily just confused him even more because it's directly contradictory. The fact that he also liked killing Lily was not a good sign, and James was certainly right to call him out on it because, yeah, that is psychopath behavior.
I wanted to! And I liked it!
At this point, AJ is simply not ready to make judgment calls like that, and our efforts to prevent him from turning into a psychopath are proving to not be particularly effective. We escape from the cave, with James presumably dying off-screen, RIP, I'll let you decide what the P stands for, and we meet up with Violet. The conversation here is relatively inconsequential, but she and Clem discuss new names for the school, since Erickson kinda sucks in her opinion. I let Violet choose, and she decided to name it Texas 2. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love that, that's fire.
You name it. It was your idea.
Texas. We're calling it Texas.
You can't just name it Texas.
You can't just name it Texas? That's awesome.
Fine. Texas 2.
Texas 2.
That's what I'm talking about. That's actually the best choice.
Anyways, we come up on a bridge, and obviously, as you do with bridges, we have to cross. This does not go so smoothly, because when does anything ever go smoothly? When Minnie shows up with a herd of the dead and wants revenge on us and to mercy kill 10. For some fucking reason. We cover for Violet while she gets the others across, but 10 will not budge. We then have to fight Minnie, who slashes the fuck out of Clem's leg with an axe, but we shoot that bitch and let her get eaten by the herd. Dead. This is the end of Minnie, which I guess technically makes her the villain of the episode, and if I'm being honest, she was kinda underwhelming to me. Now, not to say that she's a bad character or anything, but as the final villain of the series, she didn't quite hit for me. While Lily does ultimately fall into that seasonal villain role, she isn't really relevant in the final episode, regardless of if you kill her or not. That being said, the game is not about heroes versus villains like the TV show is, and the finale in particular is all about Clem and AJ, so this doesn't really bug me too much. Minerva as a final villain was a bit underwhelming, but as a character, I'd say she's pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot going on with her in that she used to be from the boarding school, was taken away and raised as a soldier with her twin sister, who she then kills to show her allegiance to the new group, with her return ultimately meant to spark conflict between her old friends. The fact that she's all in with Lily's group show how she was desperately searching for any sense of meaning now that she's separated from her brother and friends, and killing Sophie was the nail in the coffin. The others would have probably given her a chance and taken her back if she didn't do that, but the fact that she did proves that she's way too far gone. When Clem and the gang blow up the boat and kill a bunch of her fellow soldiers, Minnie loses everything. She has no purpose anymore, so she goes insane from all the rage. Oh, I miss the rage! Getting bit now puts a timer on her, and she thinks that the only way to make things right is to take 10 with her, which he actually buys into for a second because of his whole take on the afterlife. That I didn't mention, but he's basically like, oh hey, walkers are pretty chill. I don't know. Minnie is ultimately a tragic character who, though she did not deserve her gruesome fate, could have certainly avoided it if her humanity wasn't forcibly taken from her. And I don't think it was necessarily her fault for falling in with the Delta, because they proved to be way better at keeping her alive. I mean, let's be real, her previous leader was fucking Marlin. She made do with the situation given to her, but lost herself in the process because she was unable to properly deal with all that she had gone through. Pure survival, no time or desire to think about anything else. You might even say that she became The Walking Dead. As Minnie is eaten to death, 10 obviously spazzes, and Violet goes to help him while we cross the bridge. However, now it is a one or the other type situation. Either Violet lets go of 10 and lets him die so that she can live, or she manages to throw him across at the expense of her own life. The impetus of this choice is whether or not AJ can make the call to shoot 10 to free Violet or not, and because we decided earlier to not trust him with making those kinds of calls, he does nothing. Violet throws 10 to safety, and is then eaten by the herd. This was one of those deaths that kinda got me a little bit. We spent the whole game befriending Violet, and depending on your choices, that relationship could have been more than that. So seeing her die in such a preventable way was honestly really fucked. We just learned all about her tragic backstory and even let her rename the school. So for her to go out feels super wrong, but also kinda narratively fitting in a weird way. Throughout the story, we help Violet come out of her shell a bit, and she rises to the occasion and becomes the new leader, which is certainly a glow up if I've ever seen one. It's also implied that she was in a romantic relationship with Minnie before she was taken, and her presumed death likely played a role in how she became so reserved when we first met her. In this moment, she dies with her former love in order to save 10, which in a way is her way of honoring her. You know, even though Minnie went off the deep end, it's very possible that Violet still had feelings for her, so saving her ex's brother at the cost of her own life felt kinda fitting. The Texas 2 name also takes on a whole new meaning, since that was Violet's choice of name, and now we give it that name to honor her sacrifice. That all being said, I think the framing for this decision is really fucking clunky. So it's either you kill 10 to let Violet live, or you do nothing and watch Violet sacrifice herself for 10. But those two things do not feel like equivalent choices to me. You know, 10 wasn't particularly interesting in my opinion, and I didn't really care for him, so if given the direct choice, I would have saved Violet. However, they take that agency out of your hands by the choice having already been made way back in the cave. I think it's a little cheap to give me a choice with zero idea of what the outcome could possibly be. That's simply just not fair. I'd say the same exact thing about giving Conrad the gun in Season 3. It just feels deceptive. And not to be Mr. Plothole guy here, but why couldn't AJ have just shot the walkers coming at them instead? That would have at least bought them some time so that maybe both of them could escape. I don't know, it's far from my favorite choice in the game, and for a final big character death in the entire series, it's just kinda eh. But now, we're on the run. with the one working leg, go figure. 10 manages to climb a fence and escape, but the dead are moving way too fast for Clem and AJ. They manage to climb a cliffside, but in the process, Clem's open leg wound is bit, which realized one of my worst fears, which is that Clem was probably going to die. It's not looking good, guys. The duo managed to find their way to James's barn, and in a segment where we play as AJ for a change, managed to secure the place. This was very reminiscent of the times in Season 1 where you would play as Lee and Clem at the same time by having Lee make calls and Clem having to do them. But now Clem is in Lee's situation. It is literally the Season 1 finale to a T. The parallels are undeniable, even more so when we get a look at Clem, and she is not doing so hot. She's getting pale, it's probably way too late to amputate the leg, shit's absolutely fucked. It's not looking good, guys. We remind AJ of what we told him, which is that if Clem gets bit, he has to kill her. We make the call, AJ lifts up the axe, cut to black. We reopen on a hellish-looking forest, which at first I thought was like the afterlife or something, but as it turns out, this is a flashback to McCarroll Ranch. This is where the doctor told us that AJ was back in Season 3, and after Clem mentioned it a few times in this season, we finally get to see what happened there. You know, the fact that we never saw this always kind of bugged me, like we just kind of completely skipped over it, but I'm glad that we finally did get to see it, even if it is at the very end. Clem goes in guns a-blazing, takes some people out, and rescues AJ from a locker. Pretty simple. The scene emphasizes the idea that Clem is a mother figure to AJ, as if that weren't obvious enough already, and will do literally anything for him. She just dove headfirst into a full-on battle like it was nothing. That's why she's my goat for real. She's able to calm AJ down and teaches him the law of the land, thereby depicting a full circle type moment, where Clem promises to protect him no matter what and prepare him for the world, and now in the present, he is protecting her, even if the worst has come to pass. This was a really cool scene, great atmosphere, it's absolute bars! Oh hey look, it's Eddie from the 400 Days DLC. Blam! He's dead! Dead as fuck! We then flash forward back to the present, where Black Baby is fishing with the dog. What the dog doing? There's a whole little gameplay section here, but it was honestly kind of boring. Like, there's nothing to this. I mean, I guess you could argue that this is a look at what AJ is like now without Clem, where he is self-sufficient enough to take care of himself and all that, which works, I guess, but it was a little too mundane if you ask me. 10 appears randomly from the woods, leading to Black Baby promising to teach him how to be strong like him. Was this meant to keep the Lee chain going? Because if so, it doesn't really work, since 10 is like older than AJ. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be your new daddy, and I'm like 4 years younger than you. Also, I'm a child. Ruby appears to call us in for dinner, and we walk back to the school while Take Us Back plays in the background. This was the song from the end of Season 1 where Lee obviously dies protecting Clem, and is the namesake of this final episode. The parallels are pretty clear. Do I really need to explain this again? But then, we hear a voice.
What you doing there, goofball?
What? He cut off her leg and saved her!
Whoa. Easy there.
We never did say Clem died, we just assumed that.
Clementine is alive, baby! And as cool of a reveal as this was, I am kind of mixed on it. It was a really clever twist in the sense that the entire season has been emphasizing the parallels between Clem and Lee, where she has now grown up to be in the same position that he was, becoming a parental figure to an innocent child, yada yada. The season was not very subtle about this and would even foreshadow that Clem will eventually end up like Lee, with the scene in the barn obviously mirroring the scene where Clem has to choose whether or not to put him down. The game hits you with all these parallels and foreshadowing so that when they cut to black here, you immediately assume the worst. Then there's like 30 segments of what seems like an epilogue, and then we get the reveal that Clem is alive, which is honestly kind of genius. They make you think that one thing is going to happen, make you assume the worst, let you sit on it for a bit, and then subvert your assumption. It sure as hell worked on me, I'll give them points for that. However, the reason that I mixed on this is because while this is a good reveal, it also feels a little bit cheap in a way. Like, oh, Clementine lives and everybody who survived gets a happy ending, right? You know, it feels kind of antithetical to what The Walking Dead as a franchise is supposed to be about, where people don't always get happy endings. I think it would have been a lot more emotionally impactful to have Clem actually die in the barn by AJ's hand, as it would have fed into the Clem-Lee parallel. Granted, that would have been very predictable, so I see why they didn't go that route. As somebody who was hoping and praying that Clem would not die going into that final episode, I do think it would have resonated a little bit more if she actually did die. Not that I would want that to happen, but I think it could have worked out pretty well, though a good and bad ending option would have been kind of cool as well. But you know, the more I think about it, the more I think Clementine surviving makes perfect sense. At least thematically. The whole season has been about Clem teaching AJ right from wrong and how to survive, how to make judgment calls, when it's okay to break the rules. The fact that he ultimately saves her life by doing the opposite of what she told him to do reaffirms the idea that AJ is ready to make calls like that. The arc of the episode is about whether or not he can be trusted, and we doubted him for a while, but as it turns out, we can, in fact, trust him with our lives. He made a lot of mistakes, some of them our fault, but we did teach him right from wrong, and it wouldn't be right to not at least try to save Clem's life. Our goal was to prepare him for the post-apocalypse, but also teach him mercy, and we succeeded. For Clem's character, this also works really well. Throughout the entire series, we have seen that Clementine is not the type to give up. She's a true survivor through and through, right? Her relationship with AJ was so strong that he is able to uplift her in her darkest moments, much like she did for Lee. When she gave up and told him to kill her, he refused, because that's not who they are. Clem is somebody who tries to save people against all odds, something that she learned from Lee. Whether Lee made the right choices or not, she was able to learn from his actions and pass that on to AJ. And since these are all the player's choices, the game tests if you have learned from your mistakes as well, if you even perceive your choices that way at all. I think an ending where Clem gets to live while also being able to pass the torch of what she learned from Lee, Kenny, Jane, Javi, and others, all symbolized through her hat, is fucking brilliant. Remember, The Walking Dead is a franchise. Whether it's the comics, the TV show, the spin-offs, or this game, the whole point is that you do not want to become The Walking Dead. The world sucks, and sometimes it forces you to suck, but we need to rise above that to remain human. You need to be somebody who can inspire hope into the next generation and be able to retain your humanity. Lee was able to do that with Clementine, and Clementine was able to do that with AJ. I think this all works super well thematically, and honestly, it might have been the best route the writers could have gone with this. After all she's been through, Clementine deserves a happy ending more than anyone in the entire game, so I was relieved to see that she finally found herself a home and made it back safe and sound. So, that has been Telltale's The Walking Dead, and after playing through all the games over the course of a few months, I can certainly say that I have been missing out. Each game is so layered, almost all of the major choices feel nuanced, the characters are some of the best in the entire Walking Dead franchise, and above all, when you really get invested in it, it almost feels real to a degree. You feel bad when you make tough choices, and you feel the weight that those choices have. And while I think that you could argue that there is a specific, narratively fulfilling way that these games are probably supposed to play out, there ultimately is no true canon, which is for the best because these games are about your unique experience. Every copy of The Walking Dead is personalized because everybody is going to have a different playthrough. I would be genuinely surprised if two people coincidentally had the exact same playthrough. These games have given me a new appreciation for the Walking Dead world that I haven't really gotten since the TV show, and it'll probably be a while before the series gets me to feel that again. I truly think that there needs to be more things like this in the Walking Dead franchise. Like, instead of focusing on spin-offs of the TV show that hardly get any positive attention, they should be putting instead of focusing on spin-offs of the TV show that hardly get any positive attention, they should instead be putting out games like this. Things that offer you stories that you can influence and get you to understand what the franchise is all about. And I know AMC is doing whatever they want to do with the TV show. Skybound has very little to do with that, but like Skybound, you guys are just sitting on this concept, on this property, and you're just not doing anything with it. What are we doing, guys? Come on. When was the last time something majorly Walking Dead came out from Skybound? I can't think of a single thing. Gee, maybe put that gaming division to work, I don't know. But ultimately, these games are a morality test. If you're the type of person to be an asshole, then you're gonna get the bad ending where everybody dies. But if you stick to some kind of moral code, you come out of it saving the most people. I think it's truly a measure of how far you would be willing to go to survive. While the games are ultimately the story of Clementine, they are also the story of the player. These were my choices, and this was my story. That has been Telltale's The Walking Dead. I've been MattCMG, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Next time, it's probably going to be the Daryl spinoff, by the way. Just saying, I don't know.
People don't always make sense.
How come?
Because bad things happen to everyone. And it's hard to keep being yourself after they do.
I just tried to stay with good people and not do anything dumb. Found me and took care of me. We met up with other survivors and we all tried to make it. But it didn't work. His name was Lee. He taught me how to survive. Do you think he remembers me? At least a little?
Who could forget you, Clem? No one who knew you, I guarantee it. You go see bad stuff, but it's okay. You take care of Alvin here. You live a good life, okay?
He's all I have, and I'll protect him with my life. Just like Lee did for me.
Just look at you. Just look at you.
Thank you. For everything.
You're welcome for everything.
Let's get some pussy tonight.